share will perform with other things that he thought will actually +1 to what you want to buy thereafter.
Scanner helps me to identify what stock to look at, and I try to, with what I've learned, I'm able to make a judgment whether I should enter or stay on the sideline.
I quite test it on some other stocks that are moving on, and to be honest, I'm really surprised. I mean, this was of course the first time that I haven't seen anywhere, but I mean, of course, I was actually backtest it all. What you already shared, it really shows up, which was quite. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, wow, that's a shock. I think for new stock, I think some of the current stocks are moving. I see the trend, which was amazing as well. So thank you so much.
I should have 12 as well. I have 12 as well. Okay, just give you about 90, right? 90%. Okay, so with this, I show you guys how to stop. I mean, come out 12 doesn't mean anyhow. Do we just buy 12 tomorrow? Why? It was so much money then. That's quite good lah, but don't need to anyhow just buy 12 Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to filter, scan 12, maybe shortlist 5, select 2, KIV 1, buy 1. So far so good, guys.
For me, I don't even have any background in those finance or whatever stuff. And then whatever he teaches, still very easy for me to learn. So I think it's very nice, especially for people who are quite serious about going to the market. You can actually learn all this and then you can apply straight away after the course. You can apply already. So it's very useful.
Very systematic, and all the things that you need to know in stock trading, you can learn it through this course. It's definitely a very powerful tool for trading in the stock market.
I believe I can make explosive gain if I were to strictly follow the rules using the ET strategy. Other trainers do not have this kind of blueprint for the student.
I like it because he's very detailed, but before going into the details, he gives you a big picture of the whole concept and the framework first. Then he dives into the details, which is easy to understand, and people can actually follow his step-by-step framework to take action accordingly. So that's where I like it. It differentiates from others.
He has shown some past examples of the charts. Most of the big gains from the charts are actually showing this setup. So definitely, if we could actually study and identify this, we could definitely make some big gains.
We would certainly make gains easier than without this strategy.
I like.
Do you think it's worth the price you have paid?
Yes, of course. Definitely. Yeah, definitely worth it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of now, right? So remember, when we draw these horizontal lines, we look at the past, over the past 1 year, 6 months, and we draw these lines.
Definitely. I have been to quite a few other courses. Okay, but so far I feel that Joey's class is the one that makes a lot of sense. They've given us a lot of tools to do it, and most of all, I think there's a follow-through program as well, so that we'll be guided in the days ahead.
Yes, especially those with little or no trading experience, because I'm already an experienced trader, and I look at every step of this blueprint. It's similar to what I'm doing right now, and it's going to work. Especially for new traders, please attend this workshop. Very worth it.
He pulls out some of these real-life stocks and real-life charts, and we are able to apply some of the things that he covered. Maybe most of the things that he covered, we are able to see it happening in those charts, and I think that is very useful for us.
Oh, it's very good. It's something I don't see it that way before. For people who trade often and not making money, because they think they're investing, probably this is very suitable for them.
Go up. You guys go up can go up very slow, but come down can come up very fast, right? Why? Fear, exactly.
I find that he is very, very competent in what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, so he's willing to tell to us what he can impart all his knowledge. In fact, if I know Joey earlier on, I should attend Joey class. I shouldn't attend other class, but namai lah.
I'm confident and I'm positive. I've attended other courses, but for me, I have a good feeling after I've spent close to 2 days. Certainly, in fact, I would point out to them that if they don't come and learn in a structured way, they will continue to make wrong decisions like I did in the past.
Guys, regret one thing is everywhere. Everywhere you regret, okay? Why? Even if you, alright, you buy here and you sell right at the top.
It's so simple, but yet the results can be pretty much impressive.
I think most workshops out there, they don't really go step by step on how you should do your trade. I think Joey's course, this unique point is very strongly emphasized, and I think it's the key factor that will bring success in trading.
I think Joey has been very, very generous with trading, with sharing with us his trading strategies and all the techniques that he has learned. So I think I benefited tremendously from this course.
So let's go ahead to say the 12 precision trading commandments. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah. I attended other trainings, but Joey's course is very easy to understand, very easy to follow. It's almost like so simple. You can't make mistakes.
It's value for money. It's so complete. I've been through many courses. This is the most complete one. And the environment. Look at, there's so many mentors who are so committed to be around to help us. And it's a good testimony. And I recommend anyone who is not trading to prepare themselves to come over. Yeah.
For me, it's more whether can you make money. The price just jumped by 1%, you make $100. How many 150 can you to give? You know what I mean, guys?
I believe this program, by just following the step by step, anyone can seriously gain any profit in the near future.
I will protect my capital. Go!
I will protect my capital.
Great job, right?
What I like about this course is Joey puts in the effort to basically explain what goes behind the system rather than just telling you when to buy, when to sell.
Yes, there's 2 more to go. I will review my performance and better it. Go!
I will review my performance and better it.
I think it worth the price that I paid. At least I learned something and know exactly what I'm supposed to do and what I'm not supposed to do. And it's worthwhile to pay this price. And I should be able to earn back this money in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause. Thank you so much. How many of you feel that this event, so far 2.5 day event, alright, has been amazing? I mean, in terms of the real life trading skills and knowledge that you have gained so far. Raise your hands. How many of you that way? Seriously. Thank you very much. Okay. How many of you agree, right, that this explosive, right, 1ET strategy, okay, that I shared fully with you guys, show hand, okay, it's not only powerful, yet simple, right, and we can potentially make massive gains with it. How many of you? Raise your hands. Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, how many of you feel that this event, alright, could be the one defining event in your life that can make all the difference, alright, if you follow exactly what I told you? Raise your hands. let's say if I were to refund you back all your money, alright, refund all you back, but you promise me that you will not execute and apply any of the things that you have learned over the past 12 days. In other words, I just give back your money, you just give back everything, all cannot use, okay? Is there any one of you here who want your refund? Any of you? Guys, what if I were to refund you 2 times your money back? Do you want? 3 times? Thank you very much, guys. How can you agree to a seminar or event whereby they offer you back your money back live? Okay? Welcome guys, good morning, and yes, we are live right now. Welcome to the One Good Trend Secrets live book launch that is happening right now. If you guys can see and hear me loud and clear, just type a GM for good morning. Just want to acknowledge all of you for just being live now. And yeah, finally guys, finally, right? Let's see, Emily, good morning. Ian, Jaya, JP, Eileen, Edward, Spencer, thank you so much for joining me live today. Welcome to the One GT Secrets live book launch. And we are live right now, okay? Good. So we have been prepping this over the past few months, guys. I'm so excited. There's just so much secrets I'd like to share with you guys today. There'll be live case studies, checklists, all in this book, and that will be reviewed today, right? Good morning, Pauline, Benny, Sebastian, Simone, hi, Thomas, Elston. Awesome, right? So we'll go non-stop from 10 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m., guys, for 6 hours. You heard it right, 6 hours. Okay, maybe a 5-minute break somewhere, right? But there'll be lots of value, all right? Make sure you stay with us all the way to the end, because at the end, right, that's where we will have an AMA, all right, Ask Me Any Stock session. My team will come aboard to join me as well. We'll cover some of the stocks that you guys are asking about, and there'll be a Q&A as well, all right? So what is this about? 740K debt to 7 figures, 1 GT blueprint. And that's pretty much what I'll cover today, right? But let me just dive deeper into the topic for today, which is this, right? How one good trend, secrets, right over here, helps you find the top 1% of stocks and time your entries with precision. No guesswork, no noise, no overthinking, no overwhelm, no clutter. How many of you like to discover this today? Type a me, guys, type a me in the chat if you want to know how do we actually sieve out the top 1% of stocks and know exactly what to do with them. Type a me, guys, in the chat. Let me know. All right, good morning. All right, rejoice today for the excellent result. Thank you so much, Sing Long as well. Timothy, me, Jo Sing, me. Wow. Now, I'm guessing that for a lot of you guys, this is probably not your first seminar or webinar, right? So the first thing I want to mention is that if you have failed in the past, it's not your fault, right? There's just a lot of information out there, all right? And it can be confusing, all right? And many times it's due to this information overload that is keeping us from success, right? So it's okay, it's okay. And the next thing I want to say is that if you have been concerned in the past that you just can't succeed with trading or investing in the market, right? You can do this, okay? You just need the right person to explain this to you, right? And that's exactly what I'll do in today's session, right? Michael, Lillian, me, Matthew, Paul, me. Awesome, right? So by the end of this session, guys, we'll cover a couple of things, but before we go into that, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for just being live here with me, joining and supporting the live launch of One Good Trend Secrets. And you know what? I'll do everything in my power, right, to give you guys value, right? To make sure that all of you take away something. Sounds good? And of course, later as well, I will share with you guys how to grab a copy of my brand new book, One Good Trend Secrets. And for those of you who want to dive even deeper, I'll chat about that as well. Sounds good? All right. Okay. Wow, man. 1GT works if you follow the 7 steps religiously. Thank you so much, Michael, right, for kind words. Okay. So here's what you'll walk away with today. Number 1, how to spot one good trend with clarity. How to enter and exit without second-guessing, without overthinking, without chasing confusion. Finally, a repeatable checklist that you can trust. Just imagine, guys, that you can open your charts, pull out any stocks, any asset classes, and you get an opinion in seconds, right? Whether to buy, to sell, or to wait. And that's exactly what we'll cover today.
So one thing I want to begin this session with is to share with you guys why this thing is different from all the other trainings out there. All right. So I'm sure you've seen a ton of trainings, right? People will teach you how to trade, or how to invest, or how to make money in the stock market, right? But here's why this is all different, right? The reason why this is different, because what you're about to learn is not theory. What I'm about to reveal to you is things that is me being a practitioner that's enabled me to be an award-winning top-tier MyZeal trader in Phillips Securities, winning multiple yearly awards like top trading representative, top CFD achiever, top account growth achiever. And me and my team handling more than $10 million in daily trade value, more than $100 million in AUC, and also running what we call a 7-figure portfolio management business with my team, right? Me actually doing these things day in, day out, looking at the market for more than 10, 15 years now. Essentially, not theory. Right? So here are the 3 breakthroughs that you will see today. Breakthrough number 1. The silent threat that wipes out most traders before they even realize it. And the counterintuitive shift that flips the odds in your favor. Breakthrough number 2. How to spot a trend before the crowd piles in and the unusual focus hit list in less than 5 seconds, right? And why this one step alone changes everything. Now, how many of you want to know any of these 3 breakthroughs, or maybe all of these 3 breakthroughs? Type a 3 in the chat, let me know, right? Type a 3 in the chat. How many of you know any of these 3 breakthroughs, right? How do we actually sieve out the top 1% hit list and know exactly when to buy and sell them? Type 3 in the chat, right? Thank you so much, Zental. Right, 𝐒𝐞𝐫, I need your book. Awesome, right? I'll share more about book later. Got autograph copy in the chat. If you want to know any of these 3 breakthroughs, let me know, right? This chat is exploding, right? I'm trying to find, and apologies guys if I'm like looking all over the way. I have like a few cameras, a few monitors everywhere. I'm trying to get used to it, right? But thank you so much for really engaging and participating. Jo Singh, Andy, Lianka, John, Henry, Claire Choy, awesome, Christine, all right, Claire Cha, Gerald, Michael, wow. Okay, thank you so much, right? Okay. So here's how you can get the most out of today. First, feel free to ask questions, right? There'll be a Q&A as well later, all right? That's where my team will kind of consolidate them and will batch them for Q&A later so that nothing gets lost. Next, well, respect the community, right? No negativity here, all right? We are all here to learn and win together. Cool? All right? And finally, number 3, important, guys. You want to take notes, all right? Have a pen and paper with you, all right? Take notes. Because I can show you guys, you want to refer back to what we have covered today, right? Because I'll be sharing things that I don't usually make public, right? So have a pen and paper, take notes, you'll be glad that you did. Cool? Next, you want to stay all the way to the end. Why? Well, because at the very end of today's live stream, I'll be unlocking some special live-only bonuses, right? These are things that I've never shared public before, right? And I'm not planning to do it again. All right, so if you duck out early, all right, you leave halfway, well, you're going to miss that. All right, so I can guarantee guys that when you see what's waiting for you at the end, you'll thank yourself for sticking around. Okay, so type ready guys in the chat. If you are ready for today's 1 good trend secrets, type ready in chat, let me know. Let me know if you guys are ready, right? Very ready, awesome. Lulu, right? Is it lagging or is it fine? I think it should be fine, right? Ready. Good morning, all good. No sound? Can you hear me? No audio? Team, can please check? Seems like, okay, I think it should be fine, all right? Maybe you need to turn on your volume somewhere, right? Ready. I see lots of ready guys. The chat is exploding with readies, all right? Peter, sorry, if I can't call your name, it's just too fast, right? Ting, HS, Savaraju, Gurmeet Singh, Emily, Johnny Tong as well. I love this energy, guys, all right? That's exactly the kind of momentum that we are going to carry through today, right? And this tells me that all of you are serious about making a shift in your trading, right? And if you keep this energy for the next few hours, guys, I guarantee you, right, that by the end of today, you'll never look at the markets the same way again. So let's get started, right? Okay, just a quick disclaimer, right? As we we do when we go live, right? Whatever that's being shared today, it's just for education purposes only, right? So please do your own due diligence, right? Not asking to buy or sell anything or not to buy or sell anything, right? Essentially, I'm showing you guys my process, my 1GT framework, the tools that I'm using, and you control your own decisions. Cool? Okay, in case we've never met before, guys, my name is Joey Choy, right? Over the last couple of years, I have the privilege to be able to impart my knowledge to thousands of people from all walks of life in Singapore, conducted numerous full house seminars, and teaching people how to rule the stock market with confidence. I'm also honored to be able to share the stage with other top trading experts and speaking of platforms like InvestFair, 938, Active Trader Fair with the SGX, and some of the top trading summits in Singapore. But here's the thing, right? It's not just about helping people make a side income or catch some occasional gains. It's about changing lives, right? Giving people the clarity and the confidence to finally take control of their financial future. And when people look at me today, what they see is all the fancy stuff, right? The interviews, the speaking gigs, going up to the stage, take awards, that kind of thing, right? That's what people today see on the surface level, right? But here's what most people don't know, all right? Things weren't always like this for me, right? In fact, a couple of years back, I hit rock bottom. I was completely crushed. I almost fell into depression. And here's what most people don't know. It wasn't even my bad trade, right? One of my clients, right, had over leverage and racked up $740,000 in losses. And as a reminder, I was legally liable to cover his debt. And this happened like 3 months before my first child was born. Imagine that, right? Expecting your first baby, and suddenly you are saddled with a mountain of debt that you didn't even create. Every month I was like paying $3,000 a month in interest, right? Not even to reduce the debt, right? But just to cover the interest on someone else's losses. I felt crushed. I was like a zombie. I didn't want to go to work. I didn't want to do anything. I was looking at the floor every day in my room, right? I had no clue how I could ever repay it. And after a few months of living like that, I knew that I couldn't continue, all right? I had two choices. File for bankruptcy and give up, just like the client did, or fight back with everything I had. All right? I would say it was the hardest decision of my life. I prayed, talked to my family about it, and finally, I decided to fight, right, together with my wife. But even then, I couldn't do it alone. My parents mortgaged their house and wrote me a check of $480,000. And that moment was both, I would say, the most painful and the most motivating day of my life. Because I knew that if I took their help, there was no way I could fail them. All right? I promised them that if I can't pay back in less than 3 years, I would sell my flat, because it was within the whole MOP period then. There was no plan B anymore, right? Only one direction to go. Forward. And from that day on, I just want to go. Pay back the debt as fast as I could. Every morning I woke up and I asked myself, what can I do that can help me clear this debt faster? And I worked harder than I ever thought possible, right? Late nights, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., day after day, testing and refining my strategy, finding ways to add massive value to clients, right? So that they'll stay with me and they'll trust me more. It wasn't easy, right? But with my newborn son and my family depending on me, I refused to quit. And after more than 2 years of grinding day and night, every single trade, every single meeting, every late night, it all added up. And I finally cleared close to $500,000 of debt. And the best part, I didn't have to sell my house. My family was still intact. And I could finally breathe again. That would be probably one of the most emotional breakthroughs of my life. Because here's the truth, right? It wasn't luck. It wasn't some magic trick as well, right? It was about a choice that I made every single day to fight back. And that same system that I built for survival eventually became what I call the one good trend in the Business Times. And when the article went live, I was blown away by the response, encouraged and inspired by it. And that's when I realized that this journey wasn't just about trading. It was about resilience, about pushing forward one day at a time, never giving up, showing gratitude, no matter how tough life gets. And that's the same spirit, guys, that I want to share with all of you here today, right? And I hope that you guys know me a little bit better, all right? Type B for better, guys, if you know me a bit better. Type I for inspired, if you felt a little bit inspired as well. Let me know. I for inspired, B for better, right? If you felt a bit inspired, let me know. Let's see. Inspired. Well, thank you so much. ZS, Michael, Jared, Alan, Janet, Selston, Joseph, BI. Wow. Guys, really thank you so much for engaging, right? So that, you know, it doesn't seem like I'm talking to myself for the next 6 hours, right? Cool. Michael, Adis, Chiseng, Lawrence. Awesome. All right, so now that's the personal side. Here's the practical side. Out of that experience, right, I built a simple rule-based way to trade that I now call the one good trade. In short, 1GT, whereby one high probability trade beats 100 random trades. Whereby we buy into strength, not cheap. We follow rules, clear entries, exits, and clear risks. And everything in the 1GT runs through 3 stages. The mindset, the setup, and the execution. And let's start with what we call the core belief, right, that keeps us on the right side of the market, because if we get this wrong, no tools or strategies can save us. Now, let me go to connect the dots for you, right, as to why most traders lose. So after clawing my way back, I realized the truth is that, you know, most traders don't fail because they are not smart, right? They fail because they are using the wrong approach. Think about it. They chase stocks because they're cheap, right? They jump in and out, reacting to every little bounce. Or worse, they rely on gut feel, right? Random indicators, or what's trending on Telegram, right? No wonder most people ride what we call an emotional roller coaster, right? Winning small and losing big and never knowing why. But what if, right? What if instead of chasing everything, right, you had a simple, repeatable system that guides you to sieve out the top 1% of stocks and tells you when to enter and exit. That's the shift that I made, right? And that's what I'm going to share with you guys today. And this brings me to breakthrough number 1. The silent trap that wipes out most traders, right, before they even realize it. And the counterintuitive shift that flips the odds in your favor. So breakthrough number 1, guys, essentially is about this silent trap that most traders fall into, right? Quick question. How many of you like to what we call average down, right? Type A for average down, if you like to average down, that means when you buy, all right, it goes down, you buy a bit more so you can lower down your cost price, all right, lower down your cost price. It is easier to get out, right? Type A for average down, guys. If you're one of those who like to average down, nothing wrong, right? So you go down, you buy a bit more, all right? Let me know. Janet, A, average down, yes. Let's see. A, Cheryl, Michael, average. Timothy, VS, Pauline, average. Awesome, right? A lot of people like to average down, right? Now, in my experience as a broker, I realized that most people, right, probably more than 70-80% of people, right, they like to average down. That means they buy more when it's cheaper, right? Because they think that buying low is smart, right? I mean, you heard people saying, right, buy low, sell high, right? So buy low is good, right? Not really, not really. For example, look at this stock right over here, right? This stock used to be about $2.60. And it has dropped from $2.60 to $2.50 to $2, $2.20. Now it's what? $1.18, right? Dropped by 50%, right? Almost half price, more than half price in fact. It's a bargain, right? Time to buy, right? Well, here's the reality, right? Cheap often gets cheaper, right? It has sold off by another 85% in 1 year, all right? And when you buy into weakness, guys, you're essentially fighting against the trend, right? The odds are stacked against you. Right? Now, here's the counterintuitive shift that flips the odds in your favor. Well, the best traders don't try to pick bottoms. They don't buy just because something is cheap. Instead, they ride into strength. They buy stocks that's already proving themselves in an uptrend. Does it make sense? I know that is uncomfortable at first because prices are more expensive, right? But that is the exact shift that separates consistent winners from constant losers. Does it make sense? And when you put them side by side, well, the choice becomes clear. On the left, you have what we call the cheap trend, right? It looks tempting, right? But it bleeds you out. On the right, you have the strong trend, right? It may look expensive, right? But it has the momentum to keep going. So that's the number one reason, right, why most people fail in the market, because most people, as I say, they have what we call the complete opposite mindset, or the belief is wrong. Why? Because when the stock is strong, right over here, you know what? They buy, they sell, they make a few $100s, and they're afraid to get in again. And the price go up, they do nothing. Right? And on the other hand, this side right over here, right? Go down, they buy. Right? Cheap ma, right? Buy some more. Go down, they buy some more. Go down, buy some more. Go down, buy, until it is bye-bye. How to make money like that? Right? Type F for follow, guys, if you're following me so far regarding the core belief. Type F for follow. Let me know. Beefy, thank you so much. GD, Jesse, Ray, Hing, Simon, cool, Timothy Fu, all right. And that is pretty much, guys, the first core belief of the One Good Trend Secrets framework, right? And once you internalize these, guys, you'll never look at the chart or the market or any stocks the same way again. Now, here's Samuel, who has implemented my One Good Trend core belief. And he not only found more confidence, but also more clarity on when to get in and out. Let's hear what Samuel has to say.
and
no
to
sound.
gain from what it's going to teach you.
Let me try again. Okay, guys, I think maybe there's some technical error, but no worries. Let me just go to play it again, right? Yeah, sometimes, guys, this is live, right? This is live. You know, things can happen, right? Apologies if anything screw up somewhere, but we'll deal with it, right? No sound. Let's make the sound come back. Team, ready? All right, let's go, right? So let's take a look at what Samuel has to say right now. Let's go.
Yes, of course. Now I'm more confident, and the clarity is there, because I will pick and choose the counter that is sort of like guided. Then I'll look at the trend myself and make the decision myself whether to enter the trade or not enter the trade. Joey's experience is knowledgeable, so I think it's priceless to tap on his knowledge and to gain from what he's going to teach you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. All right, good now, Sadie. Thanks for just giving me the feedback, guys. So I know that if certain things are not working well. All right, thank you so much. Joseph, Benny, Ken already, good now, Lily. Thank you so much, right? So that's Samuel, guys, who started out without any strategy, no idea when to buy and sell. But once he mastered the 1GT core belief, now he's being able to be guided, right, on when to catch the reversal, pick and choose the right counter, right, and ride the next massive move. Now that we've covered, guys, the core belief or the right mindset, let me go to tie everything together for you, right? And what I'm about to review to you guys is the exact framework that I built after my $740,000 setback. This is the same framework that not only rebuilt my life, but has guided thousands of traders to consistent results. Essentially, it isn't theory. It's battle tested. Let's focus on the 7-step checklist right over here. Now, every single step comes from real-world application, refined through years of trading, broking, and helping clients avoid the same mistakes that I made. At first glance, it might look like a lot, right? 7 steps, right? But don't worry, right? Because I'll walk you through each briefly with real-life case studies example. There'll be a live demo as well later. And you'll just see how logical and straightforward it really is. And here's the thing, guys. These 7 steps aren't just random rules. They'll give you the clarity so that you don't have to stare at charts with confusion and wondering what to do. It gives you the confidence so you know exactly what to do. And next, it gives you what we call the consistency. All right? Because once you have a proven checklist, you avoid the guesswork, the overwhelm, the overthinking. All right? And here's the best part, guys, right? Later, I'll show you guys about the One Good Trend Pro Indicator, the tool that I've been using, all right, that just makes things so much more systematic. It does all the heavy lifting for you, and you guys will be able to see it live in action as well. Cool? So if you're excited, guys, to see how these 7 steps actually work, just type a 7, guys. Type a 7 in chat. Let me know if you're ready to learn or discover this 7-step checklist. Let me know. Type 7 in chat. Seven, Tina, 7, Sebastian, Will to Win, Timothy, David, John, Alan, Dave. Awesome. All right. Kevin, 7. Wow, lots of 7. Right. I'm trying to catch your names. Okay. Now, this brings us to breakthrough number 2. How to spot a trend before the crowd piles in. And the unusual tool I built that flashes the exact moment to get in and out. So what I will do is that before we take a look at the One Good Trend Pro Indicator, let me share with you guys quickly about the framework behind it so that later when we look at live case studies, you have a better understanding, all right? And let's dive into the very first step of today's checklist. And that essentially is the long-term trend must be up, right? Do me a favor, guys, just type a L for long, because we are talking about the long later. There's another one. I don't want you to mix up. So type a L for long right now before we talk about the first step of the checklist, long-term trend. Let me know. L for long. All right, there we go. Selston, John, Esther, very good. So in the core belief, guys, we talk about buying into strength, right? Not cheap, then go down, we buy. No, right? We buy into strength. We buy into a stock that's proven itself in an uptrend, strong. Yeah, it might be a bit more expensive, right? So how do we do it, right? How do we know whether a stock is in the uptrend or downtrend in the longer term? Now, essentially, you can see that on the slides we have this diagram that goes like that. It swings up and down. That's what most markets and stocks do, right? We can pull out what we call the 100 days simple moving average. And that's a red line for it, right? Next, we can pull out what we call the 200 days simple moving average. So now you see two lines, right? Red and the blue line. So some of you might ask me, okay, Joey, how do you tell whether the long-term trend is up or down? So very simple, right? On the left, whereby the red or the 100 days moving average line is below the blue line. So red below the blue and both pointing down. Not good, all right? We are in a downtrend, right? You want to buy, you go ahead, all right? I think for me, it's one, right? However, if you see a bullish crossover, like you see over here, right over here, whereby the 100 days moving average line crosses above the 200 days moving average line, right? And both lines starts to point out, then we would have turned into an uptrend in the longer term, all right? Or there are signs of a reversal. You see what I'm saying so far? All right? And that's where you want to think about getting in to position yourself to ride the reversal. Let's take a look at this chart right over here. Now, once the 100 days moving average, the red line, crosses above the 200 days moving average blue line, right? And both start to angle upwards. Well, the move didn't just last days. It lasted months, right? And that's the real power of riding a trend, right? You don't need to catch every single wiggle, every single bounce. You just need to stay aligned with the tide, with the trend. Does it make sense? Another stock, right, whereby you can see that the long-term trend, obviously, is down. Why? Well, it's quite clearly you can see that now we have a bearish crossover, whereby the 100 days moving average rate line actually crosses down below the blue line, right? And both of these two lines starts to point down, right? And what happens? It heads down, down, and down. So we never want to buy a stock that is in a long-term downtrend because we don't like stocks that are just getting cheaper every other day. I mean, we talk about the core belief, right? Now, okay? Now, this is just the foundation, guys, all right? This is just one part of the entire full checklist, right? Full checklist that I've documented in my brand new book right over here called One Good Trend Secrets. All right, and later I'll show you guys how to get a signed copy. Yes, all of you will get a signed copy if you actually secure the book today. All right, I'll share more later. Cool? All right, now that brings us to step number 2. The short-term trend. Now, do me a favor, type a S for short, because now we are looking at another one, right? That's now it's long, now it's short. Type S for short, guys, before we talk about this thing called the short-term trend. Let me know. All right, I know there are some questions along the way, right? So very good, guys. As I say, there'll be a Q&A at the end. So if you have any questions, type in the chat. That's where my team will batch it all later for Q&A, so that we don't miss anything as well. Cool? All right, S, short, let's go. So how do we know if the short-term trend is up or down? Right? I mean, we talked about the red and blue line, so I think that one you all know already, okay, Ken? But what about the short-term trend? Well, essentially, we can pull out another line, all right, and that will be what we call the green 20 days moving average line. So there are 3 lines right now on the chart, right? So you might be thinking, okay, Joey, I see a green line, but then how to tell? Well, very simple, right? When the green line is pointing down, I would say that the short-term trend is down. When the green line is pointing up, it means the short-term trend is up. Right? So even though the long-term trend is up, the short-term trend can be down also. Look at it, the green line can be down, right? So quick question, guys. Let me ask you a question, right? Let's say if the long-term trend is up, right? Like what we're saying, like long-term trend up, no problem, good, okay? But the short-term trend is down, right? Because the green line is down. Should we buy or should we wait? Type in the chat, guys. W for wait, B for buy, right? What do you guys think? Wait or buy, right? So long-term trend is up, no problem, but the short-term trend is down, green line down. Buy or wait? What do you guys think? Tina, wait. Alvin, wait, buy, wait, buy. All right, Selston, buy. Lillian, Kenny, thank you so much for just participating. Some wait, some buy. Okay, mostly wait, some buy. All right, let's see. Elric, wait. Benny, sell. All right, got one S there, some more. Francis, wait. Okay, very good, guys. Well, the answer for me is very simple, right? I would prefer if both of them are aligned, right? That means not just the long-term trend is up, but the short-term trend also up, right? Why? Because the short-term trend can be down. It could be 1 week, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 1 month, it could be 3 months, right? Why do you want to get in when, one up, one down, right? Why not get in when both are up? Does it make sense? All right? And that is exactly what we see right over here when both of them are up, whereby both the longer term trend and the short term trends are aligned. Does it make sense? Now, you can see that the long term trend is up for this case study right over here. However, quite clearly, the short term trend is down. I mean, look at the green line. The green line, 20 days moving average, is down. All right, no go. Why? Because you can see that the green line can be down for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I mean, you could get in and then you might get stuck, right? Why not wait for that reversal right over here whereby the green 20 days moving average line actually reverses back up, right? And that is where it is a go. We put a tick. We get the confirmation whereby now not only is the longer term trend, the short term trend is also. Does it make sense so far? Now, here's your action plan, right? What you want to do tonight is that you want to open up your watch list, all right? Your stocks, any asset classes, and do a check, right? If the 100 days moving average, like what I taught, is above the 200 days moving average, well, good, keep the stock, right? If not, then throw it out. Next, is the short-term trends also pointing up, right? These 2 steps alone, guys, can save you thousands of dollars. And here's the best part, guys, right? In my book, I actually break it all down with real-life stocks, real-life case studies, all in this book, right? And of course, in the Bootcamp, right, which I'll share later as well, that's where we actually drill it live with our students, right? And using my One Good Trend Pro indicator, as I say later, that's where we do some live case studies. We can actually turn this on in less than 2 seconds, all right? Just to get that 2 confirmations, all right, out of the entire 7-step checklist. All right, I'll share more with you in a bit. All right, and that brings us to step number 3, right? Above the horizontal support level, right? Just type a HS, guys. Type a HS for horizontal support right over here. HS. Before we talk about this step number 3 called horizontal support. Let me know. Type HS for horizontal support. All right. Cool. HS, HS, HS. So what is a horizontal support level? Well, essentially, when we talk about a stock that is in an uptrend, a stock will not go up every single day and up, right? If that happens, you want to be careful. Most of the time, more than 70% of the time, a stock will be in what we call consolidation. Right? It means it starts to move sideways, up, down, up, down. And when it consolidates, that's where we have what we call a horizontal resistance level. That's a red line as you see right over here, right? The red line, right? It's a horizontal resistance, right? It's like a ceiling. Every time you go up, come back down. You throw a ball, come back down. Throw a ball, come back down. Every time we near it, come back down. Touch only, come back down. A lot of sellers over there. Very hard to cross above that horizontal resistance. all right? And at the bottom, we have what we call a horizontal line that connects the lows. And that will be what we call the horizontal support, right? Every time we near it, it rebound. Go near it, rebound. Near it, rebound. There's a lot of bargain hunting over there, all right? So as it consolidates in an uptrend, there are pretty much two zones that we want to think about entry in an uptrend, right? And the very first zone will be right over here called the horizontal support zones, right? Whereby we want to try to time our entry near a horizontal support. Why? Because that's where it has rebounded over the past few 5, 6 times. There's a higher winning probability just by getting in there. Does it make sense? Right? Next, the next zone will be slightly more aggressive, and that is if we were to break what we call the horizontal resistance level, whereby it might be a bit more expensive, but that's where we could also see a lot of upside momentum. As we'll discover later in some of the stocks, right? Pam, it starts to move up a lot. Right? So two zones that you want to think about getting in an uptrend, right? The horizontal support and a break of the horizontal resistance level right over here. Cool? Now let's move to step number 4, right? The trailing support, right? Just type a TS, right? Type a TS for trailing support before we talk about this trailing support. Slightly different, all right? Type TS in the chat, let me know. All right, TS, 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 awesome. Cool, right? Oh, see a lot of chat messages, right? Good morning, Thomas. Hi, yes. TS, TS. Hi, Jolene, John, Ivan, 𝐒𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐞𝐭𝐬 King Tong as well, Harry. All right, and just show me some love, right? Hit the heart shape button somewhere. I think there should be a heart shape button, right? I'm not really good at all these things, right? Like and share as well if you can do it, right? That will help me to reach out to more people. Cool. Okay, now we talk about the horizontal support level just now, right? And that is where essentially we can go ahead to pull out right over here in the diagram. And that connects the lows, all right? Connects the lows. So you can see in an uptrend, the horizontal support actually gets higher and higher, all right? And this horizontal support, whereby we can time our entry, becomes higher and higher as well, right? So this horizontal support pretty much is just a line that connects the lows. Nothing wrong, right? Good stuff, okay? However, I want to talk about this thing called the trailing support level right over here. And the trailing support is kind of like what we call a safety harness, right? When you're doing what we call rock climbing, all right? As long as you're above it, you can keep climbing with confidence, right? It's like having what we call a safety net beneath you while you ride the tread. Does it make sense? All right? As long as the price respect it, you stay in the game, right? So you see in my diagram right over here, right? We have a trailing support, right? That follows the stock as it moves up, right over here, right? In fact, yeah, right here, right? So it gives the stock the breathing room to move up, right? It goes up, it follow, up, follow, right? So it accounts for what we call the volatility of the stock, right? It doesn't follow too closely, It gives it some space to breathe. It accounts for any natural pullbacks. So as long as you are above the trailing support line, we're good to go, right? Because I've given it the space to be above it. However, one fine day, if we were to go below the trailing support, I mean, we give you space, you should be above if you are good, But if you go below the trailing support level, that is where potentially we will have what we call a bearish 1GT signal. We could see some heavy selling pressure coming back. It doesn't mean it's going to crash, but that is just one confirmation whereby we are actually seeing some selling. You might want to just have a plan to get out or reduce some exposure. Does it make sense, Mark? Right? And that's where we could potentially see a retracement as well. Right? So it accounts for the volatility of the stock, right? Whereby you can see the space between the price and the trailing support level. And that brings me to the next point, whereby when do we want to get back in for a reversal after a downtrend, after a downside of a stock? Well, essentially, guys, it's not about guessing the bottom, right? It's really about waiting for the market or for the stock to show its hand, to lay its cards out. And when we look at this thing called over here, the trailing resistance, right? Just do me a favor, guys. Type a TR for trailing resistance before we talk about this thing called trailing resistance. Let me know, right? Right? TR. Very good. So essentially, guys, this trailing resistance is just the opposite, right? It follows a stock as it moves down, right? You go lower, you follow, but don't follow too close also, like you give it the space to breathe. As long as you are below it, not so good, right? We don't want to rush, right? That's where we could see more weakness, all right? But one fine day, we managed to break above the trailing resistance that has been following it down for the past few months. That could signal some signs of a reversal. We would trigger what we call a new 1GT bullish signal, like what we see over here. All right? And what if apart from this confirmation, right, we have another confirmation whereby now we also see the 20 days moving average line. Remember the green line we talked about, right? The short-term trend, that one, right? We see the green 20 days moving average line also starting to point up as another confirmation. Right? That is where we have more reason, right, to ride the reversal of a stock, right? Type C, guys, type C for confirmation. You can see that is another confirmation. Let me know, type C for confirmation, you can see, right, whereby we not only got a 1GT bullish signal coming out, but now we got also the short-term trend also turning up. Is it another confirmation? C, right. So guys, later when we do a live demo, right, I'll show you guys how we can turn this on in less than 2 seconds, right? So that there's no second guessing, no clutter, no overthinking, no overwhelm. Just pure clarity, all right? And when you wait for these confirmations, suddenly, you're no longer guessing, all right? You're trading with what we call precision. And using my One Good Trend Pro indicator, right, we can pull out the trailing support and resistance in less than 2 seconds. That's what we'll do later, right? But let's take a look at these slides on the chart. And to get this added confirmation, let's see, right, are we above the trailing support, whereby you know it's following it as it moves up? Are we below the trailing resistance level? Right, just to get the added confirmation. And apart from this, right, with a click of a button, that is where it comes out, right? The trailing support and resistance. And also, we are able to turn on not only that, but the bullish and bearish signals, just to get that more confirmation, like you see over here. And for me, guys, trading is about keeping things simple, right? It's about keeping things systematic and a repeatable process, right? It's not about ending some random indicators and over complicating things, right? And this is one of the core principles of the 1GT framework in the book right over here, right? Not to overcomplicate stuff, but to follow a proven, repeatable process. All right, let's do a quick recap, guys, so it's crystal clear, all right? Step number 1, we establish the long-term trend, right? Remember, we look at the 100 days moving average, the red line and the blue line, right? Step number 2, we confirm the short-term trend, right? Using what we call the green 20 days moving average line. And number 3 is this, right? We identify zones, all right? Entry zones, whereby the price is above the horizontal support level. And that gives us a higher odds of winning. Finally, step number 4, we spot high probability zones, all right, near a trailing support, a TS, right, trailing support, especially if we get some new bullish signals being triggered. All right, these 4 steps alone, guys, already can give you a huge edge, right, because you're filtering out the noise and you're focusing on where the real strength really is. But here's the thing, right, the full 1GT framework actually has 7 steps, right? You typed 7 in the chat just now, right? And I've already shown you guys the first 4, right? And there are actually 3 more critical steps that ties everything together, right? And they're the ones that most traders completely overlook. Now, I can't possibly break all of that down today, right, without overwhelming you, all right? But what I've done is I've documented every single step of the checklist, break it all down for you, right? Live case studies, examples, inside my brand new book right over here called One Good Trend Secrets, right? So if you're curious about the complete checklist, make sure you stick with me all the way to the end because I'll show you exactly how you can get a signed copy of One GT Secrets, right? And of course, for those of you who want to shortcut your learning curve, right? You want to move even faster, I'll show you, about the bootcamp as well that we have so that we actually dive into every step of the checklist live, in detail. And by the way, guys, quick reminder, right? Don't forget what I said earlier, right? There's a surprise waiting at the end of today's session, and I promise, guys, that is something that I've never given away before, right? So for those of you who stay to the end, I promise you'll love it, right? So stick with me, right? You'll be glad that you did. Okay, let me dive deeper, guys, into the One Good Trend Pro indicator now that all of you have a better understanding of the entire One GT framework, right? So later we'll do some hands-on on the stocks that you guys are asking about as well. Okay, so next, how do we know when to get in and get out, right? Without overthinking, without our emotions, our mindset affecting us in the market? Well, essentially, guys, the short answer is that not only do we have the framework, we have these 2. I call it the One Good Trend Pro indicator, right? Whereby in a matter of seconds, right, we're able to pull out any stocks, any asset classes, right? Not just stocks. So just to be clear, right, my forte is in stocks. I've been doing stocks for the past 15 over years. Singapore stocks, US stocks, Hong Kong stocks, that's my forte. But just to be clear, right, this One GT Pro indicator, we can pull it out on any asset classes, right? Crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, yes, all right? Gold, yes. Markets, yes. Any asset classes in seconds, right? And get an opinion in seconds. So after years of backtesting, refining, tweaking along the way, I literally spent more than $30,000 developing this from scratch, refining it along the years, right? I would say that this indicator just makes it so much more systematic, not just for me, but for my graduates as well. Now, why do I use this tool only, right? The One GT Pro indicator only and nothing else? Well, essentially, it eliminates the guesswork, all right? So there's clear bullish and bearish signals that guides you. It tracks the long and the short-term trend in seconds. There's trailing support and resistance that's built in, like what we talk about, right? Matter of seconds, you get the added confirmations. You can access it on the go, all right? On the mobile app, right? Even you're outside on the go, you can still take a look at the bullish and bearish signals, right? And it works on Singapore, US, Hong Kong stocks, and not just stocks, I say any asset classes, even crypto, maybe you can take a look at it as well later, right? We can set alerts so that you'll never miss a signal, right? So all these things, as I say, right? You can type the name of any stock, you get an opinion in seconds. Or you can also set an alert such that if there are any signals coming out on that asset class, on that stock that you're looking at, you can be alerted by an email, an app notification, or even a pop-up. Let me show you guys some of the signals that we've gotten on this stock called DBS, right? So these are all real-life signals, maybe a few minutes delay, right? But here it goes, right? Just last year in February 2024, DBS, I think all of you know DBS, right? We got some bullish signals coming out. You can see the green 20 days moving average line was pointing up. Long-term trend obviously up as well. There we go. We got some bearish signals in July last year, and we started to sell down a little bit. And that would be what we call a 27.6% gain in 5 months. You get in, you get alerted, you get out when you see a bearish signal. Went down, we got a new bullish signal, right? August last year, pump, bearish signal, it went down. Another 2 more bullish signals as well coming out, all the way up, and that would be a 29.3% gain in 4 months. All right? And somewhere around like April, right, we got the Trump introducing what we call tariffs, right, reciprocal tariffs, whereby many of the stocks in Singapore, and the US got hit as well. So we got a bearish signal before that. You can see it started to hit down, down, down. And what happened? A new 1 GT bullish signal actually triggered. 23rd April 2025. Right, firstly, you can see that the green 20 days moving average line started to turn up as another confirmation. And there we go. Another bullish signal came out, went up even faster, all the way up. Finally, over the past month, got a new bearish signal. Right? And just that move over the past 5 months, 25.6% gain in 4 months. Right? This isn't hindsight. These were the signals that me and my graduates, right, were alerted to that enabled us to ride the trend, right, the upside. And that's the power, guys, of following the one good trend with clarity, right? No chasing, no second guessing, no overthinking. Just following the system, getting the confirmations that you need, getting in and getting out when you need to. Next case study, Alphabet, right? Last year, March 2024, well, we got a 1 GT bullish signal. Previously, we got some bearish signal, right? So bullish signal came out, another bullish signal, well, a bearish one. So when you see a bearish signal, a red color one, then please don't rush to get in now, right? Wait for it, be patient, right? Maybe get out, take some profit, right? But we got a bearish signal. What happens? It starts coming down. And based on the bullish signals and the move up, that will be a 31.3% gain in 4 months, all right? And it starts coming down, down, down. All right, wait for it, be patient. What happens? A new bullish signal came in September 2024, right? 3 more bullish signals came in, all the way up, 7th Feb just this year. That's where we started to sell down when we got a bearish signal. And that was February, right? In April, in March, that's where Trump, kind of like moved towards the tariffs and stuff. Right? That was even in February, we got a bearish signal, right? So you got out, take some profit, that would be like a 19.5% gain in 3 months, right? And there we go, down, 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 right? Wait for it, you don't want to rush. Right? Wait for the market or the stock to show its hand. What happened? It came somewhere around May, 2nd of May 2025. We got a new 1 GT bullish signal as a confirmation. The short-term trend turned up. Look at the green line. Another bullish signal, and there we go, right? 63.1% gain in 4 months and counting. Right? How many of you here would like to catch moves like this, right? With this level of clarity? Right? Type trend in the chat, guys. If that's you, if you'd like to catch moves like this with this level of clarity, type trend in the chat. Let me know, type trend in chat. All right, trend, right? Cheryl, Catherine, Lawrence, Tina, Trent, Esther, Ivan, Sherry, Ricky, Victor, awesome. Cool. Okay, let's take a look at another case study, right? Ethereum, as I say, guys, right? It doesn't just work on stocks, right? Even though my forte is in stocks, but it works on any asset classes, right? Gold, Bitcoin, this, Ethereum, it doesn't matter, right? Any asset classes. You follow, you get the right confirmations, okay? Let's take a look at this case study, right? Ethereum. Well, we got some bearish signals last year, started to trade down. Bullish signals started to come back 7 November 2024. All right, what happens? All the way up December last year, we got a bearish signal. So when you see a bearish signal, then, get out lah. Don't hold all the way down, right? What happens? 43.1% gain in 2 months, right? And what happens after the bearish signal? Well, we got 2 more bearish signals. Imagine if you're just holding all the way down, then I would say good luck to you lah. All right, and what happens? It started to go down, down, down by another 56.6% in 4 months. Right? So you don't want to rush when you see a bearish signal, especially with all these confirmations coming in, saying that the stock can hit down. Right? You get out first, you take your profit, and you wait for the reversal signal to come back. Does it make sense, All right, and when would that come? Well, that would be when we got a bullish signal coming out. The short-term trend started to turn up. Right, we got a couple of bullish signals coming out since May, June, July. Finally, past 1 month, we got a bearish 1 GT signal. All right, and that would be a 112.5% gain in 5 months. Not 5 years, 5 months. Right? How many of you will be okay with a 112% gain in 5 months? Type 112, guys. Type 112 in the chat if you're okay with a 112% gain in 5 months, right? Type 112 in the chat, let me know. 112, 112, 112. Awesome. All right. I mean, I'm crazy as well. 112, in fact, more than 50, 60%, very good. 112%. Okay, now let's go ahead to do a live demo, guys, of the 1GT Pro indicator, right? So we have done some of the case studies as well. Now we're going to do live, all right? And very simple. We'll cover what we call the Singapore market right now, right? Just type in the chat, guys, some of the Singapore stocks that you want a quick opinion on. Let me go ahead to pull out live the 1GT Pro indicator. Maybe pick about 2 Singapore stocks, and then we go into the US stock as well. All right, so type in the chat any Singapore stocks you want a quick opinion on. Let me know. All right, that's where we will go ahead to come back to my screen, and we'll see what shows on the 1GT Pro indicator. All right, let's go. Singapore stocks, any Singapore stocks you want, right? Let's go ahead, right? I'll do my best. And guys, by the way, we have a AMA, Ask Me Any Stock session at the end as well, right? So in case I cannot cover all the stocks, my apologies, right? That's where we will have time later as well. So I'll do my best to just pick 1 or 2 just to share with you guys a little bit on how it works. Cool? All right? Okay, wow, so many. Joy Energy, 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬, oh my God. Centurion, OCBC, please, Sheng Siong, wow. Oh my God. So many. I do my best, guys. Right? Okay, let me just pick 2, or maybe I'll just try to pick those that I feel could potentially have more upside. We could learn something from it as well. Cool? Okay, let me go ahead to just pull up my slides or my charts. There we go. All right, so let me just pick one, right? SATS, Food Empire, OCBC, 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial, right? Let me just pick the first one, 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding, right? Let me just go find 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial. Okay, let me just go to my watch here. I think I have this stock in my watch. 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding. Where is it? Right over here. All right, there we have it, right? 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding. Who is asking about it, right? Okay, guys, I probably cannot call your name. It's like hidden all the way up, all right? So this is 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding. The code is YF8, YF8 right over here. Price is $1.04. In fact, this was one of the stocks that I shared with our clients, my clients in Philips Securities. We had some really good bullish signals coming out, but this is a blank chart. You can see, right? We have the One Good Trend Pro indicator right over here. So I've turned on the moving averages. You can see it, right? Pump, right? So now I've turned it off. You can see that the chart is pretty much a blank chart, right? And that's what most people actually see. But right now, of course, we can turn on the moving averages, green line, red line, the blue line, and what happens, all right? That's where we can have a pretty good understanding of the trend of the stock. So I think quite clearly, you can see that the long-term trend of 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding is pretty good. I mean, look at the red and blue line, right? We learned about that, right? Quite okay, no problem. What about the short-term trend? Just do me a favor, guys. Just type in the chat. What do you guys think about the short-term trend for 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬 Financial Holding? The short-term trend, up or down? U for up, D for down, right? So long-term trend, no problem, right? But the short-term trend, is it up or is it down? Let me know. Type in the chat. Let's go ahead to find that out together, right? Up or down? David, down. John, down. Right, very good. I think all of you are paying attention, right? So quite clearly, why is it down? I mean, if you asked me last month, I would say it's up. Look at the green line. It's like up, right? But over the past, like 1 over week, well, unfortunately, we have seen some signs of the green line that is going up started to turn down. Does it make sense so far? All right, so short-term trend is a bit down, all right? So that will be one confirmation whereby you might want to wait, right? Even though the long-term trend is up. Let's go to turn on what we call the bullish and bearish signals from the 1GT Pro indicator. So right over here, the very first box right at the top, and that will be the buy and sell signals, right? Pam, there we go. Wow. Okay. So I'll not go too far. Okay, maybe let me just look at what has happened over the past like 1 over years. You can see that previously we got a bullish 1GT signal coming out in September last year. All the way up, I would say that would be we got a bearish signal, right? 94% in about 5-6 months. Cool? All right, we got a bearish signal, and then what? Started to move sideways. Look at it, right? The short-term trend, the green line started to flatten out. And then what happens? We got 2 1 GT bullish signal. So after 94% gain, I think get out, take some profit. I mean 94%, right? Okay, right? Wait for the market to show its hand, right? Wait for the stock to come out new bullish signals first and other confirmations. We got the first bullish signal, the second 1 GT bullish signal, and what happens? The green line that was going flat started to turn up. All the way until past 1 week started to turn down. All right? And how many percent would that? I think that would be from here to 44%, right? 44% about 3 months. Now, let me know, guys, if you can see what is happening right now. Should we buy this stock right now, right? This type B for buy, W for wait right now, guys. I mean, in fact, this is 1 GT bearish signal just came out on Friday, yesterday, right? This came out, right? Let me know, guys, what do you guys think we should do right now? Buy or wait? W for wait, B for buy, right? Lawrence, wait. Francis, Esther, wait. Carrie, Queenie, Victor, wait first, huh? All right, I think all of you can see. I mean, why you want to buy? I mean, even though the long-term trend is okay, I mean, yeah, no problem, but the short-term trend is down, right? Then, yesterday we got a bearish signal. Why you want to buy? I mean, right? So, and I think, I mean, it's good to get out and take some profit. I mean, after a 44%, it's good to get out. Does it make sense, Papa? All right, and wait for a re-entry, maybe when we see a new bullish signal, right? So maybe what we could see is that, that there could be a support coming out maybe around $1, right? Maybe around that 90 cents, nobody knows. Maybe around that 80 cents, nobody knows. So why not wait for it to go down until the short-term trend start to flatten out, reverses back up. And then you think about getting in again, especially if you see a new 1 GT bullish signal, like over here, right? I mean, you can take this and paste it over here or here. That will be another confirmation of that reversal. That's me just about. But right now, I mean, we got a 1 GT bearish signal coming out yesterday, right? After about 4 months, right? And let me share with you guys why did this 1 GT bearish signal actually appear. We can go ahead to turn on what we call the trailing support and resistance. So you can see that in this One Good Trend Pro indicator, right, we have a couple of boxes, right? I'll not talk about all the other boxes, that is the other steps of the checklist, but since we have learned about the trailing support and resistance, let's go ahead to turn it on and see. Pam, there we go. Remember the trailing support, that one that follow, and give it the space to breathe, that one, right? Since May, June, July, we got a trailing support popping up, right? It follow up, flat, follow. And finally, guys, it seems like Friday, we have gone below the $1.09 trailing support level. And that's the reason why we got a 1 GT bearish signal as another confirmation of potentially more weakness. You see what I'm saying so far? All right, so, I mean, for the past 5 months, we've been following up. We give it the space to breathe. It should be good, if you're above. But now you use up all the space and you go below it, right? So, I mean, it just looks a bit weaker. So I think all of you type wait, right? I think it's good that you want to be a bit more patient, right? Don't want to rush to get in, especially if you see a bearish signal. Wait for the stock to show a new 1 GT bullish signal. Then maybe think about getting in again. Does it make sense so far? All right. Okay. Let me go to cover another stock. I think one of you were asking about, let me scroll up. I think about Bumi-Tama Agri, right? Let me see. Bumi-Tama Agri. Let's go. One of the stocks I might watch this as well, right? Let me go ahead to show you right over here. Right, so let's take a look at the Singapore stocks first, guys. Later, then we look at the US stocks, right? Okay, so this is Bumi-Tama Agri. I think not too bad. I think one of the stocks that actually I got my team to send out a note to our clients in Philips Securities, all right, whereby we had a couple of bullish signals. You can see right over here, guys, but not one, not two, but we got 3 1 GT bullish signal. In fact, just over the past few weeks, we've got another 1 GT bullish signal. So I think, what do you guys think about, Bumi-Tama Agri? Is it type more up, type U for up, type B for down, guys? You think it's more up or more down? What do you guys think? Let me know. Is it more up or is it more down? U for up, D for down. Let's see, right? VS Star, up, right? Mycologies as well, David, Jared, up. Exactly, why? Because, I mean, quite clearly you can see that the long-term trend is up, right? Short-term trend, the green line obviously is pointing up. And we have some bullish signals that are still in place since June, right? So I think right now, maybe we are seeing a bit of support around the $1.20, right? 120. So we have seen a bit of weakness in the market over the past, 1 over week, right? Due to, escalation of tensions between US and China. So later I'll talk about that, but this stock seems to be holding really well. It seems like 120 is a support level, maybe all the way to $1.30. So 120 to 130, that would be what we call the range right now. But I would say that if we were to break the 130, I'm not too sure where, all right, but if we can break the 130, potentially that's where we may see the next phase of upside. Targets could be raised as well. And this was actually one of the stocks that I got my team to send out to our clients in Phillip Securities as well. So let me know, guys, how many of you are actually a client of mine in Phillip Securities? Just type a C, guys, type a C for client. If you are a client of mine in Phillip Securities, that means you have a trading account under me in Phillip Securities. Let me know, right? Just want to acknowledge and thank all of you for joining me today, all right? And thank you for your support as well. All right, type C for client if you're a client of mine in Phillip Securities. Cheryl, thank you so much. Josephine, Michael, a lot of clients over here, right? I think some of you might be just joining us from YouTube or client. Awesome. All right, so if you're not yet a client of mine in Phillip Securities, right? So that's where, as I say, right, on a daily basis, we do send out some of those ideas, right? Top Singapore ideas, whereby, we send out a chart, bullish signals, and to our clients in Phillip Securities, and some of the private trainings as well, right? So if you're not yet a client of mine in Phillip Securities, like a lot of our clients over here, check it out, right? The link is right in the chat, right? Team, just place the link in the chat, right? And that's where find out more as to how you can become a client of mine in Phillip Securities. I'm not too sure where you're trading, right? But if you're trading, you probably need a trading account, right? So if you are trading, you have a trading account to buy and sell stocks or something, right? But you don't get any service from your own broker, right? Find out how you can become a client of mine in Phillip Securities, right? For free, at no additional cost. Yeah, you do not pay anything more, just to be 100% clear. You do not pay anything more, right? Pretty much the same as whatever you pay when you're trading. Cool, all right? So that's where you can get some of those ideas that we talked about, like Bumitama, Agri, and some other stocks much faster than the time we take, to do a video on YouTube as well. All right, so the link is right in the chat. Check it out, link in the chat. Okay, now let's go ahead to take a look at the US stocks right now. So go ahead to type in the chat, guys, on the US stocks right now in the chat. Let me know, type US stocks in the chat. Let's go ahead to maybe take a look at 1 or 2 US stocks before we move on to today's presentation. All right. Any US stocks, guys, type in the chat. Let's see what comes up. Okay. Wow, US stock. MSFT, Netflix, Timothy, AVGO, Nvidia's, US stocks, Palantir, Futu, Lululemon. Wow, guys, so many US stocks. I'll try my best, guys. As I say, later at the end, maybe the last 2 hours, that's where we've asked me any stock session, and that's where my team will join us as well, and we'll cover the stocks that you guys are asking. But right now, just want to give you guys a quick understanding of the 1GT Pro indicator and how it works, just to apply whatever we have learned just now. All right, okay, so lots of US stocks. Let me just pick and choose one, all right? Okay. Let's do maybe AVGO, Doreen, AVGO, Broadcom. I think Broadcom, one of the stocks that has been in our watch list over the past few months as well. But before I talk about these guys, does this sound like what you're looking for? Type Y for yes, guys, if this sounds like what you're looking for. Let me know if this sounds like what you're looking for, whereby you could type the name of any stocks, any asset classes, you get an opinion in seconds, all right, whether to buy or to sell. Type yes if this sounds like what you're looking for. Let me know. Right, yes, awesome. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, and that would be Broadcom, AVGO. I think like 2-3 of you asking about Broadcom, right? Let me just pick this stock right here. You can see that I've already turned on the 1GT Pro indicator in terms of the bullish and the bearish signal right over here, right? You can see, there we go, turn it off, let's go turn it on, pam. So apart from the 3 moving averages, now we have what we call the bullish and bearish signal. So I'll not go too far, but you can see for yourself, guys. Since like December, we got 2 1GT bullish signal, all the way up somewhere around like January, February, we got 2 bearish signals, right? Not 1 but 2. You can see the green 20 days moving average line also started to turn down. You want to buy or not? Right? Of course, don't buy lah, right? There we go, right? Down, right? Wait for it, be patient, right? Be patient, wait for the stock to show signs of a reversal, right? Did it come? Well, it did, right? It seems like on the on the 9th of April, right? 9th of April, we got the first 1GT bullish signal, right? The green 20 days moving average line that was going down for the past 2 months started to turn up. Up, flat, up. Now is about flat. Does it make sense? All right, and we got 2 new bullish signal coming out as well somewhere in June and July before it went up even more, right? And I mean, just based on these bullish signals, guys, I mean, how many percent would that be, right? From here all the way to here, 94% in about 7 months, all right? How many of you are okay with 94% in 7 months? Type 94, guys, in the chat if you're okay with 94% gain in like 7 months. Type 94 in the chat, let me know, right? This is Broadcom, so I think not too bad, right? We got bullish signals in play, started to push up since April, May. Short-term trend, maybe sideways for now. Taking a bit of a breather. Long-term trend is up. Look at the red and blue line. Maybe you could turn on the trailing support to see what it says as another confirmation. All right, are we above the trailing support? Well, it seems like we're still above the trailing support since April, right? It follows up flat, follow. From 138, follow until now is $313, right? Follow, but don't follow too close. You give it the space to breathe. Right, you account for the volatility of a stock. And there we go. Are we still above it? Well, luckily still above it. So still looks good, right? You have given it the space. As long as you're above it, well, you can continue to ride the uptrend. And we have been above it over the past 5 months. Does it make sense so far? All right, so pretty okay. I think maybe right now we might be consolidating from 320 all the way to about, let's see, maybe about 380, maybe 380. 380 would be a little bit of a resistance level. If we can break the level, well, we may even see a new bullish signal, all right? And that's why we can be alerted as well. Okay, sorry, let me just go to share with you guys how you can be alerted. So you can see, right? We can type the name of any stocks and we can see the signals, right? So, but some of you might ask me, hey, Joey, but can you like alert me when the signal come out so that I don't need to go in and see? Well, you can, right? You can set an alert. So how do you do it? Well, right-click, add alert, all right? One Good Trend Pro, buy or sell alerts. Once per bar. Right, there we go, right? So whenever any bullish or bearish signal is coming out on 𝐒𝐿𝐺𝐲, on Broadcom, right? I can be alerted. Right? Alerted by what? Or alerted by an app notification, by an email, right? Toast notification will be a pop-up, right? So normally I just choose the pop-up. I don't want my phone to ring non-stop. So that is how you can be alerted, right? Whenever there's any bullish or bearish signal, right? Broadcom. Okay, let's go to take a look at another US stock, guys, before we move on to the presentation, right? So I hope you guys have a better understanding of the entire, 1GT Pro indicator. Let's take a look at one more US stock. I think we have like GE Aerospace, right? Let's take a look at GE Aerospace. One of the stocks that has been in my watch list over the past like few months as well. Let's take a look. GE Aerospace. I think it's one of those like industrial, defense-related kind of stocks. Not too bad. I think, guys, you want to put this in your watch list. These are stocks whereby I think we talk about the core belief, right? These are stocks whereby we want to think about adding more position scaling into the winners, right? Even though it might be more expensive, right? We got what? I mean, take a look at it yourself, right? We got the first bullish signal coming out somewhere around April. All right, there we go, all the way up. We've got a bearish signal rested for like 1 week. What happened? A new 1GT bullish signal came out, right? The long-term trend is up. A bullish signal came out. Look at the green line. The green 20 days moving average line that was up, flattened out, started to point up. And there we go, right? Flat up. I think right now it's kind of like flattening out, but still looks okay, right? Still looks okay. At least there's no bearish signal compared to the first one we covered just now was what? 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐢𝐧𝐠 Financial. That one really got a bearish signal, so that one you a bit more careful lah. Right, so this is GE Aerospace. All right, can you see yourself, guys, using the One Good Trend Pro indicator? Type Y for yes, guys. Type yes in the chat, guys. You can see yourself using it. I mean, nothing complicated. Just type the name only, right? Type Y for yes, guys. You can see yourself using the 1GT Pro indicator. Let me know. All right, yes, Tina, yes. All right, so we have done some live case studies. All right, I hope you guys have a better. Later we have more time. As I say, we have more time to do more stocks that you guys are thinking about as well. Maybe at the end we have what we call AMA, Ask Me Any Stock session. And that's where we try to cover more stocks, right? But right now, guys, I want to move back into the presentation proper and talk about the One Good Trend Secrets book that I think that's what all of you are here for. Cool? All right? Okay, let's get back to the slides right now. Now, imagine this in your hands, guys. You've seen just how we've done it. We look at the live case studies and how powerful and simple the 1GT Pro indicator really is, right? No second guessing, no overwhelm, no overthinking, just clarity, right? Now imagine, applying this framework to every stock, any asset classes that you want. You can scan every day, anything that you're looking at, any of your stocks in the watch list. And that's when, guys, trading stops becoming a gamble. Right? It starts becoming what we call a repeatable process. And this is exactly, guys, why I put everything together in my book right over here. Right? And for those of you who want to accelerate, right, you want to move even faster, right? I'll share about the bootcamp later as well, right? But let me ask you guys something right now. Can you still make money if you win 2 to 3 trades out of 10? All right, that means total of 10 trades. You only win 2 or 3, you lose about 7 or 8 trades. Overall, can still make money or not? Type in the chat, guys, what do you guys think? No, hard, very hard, it depends, maybe can, yes. What do you guys think, right? Can you still make money if you only win 2 or 3 trades out of 10 trades overall? Can you still make money? Let me know. No, yes, hard, depends, very hard. Let's see, right? Queenie, yes, 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 no. Duck, no, no, no. Hard, yes. Hard, no, no. Self-stern, yes. Depends. All right, very good. Well, the answer is actually yes, all right? If you actually let your winners ride and you cut your losers fast. Right? So one thing about the market or even the stock market, right? A lot of people are always thinking about winning, right? You win, you need to win a lot of times, correct? But actually not really, right? It's about how much you win when you win and how much you lose when you lose. Does it make sense, right? But you win $50, $100, then a bit no point, then you lose $2,000, then how can? Does it make sense, right? Like this diagram right over here, you see it, right? Whereby the weighing scale is tilted to the right, right? When you win big, right? Even if you have a few losses, right? You lose more, you can still make money in the long run. Why? Because 2 to 3 big winners can outweigh 7 to 8 small losses anytime, right? If your winners are big and your losses are small. You want to focus on stocks with a strong reward to risk ratio, and that is the key. Next, with the 1GT Pro indicator that we talked about just now, right? 90%, 112%, right? We actually allow our winners to run, to maximize our profits in an uptrend. Does it make sense so far? Right? So that losses are kept small, but if we see a bearish signal, right? It hit our stop loss, we get out, losses are kept small. But winners are huge. And that's exactly how it all adds up. That's how you get an edge in the market. It's not about win, but each time you win $20, $100, then a bit no point. All right? It's about winning more when you win and losing less when you lose. Does it make sense so far? All right? Now, how many of you want me to go ahead to maybe just share with you guys a top stock that has been in my watch list since the beginning of the year, just to maybe explain this concept a little bit more. Just type a top, TOP, type a top in the chat, guys. If you want me to share with you guys a top stock, right? And just to dive a little bit into this question right over here, right? Can you really win only if you win 2 or 3 out of 10? Type T for top, let me know, right? I want at least more than 200 of you typing top, if not we'll skip this, Right, top in the chat if you want me to share with you guys a top stock for today. Let me know. Okay, let's see, right? Top. Wow, Wilson, Janet, Anna, Chan. Okay, lots of top, right? Too many tops, I can't count, right? Okay, let me just go back to my screen just to share with you guys just maybe one stock very quickly. And let's see what it shows. Okay, like ST, let me just pull up my chart right over here. I think one of the stocks in my watch list, we have this stock called okay, so this is Singapore Technologies Engineering, right? In short, ST Engineering, right? One of the stocks that has been in my watch list since the beginning of the year. In fact, we have sent out a lot of notes to our clients in Philip Securities, right, since February, March, April, as they move up and up and up, right? So I'll talk about where we are later, right, today, but I want to zoom back into what has happened since the beginning of the year, right over here. So you can see that I can turn on what we call the trailing support level, right? And when we got the very first bullish signal, look at this, right? We got the very first 1GT bullish signal right over here, and that triggered in 23rd of January, 2025, right? And that was where you can see, obviously, see the long-term trend is up. Wait for it, right? Wait for the bullish signal to show its hand. Wait for the confirmation. Is the short-term trend turning up? Let's take a look. Yes, finally, it started to turn up as well. There we go. All the way, right? And that was where there could be what we call a very high probability trade setup, whereby when we win, we can win big. When we lose small, all right? So that's where we actually have a plan right over here. Let me show you. One time, try to time our entry near what we call a trailing support level. So our original target was to be about $7, maybe about $7. Let me just show you. $7.50 right over here. That was our original target. And same thing, when you buy a stock, you want to have a plan, right? Of course, you want it to go up and hit your target, but what if it go down, right? Then just hold and keep all the way, right? No lah. You want to have a plan to get out if it breaches what we call the trailing support, right? To keep your losses small. Does it make sense so far? All right, and how do we do it? Well, we could have a stop loss below the trailing support level. Something like this, right over here. All right, and that was our original target and plan, right? So you can see that right over here, the reward to risk ratio would be about 10 times, 10.14. Let's just say 10 times. So very simple, right? If you lose, you lose $100, right? You lose $100, right? But based on the 10 times reward to risk ratio, right? If it hits your target like what it did, right? In fact, it got even more, right? But if you hit your target, 10 times reward to risk ratio, how much can you make? Time check, guys. So you lose $1 based on the 10 times reward to risk ratio, based on this plan, how much can you make if it hits your target? Type in the chat. Let me know, guys, right? So you lose 100. If you win how much? Let's see. So 10 times reward to risk ratio, right? So you lose $100. If you win, how much can you win? What do you guys think? Time to check before I explain it, right? Lester? 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, Bakguan, Angel, Timothy, 1,000, 1K, Thomas, 1K, awesome, right? And the answer is correct, right? $1,000, right? Why? Because basically, if you lose, as I say, you keep the losses small, right? When you lose $100. Based on this plan, a 10 times reward to risk ratio, right? You can potentially make 10 times 100, which is $1,000. Does it make sense? And that's the stocks, the setup that you want to pick, whereby when you win big, but you also take care of the downside. All right, and there we go. I mean, for 𝐿, let me just quickly share you right now. You can see that we have gone up, of course, above $7.58, all the way up until finally, since like August, we talk about it as well in our YouTube videos, we finally have what we call a bearish signal coming out. That would be a 78% from the very first bullish signal. 78% in about 8 months. All right, I think it's good to get out, take some profit. I mean, you got not one, but you got two bearish signal. All right, and over the past few months, well, we got two more bullish signals that came out that led the reversal. But you can see right now, guys, I mean, the market has weakened a little bit over the past one over week. And we got what we call a bearish signal coming out right now. Right? Let me know, guys, what you guys think about ST Engineering. Should we wait or should we go and buy tomorrow? I mean, on Monday or Tuesday, Monday holiday, right? What do you guys think, right? Should we wait or should we buy for ST Engineering right now? Right? I mean, not now, but on Tuesday. What do you guys think? Let me know. Wait or buy, based on what we're seeing right now on the chart. I hope you guys are a little bit clearer. W for wait, B for buy, right? Wait. Eugene, buy. Jared, wait. All right, wait. Very good, right? I would say the answer is to wait. Why? Because, well, finally, right, after about 2 months or 1 month plus, we got a bearish signal, a 1 GT bearish signal, and look at the green line. I mean, okay, so the long-term trend, no problem, guys. I mean, the red and blue, you all can see yourself. That one, no problem, okay? I mean, the long-term trend is up, right? It takes a while to change. So long-term trend is up. But quite clearly, the 1 GT bearish signal have came out. Right? Over the past 1 over week, we kind of went below the trailing support. The green 20 days moving average line that represents the short-term trend has actually started to point down a little bit only, right? I mean, it's only like a few days, so it started to point down a little bit. So I think you don't want to rush. You want to wait for more confirmation, maybe even a new bullish signal before coming back in again. So why am I sharing with you guys this top stock? Well, essentially, guys, as I say, we did write it massively, right? Since January, Feb, we have sent out a note to our clients in Philip Securities. Our graduates know about it as well, based on this bullish signal. But right now, yeah, I mean, we might have a bearish signal coming out, right? But the point here is that when a new bullish signal comes out, I don't know when, right? Could be next week, could be next week, I don't know, right? But if it comes out, right, for that reversal, do you want to be alerted, right? Type A for alerted, guys, if you would like to be alerted when the new bullish signal actually comes out, plus some other confirmations. Type A for alerted, guys, let me know. Right, not now, right? But when it comes, I don't know when, but when it comes, do you like to be alerted when it comes to potentially lead the next wave? I don't know whether it's 78% again, but I don't know, right? 5%, 10%, 20%, right? Would you like to be alerted to that? Cool. All right, A. Awesome. Right, let's take a look at another one, right? 𝐒𝐿, very quickly, Alphabet, one of the stocks that we like as well since like May, whereby we got a very strong bullish signal coming out. Same thing, right over here, right, to getting near a trailing support, target all the way to like 240, 250, reward to risk ratio, over here, about 13 times. When you lose $100. When you win $1,300. Of course, it's gone up even more, right? But these are exactly the stocks that we're going to pick, whereby we build a plan on it that makes sense, whereby the reward is much, much more than the downside risk. You see what I'm saying so far? All right. And this is Alphabet, which I think it looks not too bad. All right. Bullish signal still in play. How much have we gone up, right? From here to here, 56% in about 5 months. Pretty cool. All right. And that's how you write stocks like this with precision. All right, cool. Now, type P, guys, type P for possible. If you think that it is now possible to find 2 or 3 winning stocks out of 10, right? I mean, type P for possible. Let me know, guys, if you think it's possible to find 2 or 3 winning stocks out of 10, right? Not asking to find a lot, find 2 or 3 only out of 10. Is it possible? Right? Especially with the 1 GT Pro indicator that we talk about as well that guides us on entry and exit. Is it possible, guys? Let me know. Right? P for possible. What do you guys think? Right, possible, P. All right, wow, right, possible, right? And by the way, guys, just to be clear, I'm not saying that you purposely want to win 2 or 3 times only. No, right? The point I'm trying to make is that even with a 2 to 3 trades win out of 10, that means you lose 7 or 8, actually, you can still make money, Right? Why? Because when you win big. You're picking stocks like that, right? When you win $1,000. When you lose $100. Right? And that's why you can still win. But doesn't mean you purposely win 2 or 3 only. You want to win more, right? You want to win like 6 times, 7 times out of 10, right? That's a 70% win rate, right? Which is pretty much the one good trend framework, right? We're looking at a win rate of about 70, maybe more than 70%, right? Depending on the confirmations that we get. So here's Philip, guys, right, who has implemented what I taught in the one good trend strategy. And here's what Philip has to say, right?
Simple to comprehend, simple to follow, is step by step, and it's really a dummy's guide to trading. So for other courses, you really need to study the notes. And then it's pretty complicated. This one I will really say is really step 1, 2, 3, a beginner's guide to trading, and you can see results.
So that's Philip, guys, who had no idea about what a trend is in the stock market before, right? But now he's being able to be guided on how to pick the right counters, write the trend confidently, and how simple it is, right? For anyone to apply what is taught and see results. All right, so I know you have some questions like John, right? Does this work with futures and forex? Yes, right? Any asset class as well. As I say, guys, if there's any questions, type in the chat. My team will get them. All right, we'll put them for Q&A later as well. Right? So I know we have probably a lot of questions all above. My team will track and we'll batch them for Q&A. Cool? So let's take a look at what some of my graduates are saying after learning the One Good Trend framework, right? Your 1GT works like God's blessing. That's what Louis has said as well. He cashed out Food Empire, make a few $1,000s. We have Sean, right? 1GT Pro indicator, saved Hong Kong $40,000, whole year covered, awesome. Justin, 5-figure gains in less than 2 months of gains, awesome. All right, let's see. We have Stefan, I'm consistently profitable monthly, right? Why? Because we are focusing on the right stocks, right? Knowing exactly when to get in and out on them. Kit, saying that bought and sold IFAs based on your analysis, 14.8% gain in 1 week. We saying that all of them have moved up since your sharing, right? And that's exactly why, because we focus on only strong stocks, whereby we get bullish signals and a couple of confirmations to get the conviction to pull the trigger. Okay, let me show you guys why now is a small window of opportunity in case some of you are still thinking of staying at the sidelines, right? So we have seen some weakness recently, right? Later we look at the charts, maybe of the market, the S&P 500 index. But I want to share with you guys what is happening, right? Just a quick market update, right? So I think you have been following the news, right? Over the past 1 week, we have seen a bit of weakness in the US market, even Singapore as well, because there was some trade tensions that escalated between the US and China. Why? Because China kind of like imposed what we call the rare earth minerals export controls. And when Trump knew about it, right, he threatened, right, from the 1st of November that he's going to potentially increase tariff by another 100%. All right, and the market got spooked, right? Same thing, like kind of like bring back to the April kind of period whereby there was tit for tat war, 100, 130, 140%, right? So that kind of like spooked the market a little bit, and the market started to hit a little bit lower, right? Even some of the Singapore stocks got hit as well, right? But over the past few days, right, Donald Trump have taken a kind of like a softened stance, all right, towards this. He mentioned that he'll be going on talks with Xi Jinping, right? About 2 weeks' time, they're going to meet in Korea, right? It's still ongoing. He said that this 100% tariff is it wouldn't be for the long term, kind of like taking a softer approach. And that's where the market started to stabilize again, right? So that's kind of like the news that have been happening in the market, whereby we saw a bit of weakness. Now, why is this a small window of opportunity that could actually present itself, especially with some stocks coming a little bit cheaper right now, all right? But not to get in right now, all right? I mean, only when you get the confirmations. Why? Let's take a look at the chart right now of maybe the market, right? And let's see what it says on the market. As I say, you can pull it out on any asset classes, right? Forex, crypto, even the markets. Let's take a look at the markets right now very quickly. So let's go to pull out what we call the S&P 500 index, right? So this is the 1GT Pro indicator on the markets. Guys, this is not a stock, this is the market, S&P 500 index, right? So you can even turn it on the market, right? Any asset classes, I say, see, right? Some people will ask, right? So any asset classes, all right, right over here. So I'll not go too far, but you can see that we have some bearish signals coming out, pump, right? 2 bearish signals. That was in like February, whereby, 2 bearish signals come out. Of course, we started to sell down. We have Trump introducing tariff. There we go, all the way down. We got a bullish signal coming out in May. There we go, all the way up. That would be like a rebound in the entire market, 16% in about 2 months plus, and a bearish signal, right? So when you get a bearish signal, it doesn't mean it's going to crash, right? It just means that, we are indeed seeing a bit of heavy selling. It's good to take some profit, get out, right? Especially if you are sitting on huge profits, all right? And that would be for the market. But we got a new 1GT bullish signal coming out. And there we go, right? In August, it led the rally all the way out. Now, let's take a look at this right now, right? Over the past week, it seems like, but in fact, we got a new 1GT bearish signal coming out, right? So, as I say, right, having a 1GT bearish signal doesn't mean it's going to crash and stuff, right? Just that we are indeed seeing a bit of heavy selling coming back over the past week due to what, China have done, and Trump kind of like threatening to increase tariffs by 100%, right? So that's kind of like led the market to came down to pull back a little bit. But that could be an opportunity as well, right? If you know how to position yourself. Does it make sense, right? Because people are saying, oh, all-time high is pushing higher and stuff, but now it's coming cheaper, then you also complain, right? Go up, also complain, right? But it could be a good opportunity because right now, I think we are seeing a little bit of a support coming in, right? Right over here around the 6,550, right? So it seems like 6,550, which was originally the resistance level. We have broken, it turned to a support level, and we've been holding above it over the past 1 over month, right? So I think it looks okay. We might be seeing a bit of consolidation. Look at the green line, look at the green line. So the long-term trend is up. So as I say, it's okay, but the bearish signal have came out. The green line has started to flatten out as well. So a bit of a sideways consolidation, I would say, in the short term. If we can break what we call the resistance, that is around that 6,000, let's say 6,800, right? That would be the range, right? So 6,550 to maybe about 6,800. If you can break the 6,800, I think that will be where the market will become even more bullish. So that could be a good opportunity to think about, potentially getting in on dips on this recent weakness, all right, when the time comes, right? For example, if it's near the support level, right? If the green line continues to flatten out, if it touches and rebounds from the 6,550 level a couple of times, that is where a potential entry could be taken if you're looking at the entire market, right? But of course, this can give you a clue as to why, this could be a small window of opportunity whereby we have seen a bit of weakness and you could prepare to get in, especially when the new bullish signal actually comes in, right? Type of A, guys, type of A for alert. If you would like to be alerted when a new 1 GT bullish signal comes in for the market, like what we saw in April, maybe what we saw in August, right? Type A for alerted, guys. If you would like to be alerted, right? When the new 1 GT bullish signal actually comes in for the market that could potentially lead, right, the next upside move. Type A for alerted, let me know, right? I mean, haven't come yet, I don't know when it'll come, right? But if it comes, I will sure know. Does it make sense, far? How many would like to be alerted as well? Right? A. All right? So you can take your time, you can wait, but the market waits for no one. The market waits for no one. Cool? Okay, good. So that's breakthrough number 2, right? How to spot a trend before the crowd piles in, right? And the unusual tool I built that flashes the exact moment to get in and out. How many of you found that pretty interesting, all right? And you got some value so far. Type of V, guys, type of V for value. If you got some value so far, all right, that's the whole purpose of today's session. I'll make sure all of you get value, right? Type V for value, guys. If you've got some value, you learned something so far about the core belief, about the trend, all right, about when to get in. V for value. Let me know. How many got value? Value. Cheryl. Thank you so much. Kirby, Glenn, Ida, Tan, 𝐿𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬, Gavin, 𝐿𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬, Dave, Lihook as well, Alan, Alex, awesome. Cool. Okay, let's move on to breakthrough number 3. How to string thousands of stocks into a laser-focused hit list in under 5 seconds. Right? And why this one step alone changes everything. Right? Let me share with you guys this. Right? So you have seen some live case studies on some of the stocks that you asked just now, right? Later we have more time, we can cover it, some of the stocks that you guys are asking about. But we look at some live case studies, right? We look at the 1GD Pro indicator, we have seen the buy and sell signals and what happens after the buy and sell signals. And then I think you guys also help me out as to what to do, right? Whether to buy or to wait, right? As I mentioned, right, you can type the name of any stocks, any asset classes, right? Crypto, Bitcoin, DBS, Apple, whatever, right? Any stocks and get an opinion in seconds, right? But some of you might ask me, hey Joey, I'm quite new, right? I'm like, yesterday just opened a new trading account. I don't know what stocks to type inside, right? Got this stock called DBS, man, never heard before, right? Well, then brings me to the next question, right? How then do you sieve out the top 1% of stocks, hit list, right, in less than 5 seconds? Well, I mean, there's more than 600-700 over stocks in the Singapore market. There's more than 13,000 stocks in the US, right? How do you do it? Well, essentially, guys, the short answer is that on this platform on TradingView, whereby my 1GT Pro indicator is based, right? There's a screener whereby I have a very specific set of criteria that pulls out not just the top 1% of stocks technically, but also fundamentally strong as well, all right? And this allows us to sieve out, as I say, the 1% hit list or winners, right? Before we actually use the One Good Trend Pro indicator to know when to buy and sell them. Right? I say again, right? So we pull out the top 1% of stocks. Not say pull out, they don't know what to do, then no point, right? You pull out, you sieve out the top 1% of hit list, and you know exactly when to buy and sell them using the One Good Trend Pro indicator. Right? Can you guys see that this is something like a double confirmation? Type D for double, guys. If you can see that, that's something like a double confirmation, right? So you pull out the top 1% and you know exactly what to do with the top 1% of stock. Type D for double confirmation. Let me know. Right? D for double. Right? D. So it's something like what we call a double layer filter, right? Whereby, can you see that the odds of winning are much higher, right? Whereby we have the top 1% and then we know what to do with it. Cool? Let's take a look at some of the results, right? As I say, right? Let's take a look at some of the results from the 1GT screener. Let me just quickly pull out my screen back right over here. And there we go, right? So this is the Singapore 1GT screener, whereby we pull out some of the top results in the Singapore market, right? So very quickly, as I said, these are the top 1%, right? You close your eye, actually also okay on that, right? But don't anyhow buy. Now you use the 1GT Pro indicator and know exactly when to buy and sell, right? So let me just pick one or two, right? I don't know, right? Keppel, Hong Kong Land. Let's just do Keppel. Right click, you can open the chart right over here. Let's take a look at what it says. Keppel. Look at this right over here, right? So Keppel, one of the stocks that we have looked at since March, May, April, right? Look at this, guys. I mean, you can see for yourself, right? We got bearish signals. Wait for it. Be patient. Finally, somewhere in April, we got a new 1GT bullish signal. The long-term trend was up. Green line started to turn up. There we go, right? In fact, I think over the past like 1 over month, we got a new 1GT bullish signal, all right? How many percent would that be? That would be like about 57% about 6 months, right? 57% in 6 months, not 6 years, 6 months, right? I think it looks pretty good. I mean, right now I can't see a bearish signal. I don't know whether you guys can see, but I think there is no bearish signal, so I think still okay, still okay, right? Long-term trend is up, the short-term trend is up. In fact, we can pull out the trailing support to see what it says, right? Is it above the trailing support? Yeah, still above, right? In fact, last week when we saw weakness in the market, we actually headed there. All right, and some bullish candles came out, and we push away from the trailing support. Can you see? Right, so not too bad, right? It seems like we are even attempting to break the 950 resistance level. Keppel, right? I don't know. You might want to put it in your watch list, right? Keppel, one of the Singapore stocks in terms of the screener results. Let's take a look at one more. I don't know, right? Let's see. Maybe we have 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬. Let's take a look at 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬. One of the stocks that I like as well. Let's take a look. So all these stocks, we can actually put it into a watch list and we can set an alerts on it such that if there are any bullish or bearish signals, we can be alerted, right? So this is 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬. Let's take a look. I think not too bad, Look at this. How many of you think that 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬, this stock OV8 is good? 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬 is okay to consider, right, for potential entry. Type yes, type yes, type yes. You guys in chat, you can see that is a potential stock whereby there could be more upside. Type yes for potential entry. Let me know, guys, what you guys think about 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬, right? Based on what you see right now. Yes in the chat. Yes. All right. So I think you'll put this stock on your watch list. I mean, I think I got my team to send out a note on WhatsApp a couple of months back as well. I think we got a couple of, in fact, previously also have in September last year, bullish signal, all the way up. I think that was the really good move came in April, right over here, 1GT bullish signal, long-term trend up. Look at the short term. The green line started to point up, flat up. We've got 3 more 1GT bullish signal, and there we go, right? Now it's $2.14. So there's no bearish signal. I think it still looks okay, right? We could turn on the trailing support to see if we're still above it. Yeah, I think we have been above it since April, right? Still got space, right? You give it the space to breathe and to move even higher. All right, so I think the short-term trend was down a bit, now starting to point up. Looks quite okay. You might want to take note of this resistance level. I think that would be a very key resistance, somewhere around that, let's see, somewhere over here. 220, guys. I think 220 would be a very key psychological, horizontal resistance level. That is where we have been, seeing a bit of selling since like July. We touched, we came down. In fact, I think over the past few days, seems like we are attempting to go near the $2.20 resistance level again. I think you want to write it down, guys. I think if we can break the 220, I mean, I don't know when, right? But if we break the 220, we go to 221 or 222, 223, something, right? We may even trigger a new 1 GT bullish signal, all right? And that could lead even more upside momentum. Does it make sense, all right? So this is Xingshiong, right? One of the stocks that came out in the results right over here, not too bad. Maybe let's take a look at the US, right? US 1 GT screener very quickly. This is US, right? So I say we have it for the Singapore, US, and even for the Hong Kong market to sieve out the top 1%. Hit this in seconds. In seconds, right? I don't know. Hey, Broadcom, we covered Broadcom just now, right? Alphabet. Did we cover GE Aerospace? I think it was there as well. GE Aerospace. Let's do Caterpillar. Caterpillar, I don't know. Caterpillar, right? So as I say, these are the top 1% of hit list. You close your eye, actually also okay, but don't do that, right? Now you pull them out and you know exactly when to buy and sell them. Does it make sense, about? Right? Caterpillar. So let me just turn off the trailing support. Let's take a look. So it's not always bullish signal all the way. I mean, you can see we also have bearish signal. Like you can see for Caterpillar in January this year, bearish, bearish, bearish. You want to buy? Of course, don't buy. I mean, you got 3 bearish signal there. The green line also pointing down. You buy for what? All right, wait for the reversal, wait for the confirmation, wait for Caterpillar to show its move, to show itself, right? There we go, pump. The 1 GT bullish signal, all the way up. I don't know, right? How many percent would that be? From here, that would be in like May to here, 36.8% in about 3 months. Right? Okay, 36 only, right? But then what happens? A bearish signal came out. As I said, when you see a bearish signal, doesn't mean it's going to crash. I mean, it just means that it's a bit of heavy selling. The short-term trend may turn sideways for a while. Let it rest a bit, all right? And maybe wait for the time to get back in again. But you see a new 1 GT bullish signal. Did it come out? Yeah, I feel it. Seems like it came out, right? Over the past month. Pump. Right? The green line that was going sideways also started to turn up. Right? I think it looks quite okay, right? For Caterpillar, right? Type U for up, guys. Type U for up, guys. You can see that this is a bit more up than down. Caterpillar, put it in your watch list, right? Put it in your watch list. Type U for up if you feel that this is more up than down, based on what you're seeing on the 1 GT Pro indicator. Let me know. U for up. Right? Caterpillar. Let's see. Up. Okay, let's take one more, right? I don't know, right? I just pick one random one. Micron. I think Micron will be one of the stocks that we get asked quite often as well. Micron, MU, right? Let's take a look. I think not too bad, right? I mean, I've turned on the trailing support level, right? I can turn it on and off in seconds. I say just to get the added confirmation, right? But you can see for yourself, I mean, we got some bearish signal that was in like February, in March, April, also got another one. Then, be patient, all right? Wait for it. There we go. Pump. All the way up. Bearish signal. Wait first. Get out. Take some profit. All right? How many percent? I don't know. About 44%. Okay, 44%, right? Take first. Get out. Wait for the time to come back in. There we go. Pump. Long-term trend is up. Short-term trend started to turn up. We got 2 1 GT bullish signals. Not 1, 2. And there we go. All right? Get back in. Ride it up. Another 72% in 3 months. Type 72, guys, type 72 in the chat if you are okay with a 72% in 3 months. Right? Not 3 years, 3 months. Let me know, guys, type 72 in chat, right? This is what? Micron, right? So I say these are how we sieve out the top 1% of winners, right? In seconds, and know exactly when to buy and sell them. We can set alerts on them as well. All right. Okay, 72. Wow. Gurmit, Angel, Sebastian, 72%, 72%, right? Yes, exactly, right? 72%, not 5 years, right? 5 months, right? And that's when you know when to get in, not only when to get in, but also when to get out, right? So let's take a look at what some of my graduates are saying about the 1GT indicator, right? And even the screener as well, right? Your system is indeed explosive, right? By Cynthia. Chan, his system works big time, right? I got my multi-bagger, right, from just one stock there. $15,000 profit just from the screener results, from the scanner. So yes, guys, finally, right, finally, we have covered all the 3 breakthroughs, right? Breakthroughs number 1, breakthrough number 2, and breakthrough number 3. Now, let me ask you guys a question, right? If you have followed, right, what I've showed you in breakthrough number 1 and 2, whereby, you know, we talk about the mindset, the core belief, the long-term trend, the checklist, the short-term trend, and you get in when you see a bullish signal. And you get out when you see a bearish signal, like what we showed you. And then you go into breakthrough number 3, right, whereby, you know, before we even do all that, right, we are able to sieve out the top 1% hit list stocks before waiting for that buy signal. Do you think you could be successful? Type yes, guys. Type yes in the chat, guys. If you think that you could be successful, if you know gone through breakthrough number 1, breakthrough number 2, and breakthrough number 3, whereby you can sieve out the top 1% of stocks in seconds, the hit list, and you know when to buy and sell them, like what we have done. Type yes in the chat, guys, if you think that you could be successful. Let me know. Yes. Yes, yes, John, Joseph, thank you so much. Tina, Sebastian, Cheryl, awesome, right? Cool. How many of you are excited about what we just talked about today? Right? Type E for excited, guys, if you're excited about what we talked about today, right? In the One Good Trend Secrets book, right? Type E for excited, let me know. Excited, excited, excited. Cool. Now, guys, over the last 1 or maybe up to 2 hours or so, right, I've showed you guys the 1GT framework, right? We've gone to the checklist, we've looked at some live case studies, some of the stocks that you guys were asking about, and you've seen the indicator in action, right? But here's the thing, right? Knowing is only half the battle, right? The real change happens when you go from knowing to doing. Does that make sense? And the question is no longer, does it work, right? It's about how fast can you put it to work for you. So I'm going to share with you guys the two simplest paths, right, to get the full system into your hands today, all right? And remember, guys, today is special, right? It's my live launch right over here. There'll be live-only bonuses that will unlock, right? And at the end as well, right, something interesting, guys, at the end, we'll spin a wheel. There'll be a live lucky draw whereby 2 buyers, right, 2 lucky buyers, whether you get the book or even the bootcamp, which I'll share later as well, you qualify to walk away for free, right? So 2 lucky buyers, there'll be a lucky draw at the end. Cool? So quick check, right? Would it be all right, guys, if I take the next 20 or 30 minutes or so to walk you through the 2 ways, right? The 2 ways to get this into your hands right now, right? One of it would be the book, so that you have what we call the complete 1GT blueprint. The other is the bootcamp, which includes the book, and you get live coaching, the tools, and the community, so that you can accelerate even faster, right? If that's okay with you guys, just type a go in the chat if that's okay with you, if I can share with you guys the 2 ways to get 1GT today. Type go in the chat, let me know. Go, Batguan, Joseph, Michael, awesome, Kemi, Francis, go. Awesome. right? So I will share with you guys. I'll talk about the book first in the spirit of today's book launch, and then I'll talk about the boot camp so that you can choose your path, all right? And of course, later as well, I'll review the link after you've seen both of them. So let's start the book first, guys, since this is my official book launch, right? So this book, guys, this book is the 1GT Blueprint, the step-by-step framework that took me from a $740,000 debt all the way to rebuilding my life and business into 7 figures, all right? It's what we've been talking about in the last 2 hours or so, all right? Broken down into a simple, repeatable process. And here's the kicker, right? When you grab your copy today, you are not just getting the book. You're also unlocking over $7,000 worth of life-only bonuses that I'll go through in a moment, right? And remember, guys, as I say, right, anyone who buys today, right, goes into our lucky draw, whereby 2 lucky buyers will be refunded live. We'll spin the wheel at the end just to add some fun today, right? Can? Now, I don't want you to think that this is just another book you can grab, you can put it on your shelf, you let it collect dust, and you forget all about it, right? This book, One Good Trend Secrets, is a complete starter kit. I literally show hands everything inside here, all right? And when you grab your book today, here's everything that you'll be getting. The One Good Trend Secrets signed copy, right over here, whereby you get the full blueprint, checklist, everything is all documented inside live case studies. This is valued at $997. You get the mindset reset training, right? The must-have shift in the mind, the core beliefs walkthrough, valued at $497. The 7-point checklist, right? Whereby you can execute consistently just by following it. The risk management rules, whereby you get a position sizing template, training to show you exactly how to manage risk. Very important. The trader's playbook, whereby you get the 25 core rules to follow for consistency. You get a 1GT strategy cheat sheet, right? It's a quick 2-page reference of the most important parts, can see in less than 10 seconds. You get a 14-day free trial, right, of the One Good Trend Light indicator, right, whereby you can see real, live, buy and sell signals. Right. So we talk about a 1GT Pro indicator, which we talked about just now. So what is the 1GT Light indicator? Just to give you guys an explanation, right? This 1GT Light indicator is a simpler version of the Pro indicator, right? It just comes off the bullish and bearish signals plus the moving averages, right? Of course, it doesn't have the more advanced stuff that the Pro indicator have, right? So as part of the book, you get a 14-day free trial of the One Good Trend Light indicator, plus live-only bonuses, right? You get what we call the audio book edition. This is valued at $97. So what happens, guys, is that for this audio book edition, right, I personally read every single word of the book. It took me like 4 or 5 days, all right? So you can actually get this audio book edition. You can listen to me on the go, on a train, when you're driving the car. You can even listen to me when you're reading a book as well, right? So you get this live-only bonuses, right? Only today when the live launch and it ends, right? Next live-only bonus, you get a private 90 minutes group coaching with me and my team. This is valued at $1,000. That's where we dive deeper into the One Good Trend framework, live case studies, so you are very clear about what to do and what not to do as well. Live-only bonus, you get what we call an inner circle trading VOD, videos of 3 mentees sessions. And these are what my mentees who pay us 5 figures to work with us. You get this very exclusive private training as part of this live-only bonus. This is valued at $3,997. And the total value of everything you're getting, right, is $7,314. Right? That's what you have to pay if you actually try to piece it all together on your own. Let's take a look at some of the readers, right, of the 1GT Secrets book. Shanison Lin, right, one of my good friends, well, founder of Investing Note. And what Shanison says is this, right? One GT Secrets is more than just a trading book. It's a masterclass in real-world application by 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐬. Hillary, right, a mother of one, a new retail trader, right? I don't feel lost staring at charts. I actually know what to do. And after applying just a few steps in this book, I already caught my first winning thread. Next, we have Matthew, right? Retail trader, one of my clients in Philip Securities as well, right? After applying what Joey teaches in One Good Trend Secrets here, I'm finally seeing results. I've had several winning trades, and my confidence has never been higher. This isn't theory, right? It works, by Matthew. So the total value of everything you're getting today, guys, is $7,300 over dollars when you grab the book today, right? Which includes the step-by-step framework, the checklist, the cheat sheets, life-only bonuses that I talk about as well, right? And that's just being conservative. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, right? Well, Joey, this must cost a fortune. Now, here's the thing, right? Because this is a special one-time launch of One Good Trend Secrets, I wanted to make this a complete no-brainer for you, right? I want to do something unprecedented. So today, guys, you're not paying anything close to $7,314, right? Not even a fraction of that, right? I'm not even asking for $997 or $497. You can get it today for free. Yes, free, right? All I ask, guys, is you just help me cover a small part of the printing and shipping costs. And that's just $19.95 if you're in Singapore or $29.95 if you're overseas. That's it, all right? So you're getting a brand new copy of my side book, One Good Trend Secrets, more than 200 over pages of secrets, plus $7 over $1,000 worth of bonuses, all for free. And that's my way of saying thank you to all of you for joining me live here today and for supporting this book launch. Whew. Really? Yeah, really. Right, well done. Awesome, Cheryl. Wow, 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 right? And in just a moment, guys, I'll show you guys how you can secure your copy today, right? Step by step. I'll show you guys the link as well later, right? But before that, I need to share with you guys something even bigger. A quick reminder, right? As I say, there will be a lucky draw at the end, right? So you're not just getting insane value today, right? Two of you lucky winners today, right? Or buyers. Whether you get the book or even the bootcamp which I'll talk about, you might literally, right, get it all without paying a single cent. How cool is that? All right, just something to add more fun to today's live launch. All right, thank you. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Ray Heng, Cynthia, Josing, Say, Timothy. All right, can get more than one? Yeah, you can. All right, but I mean we have limited copies. I'll talk more in a bit. All right. Okay, so you have seen, guys, the One GT blueprint, and that's what the book really is. It captures the full framework, the rules, the checklist, so that you'll never look at the market the same way again. But here's the thing, right? Having the blueprint is only the first step, right? The real transformation happens when you bring it to life, right? With the right coaching, the right tools, the right community behind you. And that's why I created the One Good Trend Bootcamp. And the bootcamp is where we don't just hand you the playbook, all right, and let you do it on your own, right? We actually sit down together step by step, and we actually help you to apply it, right? To implement it. And that's where serious traders get results faster. All right? How many of you like to get results even faster? All right? You want the exact same tools that me and my team are using on a daily basis, right? Type R for results, guys. If you're one of those who like results even faster, you want to accelerate, you want to move faster, right? You want to shortcut your learning curve, you want to get everything that we have, right? Just type R for results, guys, if you're one of those who like results even faster. Let me know. R for results. Alvin, Kemi, results. Timothy, R. Awesome. Glenn, results. John, thank you. Alan, Dave, cool. I can see that for many of you, right, just having the book isn't enough, right? You want to move faster, right? You want more hands-on guidance, the coaching, right? A community behind you. And that's what we call path number 2, right? Now, I just want to make sure that all of you are with me on this, right, before I talk about this, right? Would you like for me to share with you path number 2, which is the bootcamp transformation, right? So that you can see how it all works and, you know, if it's a right fit for you, right? Type yes, guys, type yes in chat if you're okay with me, you know, sharing with you and walking you through the bootcamp transformation. Let me know, type yes in the chat. Right? I'll make sure all of you are with me, right? Yes, awesome, wow. Cool. Now, let's go, right? Now, here's the best part, guys. When you join the bootcamp today, right, you don't just get the training, right? You get everything. I say it. You get everything that the book buyers get today. Everything, right? All the over $1,000 worth of training, the tools, the bonuses, automatically included. Plus more, right? So it's not one or the other, right? The bootcamp includes everything, right, from the book package, plus a whole lot more. So the very first thing is this, right? It will be a 2 days, right, bootcamp. And what is it? This is a Zoom online trading, online Zoom. I think all of you know Zoom, right? So you can learn live in the comfort of your own home. You don't have to travel anywhere. Like what you're doing, some of you are doing now, right? Well, you'll be joining me on the 8th and 9th of November, right? Check your calendar, 8th and 9th November, which is exactly 3 weeks from today. 8th, 9th November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a 2 days live training, and that's where we'll go live. So I don't do this often, guys, right? It's about 3 weeks' time. The next one, hopefully you can make it, because if you really cannot make it, team, can you just place the dates in the chat, right, in case you miss it? Right? So if you really cannot make it, guys, then the next one will be on the 7th and 8th of Feb 2026, which is quite long back, all right? So hopefully you can make it for this 8th and 9th November, 3 weeks' time, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that's where it's going to be interactive. There's no BS, non-theory. We go through live case studies. We walk you through step by step how to do it so that you can pull out any single stock and get an opinion. All right? And yes, there will be a recording. Very good question, right? There will be a recording as well. So if you really cannot make it later when I share with you guys the link, go ahead to secure your spot because we can share with you the replay. It will be recorded. You can get the replay after the 8th and 9th November, maybe 1 or 2 days after. And we do allow you to join the next batch in 7 and 8 Feb 2026. All right? So that's what we can do for you because I know some of you might have plans already. Cool? All right, so yes, this entire bootcamp will be recorded. So check your calendar, but hopefully you can attend live on 8 and 9 November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. all the way. 2 days, live Zoom workshop. Cool? Let's go. Now, here's the thing, right? Here's what my student John Tan had to say about the entire training. So John is a 76-year-old gentleman in Singapore, right? And before he learned the framework, you know what? He was just buying, keeping, holding, hoping, and waiting, right? But once he learned the 1GD framework, what he says is this, right? Of course, there's a video for it, but I'm just going to, read it out for you so it's a bit faster. And what John says is this. This is definitely a very powerful course. And I believe it's going to help a lot of people, right? Based on his strategy, I doubt one would fail. Right? I'm sure I can make good profits, 40% to 50% gains in time to come. I'm not surprised as I've already made some gains. John Tan. Now, the point here is this, guys. Even a 76-year-old gentleman like John can do it. I think anyone can do it. All right? I believe in keeping things simple, right? practicing the right trades, the right formula. So if you have been following me over the past 2 hours and so everything makes sense to you, you're able to follow, it's nothing complicated, right? We keep things simple. I do not like to overcomplicate things. No way. So before I move on, guys, I want to share with you guys and make sure you realize who this bootcamp is for. Well, it works for you guys if you have not yet started, right? You're new to the market. Well, that's where we'll handhold you and show you how to do it step by step. Even if you have some experience in the market, right? It works for you as I'll show you how to tighten up your trading plans, all right, and show you how to get even higher rewards, especially by using what we call a tool or the indicator. Next, you might be what we call a stock market investor or fundamental investor, right? You want to keep for 5 years, 10 years, right? I mean, nothing wrong, right? But don't you think it will make a difference if you now know when to buy and sell that fundamentally strong stocks, right? Rather than discover 5 or 10 years later that you picked the wrong one. Does that make sense? All right? So for me, it's very simple. If the stock is fundamentally strong, and we get a couple of bullish signals over there, like what we have seen, right? Then no problem. But you tell me fundamentally strong, and then I got like 5 bearish signals, then I think it's okay, you carry on. Does it make sense? All right? So in other words, guys, all right, it can help you time your entry and exit better. All right? Basically, guys, for anyone who wants to take a performance in the stock market to a whole new level. So let me show you guys what you can get in the One Good Trend Bootcamp. Decoding a 740K trend trading strategy. So remember, guys, how I got out of a 740K debt all through the stock market, right, with my proven strategy. So here's where I'll decode my entire One Good Trend strategy live. I'll show you move by move how to do it. We do it together. We pull out the 1GT Pro indicator, and I'll walk you through the exact same process that I use to rebuild from rock bottom and only what works. You'll be able to download the PDF slides before we begin each day at the bootcamp, all right? And I'll be drawing on my whiteboard. You'll get the whiteboard image as well after the bootcamp, whereby I'll explain even deeper. Right? And this is valued at $4,000. Number 3, one thing I realized after trading thousands of traders is that most people don't fail from lack of knowledge. They fail from lack of clarity, right? And that's why, guys, in the bootcamp, I don't just teach you concepts, right? You'll walk away with tangible roadmaps, cheat sheets, step-by-step checklists that makes the 1GT system second nature, right? No guesswork, no overthinking, no overwhelm, no clutter, just a simple, repeatable process you can follow, right? It's like having a GPS for your trading so you don't waste time wondering where to turn. Does that make sense? And it's valued at $500. Next, what if we give you guys lifetime access to this private group called Stock Market Elite so that after the live bootcamp, you will be supported through the community for life. Priceless. All right, you can ask questions, my other graduates will be there as well, and that's where you can hone your trading skills further after the bootcamp. Right? You can also motivate one another, right? Even share with me some of your reviews and testimonials, like what some of my graduates have done, right? LS Tan, hands-on coaching, Han Wei, technology to scan, right? We have Jason, learning from the master. Angela, you are the real deal, right? We have Chikin, explain the concept behind the system. Exactly, guys, just to be very clear, for the bootcamp, right? When we look at the trading, when we look at the 1GT Pro indicator, well, we don't just, give it to you and you have no idea what to do with it and no idea why it works that way, right? We will explain the framework and the concept behind the system, behind the indicator, so you know exactly why every single signal appears. Does it make sense? All right, so it's no point just giving you, then you click, you also don't know why the signal come out, then I think a bit no point. So you understand exactly how it works. Right? Okay, number 5 is where things get really exciting. Right? I'll review to you guys my other one explosive trade strategy. Right? In short, 1ET. So this is another one now, guys. Essentially, I only have 2 strategies. The 1GT, the One Good Trend, which what I've been talking about over the past 2 hours. All right? And the 1ET, the One Explosive Trade. If you thought that the 1GT framework was powerful, you haven't seen the real thing yet. Right? Most traders talk about low risk, high probability. Right? Nothing wrong with that. Right? But what almost no one's talk about would be the potential. Are you happy with a 5%, 10, 15, 20%? Or maybe you prefer 80, 100 over percent when the setup is right? And that's exactly what the one explosive trade, one ET strategy really is, right? Not just low risk and high probability, but also high potential, right? It's not for random trades, right? It's for the rare and explosive moments that you can move your portfolio in months, not years. This is the 1ET strategy. And remember, guys, how I shared earlier about how I cleared that $740,000 debt in just about 2.5 years, right? Well, you know, my one good trend strategy played a huge role, right? No doubt, right? It helped me to write strong trends and to compound steadily, right? But what really made the turnaround easier and faster, right, was the 1ET strategy, right? And this is something, guys, that I've never shared outside, right? It's only reserved for my inner circle mentees until now, right? So in the 2 days live bootcamp, guys, I'm going to share with you guys the 1ET framework and the power of this secret strategy, right? So you can use it together to write stocks with massive potential as well, right? Type E, guys, type E for explosive. If you would like to write some of those explosive moves with me in the next 3 months or maybe up to next year, type E for explosive. Let me know, right? Type E in the chat if you would like to write some of those explosive moves with me in the next 3 months. E for explosive. Let me know. Wow. And I really appreciate all of you here, right? Just really engaging, you know, typing the chat, participating. And, you know, it makes me seem like I'm just not talking to myself for the past 2 hours, right? I can see the chat messages flowing and flowing. Thank you so much, right? For those of you who are just really engaging, I really appreciate it, right? Really appreciate it. Now, remember, number 6, what you can get, right? Number 6 will be the screener that I talk about, right? Remember I talked about this screener whereby, you know, we look at some live, the results that came out, I think, what Broadcom or something, right? Whereby you can sieve out the top 1% hit list in 5 seconds, right? Not just for the Singapore and US market, but we also have it for the Hong Kong market as well, right? And this is something that my bootcamp graduates absolutely love, right? Because it's something that, you know, within seconds, you get the top hit list and you know exactly what to do with the 1GT Pro indicator, right? It's something like what we talk about, the double confirmation, right? So you actually get the same exact criteria that I personally use, right, to sieve out these top stocks, so you pretty much just focus on the same set of winning stocks every day. Right? You put them in the watch list, you use the 1GT Pro indicator that I've shown you to guide you on when to get in and out on the top 1% hit list. Right? Think about just how powerful that is, and I mean how much time it can save you. Right? It's like a double layer filter. Does it make sense? All right? And it's valued at $1,997. Okay, now I know some of you might be thinking, right? We talked about the replay just now, right? So just to be 100% clear, what if you can't make it for both days live? So this team just place the dates in the chat again, right? So just to be very clear, 8 and 9 of November, 3 weeks from today, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's where the bootcamp is. All right, if you really cannot make it, then never mind, you can secure a spot. Why? We can send you the replay 2 days after the 8 and 9 batch, 8 and 9 November batch. You can attend the next one live in February 2026. All right, so every single session is recorded in full. It means you get what we call the lifetime access to the replays. You can rewatch many times, learn at your own pace. You can even revisit the lessons a few months down the road when you need a refresher. Right? So you're not able to make it on the 8 and 9 November, 3 weeks from today, never mind. As I say, you can secure a spot later when I review the link, or you can grab the book as well. All right? Next one, 7-8 Feb 2026. Okay, let's move to the live-only bonuses today, right, for the bootcamp. Very simple. Live-only bonus number 1. Right? I think that's the reason why all of you are here. I saw some of the messages in the chat, right? I'm going to give you guys 6 months, right? 6 months of free access to my 1GT Pro indicator. Right? This is the exact tool that I personally use every single day to filter time and manage my trades. With a click, guys, it shows you the bullish and bearish signals like what you've seen and other confirmations that we seek all in one. Right? It works across any asset classes. You can set alerts like what I've shown you guys. The whole point, no more guesswork. No more overthinking. Right? Clarity. And instead of staring at charts, wondering if it's a good time to enter or exit, you see the signals and you know exactly what you do. And this is valued at $1,200. Now, let me ask you guys, right? How many of you think that having a tool that literally, right, shows you when to buy and sell would remove 80% of the confusion from trading? Type clarity, guys. Type clarity in the chat if that's what you need. Type clarity in the chat, right? If that's what you need. If you need a tool like this, let me know. Type clarity. Clarity. Glenn, Tina, Kat, Bart Gon Styler. Wow, awesome. Cool. Okay, let's move to live bonus number 2, right? The monthly group coaching for 6 months free. So every single month, guys, you join my mentors and other bootcamp graduates as well on Zoom. They'll walk you through a quick market update. They'll show you new opportunities and kind of like they'll dive into the 1GT framework even deeper, live, right? Can answer your questions live as well, right? So this is where, guys, you see them apply the strategy. You can ask any questions as well. And this is worth $597. But the accountability and the clarity it brings, well, honestly, priceless. Bonus number 3, the monthly age service. You get free 6 months access to it, right? So what is this? Well, every month, I go live personally with my subscribers on Zoom, all right? And I break down the markets for them, right? Pretty much, I do a quick update on the US market, what has been happening. We look at the markets, and we look at 30 over US, more than 40 over US stocks in the monthly age portfolio, right? And on top of that, I'll review to you 2 new US stocks every single month. So you actually have access to what we call a secret Google sheet that contains all the 30, 40 over US stocks. So for those of you who are keen in the US market, this is definitely for you. You get free 6 months access to the monthly age. This is valued at $597. Bonus number 4. Well, this is a brand new surprise bonus, guys, that we just launched. You get an exclusive 1 to 2 page PDF report each month by email, right, revealing a top Singapore stock that is not just fundamentally strong, but also technically strong, from the 1GT framework, right? And we actually plan to launch this at $97 a month, but I thought why not just throw it in for you guys. You get 6 months free access to this as part of the bootcamp, right? So that's where we pretty much do a thorough analysis. We break it all down for you. You can read this report in less than 2 minutes, right, and decide what to do with this Singapore stock. Cool? So, in other words, right, what you're going to get in the 1GT bootcamp is this. Everything, I say again, everything that book buyers get today, right? The book free, everything, $7,000 worth of bonuses we talk about, everything, all right? Plus, the One Good Trend 2 days bootcamp, I say 8 and 9 November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Please check your calendar. Hopefully, you can make it, right? We don't do this every other month. This is not really my full-time job, right? I'm just doing my best to teach and show, right? Next, decoding a 740K trend trading strategy. The roadmap, the cheat sheets, checklist. The graduates community, priceless. The one explosive trade strategy reviewed. Secret screener criteria, the full bootcamp replay recordings, and a special live-only bonuses for 6 months free. You get the 1GT Pro indicator, 6 months, the monthly group coaching for 6 months, the monthly age for 6 months, and finally, the monthly PDF report, 6 months free as well. And this brings the total value, guys, to $23,387. Now, let me just be 100% transparent, right? Because I know some of you might be wondering, right, what happens after the free 6 months access to the bonuses, right, to the live-only bonus, right? So basically, right, you get free 6 months access to the 1GT Pro indicator, the monthly group coaching, the monthly age, and even this Singapore PDF report. Well, after 6 months, right, it is just $97 Singapore, $97 a month, right? Automatically billed, cancel anytime. And you continue getting the updates, the tools, and even the coaching. All right? This way, guys, you're not committing forever, right? You can decide later if it's worth continuing, right? And for most of my graduates, by the time the 6 months is up, they're already more than covering this from their trades. Let's take a look at what some of my graduates are saying. Terrence have made 15% to 20% profit along the way. Mabel, 6K profits on just one trade yesterday, congrats. Daryl, already made back my school fees. John, I made my first million by now. All right, so the total value of all these things you're going to get, guys, in the bootcamp, including the life-only bonuses, is $23,387. Now, obviously, guys, I'm not going to ask you to pay $23,387 lah. Huh? But if I did charge you $23,387, and if all it did was to finally get you a proven, profitable framework like we talked about, so that you can trade the market or the stock market with absolute clarity. You know exactly when to buy, when to get in, when to get out. Would it be worth it to you? Type W, guys, for worth it, guys. If you think that it could be worth it, let me know. Type W for worth it. Would it be worth it? And if all it did was to allow you to use an indicator, right, to potentially make gains of, what? 94%, 112% in months, not years. Maybe sometimes weeks. Would it be worth $23,387? Right? Would it be worth it? Type W in the chat, guys, if you think that it could be worth it. I mean, if it allows you to do that lah. Right? And if, finally, guys, if all it did was to allow you to fire your boss or quit your job, give you not just the financial freedom, but the time freedom to do the things that you love, right? Would it be worth it? Would it be worth $23,387? Would it be worth it? W, worth it. Francis, host, Sean, Victor, K, Bernard, Johnny. Awesome. Altogether, guys, this package is worth over $23,387. I break it all down for you, right? But here's the deal, right? Because, guys, this is the official book launch, right? And because you have committed your time to be me here today, live with me, supporting the book launch, well, you're not paying $23,387, all right? In fact, you're not even paying $4,000 lah. Huh? You're not even paying $2,000. Your price today, right, is just $997 flat, which is 50% off, right? You get everything that we talk about in the bootcamp, plus the book completely free, right? Team, can just place the link in the chat, right? Or guys, can just take a look below. There will be a QR code which you can scan as well. That is the link to secure your spot for the bootcamp, right? And even the book as well. So there are two options right there. I'll come to that in a bit, all right? So the dates, just to be clear, 8 and 9 November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., 3 weeks from today. Link is right in the chat, guys. Click on the link, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, all right? So if you have been on the fence, guys, now's the time, right? This isn't just an offer, guys. It's an opportunity, right? As I say, the bootcamp is where transformation happens. But only if you take action, right? Only if you take action. Okay, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. The link is right in the chat. Team, just place it in the chat again, right? That's the link. Or you can simply scan the QR code right below as well. You pretty much get the bootcamp plus everything we talk about, plus $23,000 worth of value today, right? Only for today. Now, here's the thing, right? I'm going to give you guys an action-based money-back guarantee, which basically is this, right? If you attend the first day, I mean, there are 2 days, right, in the bootcamp. So you attend the first day, you go through the trainings, go through the hands-on practice, you participate actively, you follow the steps, and you implement the strategy, right? And at the end of the first day, if you have committed to do it well and given your best effort, right, and you don't find any value, well, email us for full refund, right? How's that for you guys? This is how confident I know that this bootcamp will change the way that you look at the market or any markets forever, All right? And please don't join, guys, if you're not serious. I mean, you're just trying to try, play. No, right? We want people who are serious. You feel that whatever I talk about, want to get results even faster, well, we welcome you on board. And you get everything we talk about as well. Cool? So if you've been following me up to now all along, right, and this makes sense to you, you know that this is for you. You can even see yourself doing it. Go to secure a spot for the bootcamp. onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Guys, we only have limited spots, right? In fact, this is kind of like the last, we probably don't have any more webinars. All right, so onegoodtrend.com/secrets, or for just $997 flat. Today, 50% off. You get the book absolutely free, plus $23,000 worth of bonuses. Only during today, the live launch only bonuses. All right, and guys, once the launch ends by 4 p.m., right, this deal and all the bonuses will be gone. All right, and we only have like about 200, about 200 copies of the book. So once they're gone, they're gone. Right, and we will take down, all right, the page, onegoodtrend.com/secrets that have the both paths. Cool? All right, so here's the thing, right? I want to give you guys a surprise unannounced bonus, right? That is not on the slides, right? So basically, guys, if you secure a spot for the bootcamp today, well, we only have 3 weeks until the bootcamp on the 8th and 9th November, right? So I say, go to secure a spot, 8th and 9th November, you get the replay. You get the replay. If you really cannot make it, you can send the replay after the current batch. You can join us live on the 7th and 8th February 2026, right? So you get 3 weeks to today, to the bootcamp on the 8th and 9th November. So if you secure a spot for the bootcamp today, very simple. I'm going to give you guys free access, right, to the 1GT light indicator first. So you can play around with it, right? Use the 1GT light indicator for free before the bootcamp begins. Of course, in the bootcamp, then you'll get the pro indicator. Does it make sense, right? So that's how you can play around with it. You get it for free all the way 3 weeks from now, all the way until the bootcamp. Right? You get a 1GT light indicator for free. This is an unannounced bonus surprise. It's not even on slides. Link is right in the chat, onegoodtrend.com/bootcamp. Let's take a look at what others have decided, right? 1GT saved a lot of time, and I diligently look at the screener by Gary, right? I would now blindly buy anything. We have Fukwei. More than make back the course fee in only 2 weeks. It's like feng shui, but not really feng shui, guys. I know it can be a bit accurate, but it's based on the proven strategy that we've back-tested, refined along the years. All right. Let's see, we have Wong. First win after almost a year, right? After watching your videos and using the 1GT screener, I've already made back the masterclass fee. All right. Okay, good. I think some of you are asking about the book, right? Cool. Well, not ready for the bootcamp yet? No worries. Because I still want you to start your journey the right way, right? And that's why we're here today, right? And that's why the 1GT Secrets book is yours completely free today, I talked about just now, right? As mentioned, just help me to cover a small part of the printing and shipping costs. That's it, all right? And it's the same link. It's the same thing, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, all right? It's the very same link. Right over there, there's 2 options, right? Whether you want to get the book or whether you want to go all in the bootcamp, you want to accelerate, you want to get results even faster, you want to get the exact same tools that we're using, then join us at the bootcamp. But both options are right there on the very same page. Right? And of course, guys, the bootcamp, as I say, is where the real transformation actually happens. That's where I actually walk you through life. Right? So whichever path you choose, the book, path number 1, the bootcamp, path number 2, is on the same page. In fact, let me just show you the page right now, right? Okay, just click on the link in the chat, guys. All right, you can scan the QR code right below. Let me just go ahead to share with you guys the page right now. All right, right over here. There we go. Right, so click on the link. You'll come to this page right over here. Right, 2 ways to transform your trading. Right, only during today's live launch, guys. Once it hit 4 p.m., we would take this down. In fact, we have a lucky draw at the end. We'll take this down. This is the page, right? So option 1, you get a book. Everything we talk about, the complete starter kits, option number 1. Or you get option number 2, which is the bootcamp, the best deal, where you can accelerate and get results even faster, right? The bootcamp transformation we talk about, right? So option number 1 and option number 2, right? So all the details are here. Go ahead to secure a spot for the book. We only have limited copies, guys. So either the book or the bootcamp. So if we run out of books, we only got like 200 over copies. So we run out, guys, we will take down this page. So go ahead to secure a spot right now for the book or for the bootcamp. So choose your path, guys. In this page, I actually kind of like broke it down for you guys to make it even easier, right? For the book, there's a starter pack. You get this and this and this, the book, plus all the life-only bonuses. But for the bootcamp, you get everything in the book, all right? Everything in the book, plus so much more, all right? The 1GD Pro indicator, free 6 months access to the monthly age, the 1GD monthly group coaching, the PDF report and everything, all over here, all right? So this is pretty much the very same page, guys. Option number 1 and option number 2. Get the book or the bootcamp, all right? Type done, guys. Type done in the chat. If you get either book or the bootcamp, let me know. Type a done in the chat. All right? Type a done chat. onegoodchannel.com/secrets. Type done in the chat. I think we have like a lot of wow. Type done in the chat if you have signed up, right? Whether the book or the bootcamp, let me know. Type done in the chat, right? Or type paid if you're done and secure a spot for either the bootcamp or the book. Can I request for autograph copy? Answer yes. Every single book today that you get, whether it's the bootcamp or the book, it will be autographed by me and my team as well. Everyone, right? Type done, guys, in chat if you have secured your book or the bootcamp. Awesome. I can see it, guys. Paid, done, right? Let me know. Think, Wilson, Alex, done. Guys, you want to be fast because I said we only have 200 copies, right? So my team is tracking. If we have run out, we might just, if you access the page and it's not working, that means no more already lah. All right, guys? Okay? So onegoodchannel.com/secrets. The link is right in the chat. Click on it. You'll come to this page, as I see right over here. So go to secure a spot. So I think a lot of you have been, I think secure a spot for the bootcamp. Congrats. I look forward to see you live. 8 and 9 November, you will receive a confirmation email with the details to join us live, to get ready for the bootcamp. If you've got the book as well, well, you get a confirmation email as well, right? So hopefully you can join us in the bootcamp, as I say, 8 and 9 November. That's where we'll go live on Zoom, 10 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. There'll be a 1 hour break, right? Today, no break, right? But the bootcamp, there'll be a break, 1 hour break, all right? Maybe like 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., right? So 3 weeks from today. That's where I look forward to share with you guys, everything, that is in 1GD Secrets. Not just share with you guys today, but we actually walk you through live case studies, step by step, one by one, the 1GD Pro indicator, right? And you can see that today when we talk about the 1GD Pro indicator, right, we didn't really have time to cover, the rest of the boxes, right, the rest of the other checklists. And that's exactly what the bootcamp is about. We kind of walk you through every single step of the checklist, not just walk you through and don't know what to do, but we use the two together, the indicator, the signals, and we tell you exactly what to do, what to look out for, what not to do, what to focus on. Cool, right? So type done, type paid, guys. If it's done, let me know. Type done in chat once that's done. All right, I think we have only a few copies left. Team, how many copies left in the... All right. Okay, very good, guys. I think maybe we need like 30 copies left, right? So do go ahead to secure a spot, right? For the book, onegoodchannel.com/secrets. All right, done. Done for the book, done for bootcamp, paid for bootcamp. All right, okay, very good. Okay, and don't forget, guys, all right, as I say, let me just remind you again, right? Don't forget, right? Anyone who gets the book or the bootcamp today, right, during the live launch, right now, all the way until like 4 p.m., right, you're automatically entered into the lucky draw, right? There'll be a spinning wheel we'll do at the end, all right? And at the end of this session, maybe about 3:50 p.m. like that, right? Then we will do a spinning of the wheel and we'll refund two lucky buyers, 2 lucky winners, all right? Whether you get a book or the bootcamp, right? I don't know. We'll spin the wheel and find out, right? So imagine, guys, you could potentially walk away with everything today, completely free, right? So go ahead, hit the link, onegoodchannel.com/secrets, secure your book before the books are all sold out, before we take down this deal when the live launch ends at 4 p.m. All right, so I'll give everyone a moment to do that while the link stays up on the screen, right? Team, just place the link in the chat again. I think it's like all the way flying up somewhere again, all right? Okay, very good. Right, so there'll be a lucky draw at the end, right? And don't leave yet, guys, because later, right? Later, as I say, there's still a lot of value, guys, that we'll be giving to you guys. We have what we call the Q&A coming up, and we also have what we call the Ask Me Any Stock session, whereby we have more time to cover the stocks. I know just now we didn't have much time to cover the stocks. You can see, guys, it's almost like 3 hours already, all right? So Very simple. Later we have our AMA, whereby we have more time to cover the stocks that you guys are asking about. Not even stocks. I mean, any asset classes that you want as well. Crypto, whatever. Doesn't matter, right? So that's where what will happen at the end. All right? And of course, the lucky draw, as I mentioned as well. Type done, guys. Type done in the chat. Once that's done, paid. Once done, right? Whether you get the book or the bootcamp, go ahead, right? Let me know. KB, thank you so much. Cynthia, done. Jonathan, done, go. All right? I think, guys, we only have how many books left? I think we need to get like 10 plus, all right? Just be a bit quicker, guys. I mean, I don't know, right? My team is doing a quick count, right? Because it's like running quite a lot. All right, so link is right in the chat, right? Whether you get a book or the bootcamp, same link. Go to that page right there, onegoodchannel.com/secrets. The same page right over here. Let me just show it to you one final time. There we go, right? 2 ways to transform your trading. Right over here, during today's live launch, this page will only be up to 4 p.m., right? Up to 4 p.m., you can either grab the book, the starter kit, to get started, whatever we talk about over here, the checklist, broken down, the case studies over here. Or you get the bootcamp that includes everything that the book package offers, right? Including the over $7,000 of bonuses and the live trading on the 8th and 9th November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., right? So this is the page, option number 1 and option number 2, right? So go to Scale Spot for the book or for the bootcamp, right? So this is the page, onegoodchannel.com/secrets. Cool. All right, finally, right? Q&A time. As I say, guys, right? It's only like, it's still early, right? It's still early, right? We're going live for 6 hours. So we have a Q&A. I know there's a lot of questions. In fact, I saw a lot of questions. My apologies, guys, I'm very sorry if I never answered all your questions because like, boom, all the way out, I just cannot see you anyway. But we have time to go through all the questions one by one, right? So my team will be joining me. We'll take, in a while, we'll take what we call maybe a 5 minutes break. Just set up everything very quickly, and then we'll come back for Q&A. All right, and that's where we will go through some of the questions that you guys are asking about as well, all right? Not just about the book or the bootcamp, but any questions, right, regarding the strategy, anything you're not sure about, we have a Q&A session, all right? So we'll take a quick 5 minutes break, all right? I still cannot pay Gitan, right? The link should be working. Bootcamp sign up, congrats, Bernie, done. All right, James accidentally buy book instead of bootcamp. Okay, then you want to grab the bootcamp now, James, all right? Before, I got a problem with my credit card, can I TT? Well, you can contact our support team. Maybe team can just put the email, right? support@trading-impossible.com in the chat. Maybe one of our team can reach out as well, right? Right, so any issues, email to support@trading-impossible.com. Link, the details are right in the chat. That's where my team can help you, right? But I think it's the same thing. I think it should be working, right? I mean, a lot of you have got and secured a spot for the bootcamp. Done and paid for the book, all right? For Singapore, it's $19.95, right? If you're in Singapore. All right, if you're overseas, it's $29.95, right? So make sure you select Singapore if you are buying the book. Cool. Okay, guys, so that's it. We'll come back for a quick 5 minutes break. And don't leave yet. I say we'll go for Q&A. After that, there'll be a AMA, Ask Me Any Stock sessions with my team. We'll go through this all the way to 4 p.m. There'll be so much more value to give to you guys today. All right, and I can't wait to come back to share with you guys even more value. All right, so I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. When we come back, we go to Q&A. Any questions you're not sure about, type in the chat. We'll go into backchat for Q&A later. Me and my team will be here. I'll do my best to answer all the questions that I missed. Cool? I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, right? Let's go to Q&A then. See you guys, 5 minutes.
Yes, everybody can understand anybody. And I wish I had known about all this before I start to trade. I feel that the other courses or seminars that I attended, they try to impress the attendees. So they make it very complicated, they draw a lot of things, but Joey make it very simple. He's trying to tell us that trading is actually not that difficult. And I think it totally changed everything that I know about trading. I think if you are a newbie, then you are very lucky. You should have attended this before you even have your account. Yeah, because if you're a newbie, you don't need to reprogram your mind. You just follow whatever Joey says. It's simple. You don't need to overanalyze using a lot of different methods that people teach you. Just follow this. Yeah. Everything Joey
just explained it very simply to us. And it's weird that it's so simple yet it's effective. For other courses or programs I've been to, they do a lot of things and it complicates me and it makes me think more when things are actually so much simpler. So I recommend it to anybody.
Before I attend this program, I'm trading aimlessly. I don't know how to plan a trade. I don't know when to exit. I'll just put the trade and then just close my eyes and then just hope for better tomorrow. But after attending this program, I know what to look out for, the indicators, and I will understand that where is it heading, the downtrend, uptrend, the resistance line, the support line. This really helped me to understand where my stock is moving, and then I can plan ahead when is my stop loss or when the trade is going up. It's simple enough to understand, and if you follow closely to what Joey had taught you, all the signs that to look out for, you can definitely ride on the trend and make from there. Oh, definitely will make very serious potential gain. That is why I said that it's just a powerful and wonderful strategy. And I wish I could have known this much earlier. I have not seen this anywhere. And Joey had covered it very in-depth, and he make it very simple for us to understand. You just have to follow the step-by-step that he guided you. I find that it shortened my learning curve so much. So, well, there's no word for it. It's just worth it. Yeah, really. I would just encourage anyone to come and sit for the course, and then they will understand how valuable it is knowledge that he's imparting to us.
Thank you. Well done. Well done. Thank you very much, guys. Alright, okay. Oh, these are my students. They're awesome bunch of people. Alright, awesome bunch of people. Alright. Okay, guys, raise your hands. You are now in the third and final day of Precision Trading Lesson. Raise your hands. Wow, thank you. So how many of you now know, how to pretty much, pull out a chart, form an opinion, alright? And in less than 3 minutes, you know exactly when to enter and exit with precision. Raise your hands, come on. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Alright? How many of you will agree that this explosive trading strategy, alright, that I've completely imparted to you guys, alright? Completely imparted to you guys, alright? Is indeed powerful and we can make some serious gains with it. How many of you agree? Raise your hands. Yes. Wow, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Okay, let me ask you guys this question, right? What if I were to offer you guys 100%, alright, money back guarantee, 100% money back guarantee, right? However, you're not able to implement, right, any of the strategies, any of the blueprint, any of the system, every single asset, everything that I imparted to you, okay, that we have learned over the 2.5 days, alright? Is there any one of you who want your money back? No. Anyone? No. Okay, thank you guys. I didn't put you up to this, right, guys? Okay, live, okay. What if I were to offer you 2 times your money back? Will you want? No. 3 times? No. Okay, I would like to invite, alright, all of you to stand, alright, to stand. If and only if, right, you feel that I'm completely over-delivered.
Right, so welcome back, guys. So I believe we have to thank Joey, for that very, very powerful first 3 hours. I think he talked until his mouth maybe a little bit dry already. Yeah, so, okay, so just in case you don't know who am I, I'm Bhavin. I'm part of Joey's team. We also have Z here with us. So both of us have been actually working with Joey for over 5 years. So actually been lurking in the chat for a little bit, saw a little bit of familiar names today. So I mean, we are very, very thankful for you guys to join us on this book launch on a Saturday morning, right? So right here, we are going to start with the Q&A session. So I'm going to be moderating it a little bit. So let's begin, all right? So I think let's start with a very, very simple question. All right, so we have got quite a lot of questions right in the chat, like almost like more than 50. So guys, right, basically right now, we are doing our Q&A session, all right, Q&A session. So as I say, right, we have talked about the strategy, we talk about the things you'll be getting at the bootcamp or even at the book, right? But right now, if you have any questions, right, I think we have a lot of questions We have kind of like batch it one by one, all right? We try to go through all the questions. We probably spend about half an hour to an hour on this. And after that, that's where we'll go into the AMA. Ask me any stock session where me, Bervin, and Z will be here as well. And we'll dive into the stocks that you guys are asking about, right? So any questions, type in the chat. Congrats for those of you who have this secured, purchased the book, you got the bootcamp, all right? But let's see if there are any questions. We'll do our best to answer any of them. Cool? All right, so Bervin, come.
All right, okay, so this is a Q&A session. So, I mean, guys, you can continue to place your questions in the chat. No worries there. You can ask anything from Joey's 1GT framework, to the book, to what Joey actually eats before he finds out how to trade. Okay, so anything, as long as it's appropriate, all right? Okay, so let's begin. I mean, Joey, can we just start with a very, very simple question here from online learner.
Let's go.
Earlier on, he's asking, with thousands of US stocks, how to filter what stocks to watch?
How to filter what stocks to watch? Very good question, all right? I mentioned that as well. Basically, you know, as part of the boot camp, right? As part of the boot camp, we talk about this screener, right? This screener. In fact, just now we look at some of the results whereby we're able to pull out what we call the 1% hit list of stocks, right? In Singapore, in the US, even in the Hong Kong market. And that's where, you know, this screener, we have a very specific set of screener criteria that we use, right? It allows us to just sieve out these top stocks, put them in a watch list, all right? So your question would be, thousands of stocks. How do we do that? Well, essentially, I mean, if you were to open and close the chart one by one, thousands of stocks, it will probably take a few days, right? So we don't do that. You know, we have this screener that just makes it so much easier. All right, and then that's where I would say that, you know, we pull them out, and then we don't just pull them out, don't know what to do, but we pull them out, and we know exactly when to buy and sell, right? Just by using the 1GT Pro indicator, right? I mean, what do you guys think? See,
like, so actually, right, like what you guys heard from Bervin earlier on, me and Bervin have been with Joey for almost 5 years, right? And day in, day out, a lot of people have been asking us, hey, you know, what stock should I focus on, right? Because there's so many. And the thing is that when we actually introduce the screener to them, right, that is when they really like, oh wow, okay, these are the stocks that I can really focus on. Because in the Singapore market, how many stocks are there really? I think over 5,000, right? In the US, there's also more than over
13,000 in US. I think Singapore about 600-700.
Yeah, that's right. And that is where the screener actually comes in, right? To actually assist you to actually filter and pick out those top fundamentally strong 1% and technically strong stocks.
True. Yeah. Yep. True. Yeah.
All right, so online learner, hopefully that actually answers your question. Next up, we have a question from King Tiong. All right, King Tiong, hopefully is still here with us. Can the 1GT strategy apply for day trading, like 5 minutes or the 15-minute chart?
5 minutes, 15-minute chart. Who want to take it? G, maybe you want to share first?
Yeah, sure. Actually, the strategy, right, 1GT framework strategy, it can apply, okay, for our team, right, we are not intraday traders, right? Just to preface first, we are not intraday traders. We do like position to swing trading, right? So, and the chart that we always look at, right, will be based on a daily candlestick chart, right? And if let's say the daily candlestick chart, we are actually seeing a 1GT Pro indicator, like the bullish signal, right, from the indicator. And if you go to a 30-minute chart, or you go to a 1-hour chart or 4-hour chart, and you also see a 1GT bullish signal, what does that tell you? It just gives you more confirmation, right, on a lower time frame and on a higher time frame. So that's my take on this. Like, you can use it on 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, but you will see bullish signal. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that, you know, we have more conviction, right? Based on the signals, we are getting more conviction before we actually take any action.
Yep. I think what Z says is correct as well. So essentially, right, as you know, when we talk about the one good trend strategy just now, when I talk about it, right, we break it all down in terms of the right. You can see that we're not talking about, you know, intraday trading. You know, you don't buy and sell within like, you know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, buy, sell within 10 minutes, like 20 trades. No, right? This is a swing to position trading strategy. All right. So you get in, you get a bullish signal, plus some other confirmations, you let it ride. I mean, 1 day, 1 week, 2 months, 5 months. I mean, you can go up some more, then let it go up some more. Why you want to sell? Right. So essentially, this one good trend strategy is not a day trading strategy, right? Yeah, we do have some of our clients, mentees who use it to do a bit of forex. They do it on a 4 hours time frame, 1 hour time frame. You can as well. The principle is still the same, right? Principle is still the same, but essentially, it's built mainly or optimized mainly for swing to position trading. So every single candlestick bar, we are looking at what we call a daily candlestick bar, right? 1 day, 1 bar. Right? Of course, all that will be covered in the bootcamp, whereby we dive into deeper, into what we look out for in terms of the candlestick as well. In fact, that's one of the steps of the checklist. Right? That's one of the steps of the checklist. Those who get the book, you'll probably see more of it in detail in the book. Right? Okay, next question.
All right, great, Joey. So in a nutshell, the 1GT Pro indicator will cover most of the time frame. As long as the time frame is available on TradingView, definitely must be available on TradingView for the 1GT Pro indicator to work, and it will work across asset classes as well. All right, so next up we have Kevin asking, all right, Joey, how do you counter a sudden market bear move? Right, nowadays, market can suddenly swing the other side very, very quickly.
Exactly. I mean, most people, right, who don't really have a tool or system, and when the market turns, they could still be thinking that it's strong, it's still be going up, and hoping they will move up more and stuff, right? But I think with a tool that we are using, the One Good Trend Pro indicator that we talk about as well, I think you guys can see for yourself, right? I mean, basically, you turn it on, you get the bullish or bearish signal. So if you are looking at what we call a bearish move in the stock, right, and you see a bearish signal, first confirmation. You see the short-term trend turning down, another confirmation. You see two more things that we're looking out in, and that's explained in the book as well, another confirmation as well. So why do you want to hold the stock, right? So of course you want to have a plan to get out and reduce your exposure, or maybe to cut loss or take some profit, and then maybe wait for it to go down until you cannot go down already. Then you think about getting in again. Does it make sense? Right? Rather than you just hold all the way down. Right? So that's how having a tool takes the emotions, the second guessing, right, the overwhelm out of the market and the stocks. I think we have one question on like India, right? Can we do like India stocks? So just to be clear, right? I saw it in the chat right over here. So basically, guys, just to be clear, right, for the 1GT Pro indicator, we are able to pull it out on any asset classes. In fact, later the AMA, we can do it on some of the stocks that you guys are asking about, right? Crypto, India stocks, Malaysia stocks, any stocks, like any asset classes. As long as the price data for it, you can pull it out. All right, I think somebody's asking about whether it could be done for India stock. All right, Ken? Let's see. Oh, wow, okay. Then, yeah, I think Sanjay, right? 1GT Pro indicator works for India stocks. The answer is yes. Okay, Praveen, next one.
All right, let's go. Okay, so I think quite a few of you guys are asking. You have recently signed up for Joey's Bootcamp in November. All right, in November, do you guys still get the book? I think, Joey, you have to address this.
Let's see, right? Do you still get the book? So you signed for the bootcamp. When did you sign for the bootcamp? Like recently?
Right. I think they are referring to last week.
Oh, just last week. All right, very good. Yeah, exactly, right. And in fact, okay, those of you who have attended my webinar and you've got, in fact, that's what we wanted to let those of you know lah. Basically, those of you who have secured your spot for the bootcamp over the past 1-2 weeks, next week, actually, my team will reach out to you and we'll send you the book for free, all right? So the answer is yes, all right? If you have secured the spot for the bootcamp over the past 1 or 2 weeks, well, my team will reach out to you, we'll get your address, and you get the book for free as well, so you do not miss out. I hope that answers your question, right? So, yeah, just to make sure, all right? Okay? Yeah, and that's actually what we're going to do. For next week, we'll let you know. Yeah, okay?
All right, okay. So hopefully that answers that. All right, so I think Tiffy is also asking, how soon should we take action when a signal comes out? I believe what you mean is a 1GT bullish or bearish signal.
All right, Z, you take this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, Tiffy question is, how soon should we take a signal? So, if you guys have been listening to what Joey have explained over, the past 3 hours, right, and you guys had some takeaway, that will be the 7-point checklist, right? So, the thing is that even though we actually see a 1GT bullish signal coming out from the indicator, right, do you actually immediately take an action? Not really, right? Because we want to make sure that we want to have as many points ticks on the 7-point checklist as possible, right? So if let's say you only got 1 or 2 ticks and you still see a 1GT bullish signal, comparing to you go through the 1GT 7-point checklist and you get a 6 or maybe 7 out of 7 ticks, right? And you see a 1GT bullish signal, which one will you pick? I mean, of course, you will pick the one that has more ticks and a 1GT bullish signal, right? So it doesn't mean that, every time you see it come out, wow, straight away I go and buy. Right? No, we got to see it entirely in the context, right? We still got to look at the chart, look at the trend, and then look at other confirmations, right? Whereby you can actually find out the 7-point checklist, right? Exactly, which is in this book, right? Because that is where Joey actually show hand and write everything down, right, in this book, right? Because I think that over the past year, I think Bervin and myself, we can really say that, Joey really poured his heart out into writing this book and rewriting and getting us to vet and look at it again and again, right?
Guys, take like about how many, almost a year, guys, to put everything. And guys, this book, just to be clear, This is where we pretty much like, show hand everything. I mean, the book that I talk about, right? The One Good Trend Secrets book, we pretty much cover almost everything there, all right? Except the one explosive trade strategy that will be reviewed at the bootcamp. But it's pretty much literally almost everything we talk about, 7-step checklist, we break it all down, there'll be live case studies. And I think we spent like more than 10 over months to
almost
put it,
a year actually.
Yeah, more than a year, right? And put everything together, guys, in a live studio like this now. To be honest, I'm still getting used to it, right? I'm still a bit not used. There's like 4 cameras, like 5 monitors around, right? I'm like looking all over the place, right? Yeah, but thankfully that, it's working out, right? And thankfully you guys are still over here, right? Congrats, Steve, paid for the book, awesome, right? Awesome, okay.
Right, okay, so you guys heard from Joey's words, he has spent a lot of time on the book. So if you haven't got a chance to get the book just yet, I think the link is right now still active. From what I'm seeing, is still active, and then you can actually, just click on the link. You can either select the bootcamp.
Tim, can you just go ahead to place the link in the chat again, Tim? All right, I think maybe the link is the one that's pinned. Maybe it's not correct. Tim, just place the link in the chat again. The one that's pinned can remove. Remove the pin again. Yeah, correct. Pin the new one.
All right.
onegoodtrend.com, guys, /secrets. That is where you can either get the book or the bootcamp. As I say, right, if you want the transformation, right, if you want to get everything in the book, you want to get the book for free, plus $7,000 worth of bonuses, right? The bootcamp is where we go live, 8 and 9 November. That's pretty much where you can join us. All right. So hopefully we can see you guys live in the bootcamp.
All right.
Okay, good.
So before I move on to the next question here, I'm just going to look through like this. Okay, SW just asked, is the book also coming in soft copy or in PDF? Is there a digital version? Unfortunately, at this point of time, there will not be any digital version. Cannot be Joey cannot sign on a digital version also lah. So if you want an autograph copy, you have to get the physical book. All right. Okay. So let's go. Coming back to talking about a little bit about the indicator. Can it be installed on any platform or only on very, very specific platform? Can it be accessible through both the laptop or the desktop or the mobile version? I think TC is asking this question.
Very good question. All right. So I would say that you're talking about the 1GT Pro indicator that we have talked about today. Team, the camera. All right. Okay. Right. Good. Okay, so basically, the 1GT Pro indicator, right, that is where we have gone through some live case studies as well. And pretty much where, in a matter of seconds, you can pull up any stocks, get an opinion, right? So back to your question, right, this 1GT Pro indicator is hosted and based on the TradingView platform, right? So TradingView, there's an app. You can use it on the go. You can see the bullish and bearish signals on the go as well. So you can use it at home on the computer, on the mobile app as well. Yes, mobile version, yes. Desktop version, yes as well. All right, so this is where the 1GT Pro indicator, just to be clear, right, it is pretty much based on the TradingView platform, right? That's where we have built this indicator on. All right?
All right, so it's really cool actually. So if you are using the desktop version for the TradingView, if you set your notification, you set your alerts on the desktop version, all right? As long as you have the mobile app on your iPhone or your mobile phone, you will also receive alerts there. So it's actually a very, very seamless platform, very, very seamless. All right, so let's just move on to the next question right here. Let's just see, maybe just a little recap. All right, Johnny is asking, after 6 months, Joey, how much do we pay for the indicator?
Oh, good question. I think we covered that in one of the slides, right? So basically, $997 today, right? Secure spot for the bootcamp. You get more than $23,000 worth of bonuses. You get the book that we talk about, entirely free. It'll be mailed to you, autograph copy, and you get free 6 months access to the 1GT Pro indicator, the monthly age, the group coaching, and even the Singapore PDF report, right? And I say, right, if you secure a spot today, right, you actually get access to the 1GT Lite indicator. It's a simpler version of the Pro indicator, right? Comes out with the bullish and bearish signals only, the moving averages, right? So you get to use the 1GT Lite indicator before the bootcamp begins, right? So $997 today, that's it, full stop. You get a book and everything, $23,000 worth of value. After 6 months, so you get free 6 months access, right, to all the things to talk about, the life-only bonuses. So after 6 months, it will be 97 Singapore, $97 a month. After 6 months, cancel anytime, right? So I mentioned as well, for most of my graduates, right, by the time the 6 months is up, they've already more than covered it from the trades that they have made, right? So there's no need to commit forever, or you can decide after 6 months if you want to, if it's worth it to continue, right? And that's what happened, right? After 6 months, Singapore, $97 a month after 6 months, right? All the details are on the page onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Cool, right? Next one.
Okay, next one.
I think one question, right? What is the difference between the 1GT Pro and the 1GT Lite? So guys, there's more than like 30, 40 over questions, right? So apologies if we missed some of it, like we're doing our best to go through all the questions in the chat. You can see a lot of questions, right, coming out. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, but I'm looking at my phone, the questions, and let's see, right? I think TC Chan, what's the difference between the Pro and the Lite? So the 1GT Pro indicator, which is the Pro word, is the more pro one, right? That's the more advanced one, but we used just now. We can pull out pretty much some other confirmations that we are looking at as well, all right? Apart from the trailing support, in fact, we have other boxes that we don't have time to turn it on, but there are just other confirmations. So all these are explained in the bootcamp in detail. We go through live. Of course, in the book, we talk about it. It's all in the checklist, case studies as well, all right? So that's the Pro version. More advanced, more confirmations, and yeah, I would say that's what me and my team uses on a daily basis. What about the Lite version, right? The LITE, Lite version. Well, the Lite version is a simpler version of the Pro indicator. So basically, there are only one box, the bullish and bearish signals, right? To get started, to get a quick opinion on any stocks or asset classes, bullish and bearish signals, right? That's the first box. Pretty good confirmation. I mean, I would say that you want to keep things simple, that's good as well, right? And you have the moving averages, right? But it doesn't have all the more advanced stuff like the trailing support, resistance, and some of the other confirmations that we seek. All right, so that's the difference between the Pro and the Lite indicator, right? The 6 months free is for the Pro or Lite. The 6 months free is for the Pro, of course, right? So you come for the bootcamp, guys, you get 1GT Pro indicator, Pro, right? Then use the Pro, right? Before use the Lite. Cool? Okay? Okay, let's go.
I think there's another question by Daniel, right? I just saw by Daniel, because since Joey is also talking about the 1GT indicator, right? Daniel is asking,
no sound. Team,
there's
can you
no
check?
sound?
Team check. Guys, sometimes I know it might not be working. I'm not too sure whether you guys can. Okay, so a couple of no sound.
I think
it should be on.
It should be okay.
Yep, got sound, Peter.
If you guys got
thanks,
sound,
Peter, thanks.
Okay, good.
Got sound,
Got
can
sound?
let me know in the chat, okay? Because I'm looking at the chat right
Now
over
okay?
here.
Now
Okay,
yeah.
okay, great. Okay, so since, just sorry for some technical difficulties,
Sometimes
right?
this is live, this is live, right?
This is the first time that we are doing this also. Okay, so since Joey was talking about the 1GT indicator earlier on, clearing up the doubts, between the Pro and the Lite, right? Daniel is actually asking, since this indicator, right, as you mentioned, Joey, is on TradingView, must we also sign up with TradingView since the free account only limits to 2 indicators?
No, very good question. Very good question. Maybe I can take that. All right, I can take that. Well, essentially, guys, the 1GT Pro indicator, which is based on, it's hosted on the TradingView platform, right? And TradingView is a very powerful charting platform, which I think some of you may even be using TradingView charts, right? So that's where my 1GT Pro indicator is based, right? So just to be clear, right? TradingView, there's, if you are, some pro trader, there's different paid tiers, different paid kind of tiers which you want, right? But just to be 100% clear, right? If you to use the 1GT Pro indicator, what a basic free TradingView plan would work, right? Because on the free TradingView basic plan, they give you 2 indicators to put on the chart, right? But now only got one, the 1GT Pro indicator, which is good enough, but you still got one more slot free. Make sense, right? So even on the free TradingView plan, you can still access the One Good Trend Pro indicator. However, if you're one of those who are very advanced, some of our pro traders, our mentees, and our clients as well, they're looking at like multiple watch lists, multiple stock, unlimited this, unlimited alerts, unlimited watch list alert, that kind of thing. And then you can consider if you want to upgrade to other different TradingView paid plans. But to be clear, for the 1GT Pro indicator, even if you have a free basic TradingView plan, also can. All right, you have 2 indicators, you only have 1. The One Good Trend Pro, you can still use another one extra. Clear so far? All right?
And by the way, just to add on, because if you guys realize, just now when Joey shared his screen on the 1GT indicator, right, the Pro indicator, you already got the moving averages there. So actually, you don't really need to add like second or third indicator, right? Because everything is in one, right? You just need to turn on the 1GT Pro indicator. There's so many functions: trailing support, there's the moving averages, there's position sizing, there is also volume change, right? So there's so many things already in that indicator. So by right, you only need one lah. But if you want more, then sure, you can go ahead to upgrade the TradingView plan, no problem. Yeah.
Yep, exactly, right? So as I say, this is the only indicator. In fact, when I look at my chart just now, you don't see like 5 or 10 other stuff, right? Even though, I mean, I'm on the premium trading view plan, right? So I can put like, I don't know how many, but actually don't need so many, I only got one only, right? So just one indicator is all we need, and that is the One Good Trend Pro indicator. And that's it, all in one. I only use one, only, nothing else. Cool? All right.
So on that note, Joey, can they just sign up for just purely the 1GT Pro indicator without getting the book, without signing up for the bootcamp? Is that possible?
Oh, the answer is no. Unfortunately, guys, no, right? Why? Because when you come for the bootcamp, as I say, that's where we kind of like drill it down, right? We drill it down, we go live, case studies, we break it all down, we explain every single signal live, you're able to ask questions, and we cover the 7-step checklist together, right? So I think no point if you just get the indicator, you click, you open here, open there, don't know what's happening, don't know when to buy, don't know when to sell, anyhow buy, a bit no point lah, right? You don't even know what's happening, right? So I think it's good that we kind of like only include this, the 1GT Pro indicator, as part of the bootcamp. You get free 6 months access to it. And not just that, right? You get free 6 months access to all the things that we talk about, right? The monthly group coaching, the PDF report, all right, and the monthly age service as well. So all these have been all packaged together, and that's where you get the most value, right? Only for today, right? So the answer is unfortunately no. We want to make sure that it's part of the bootcamp. You come for the bootcamp, you learn to apply. I think that's where I think you get more value that way rather than just using the indicator blindly. Does it make sense? All right?
All right. So, I mean, we completely understand some of you guys are not ready or you don't have time to attend the bootcamp just yet. But if you want to just pick up the 1GT Secrets book, I think the team can help me to place the link in the chat once again. You will get, all right, you will get not the Pro, this is the 1GT Lite indicator access. Look at it as like a sampler, taster, a little bit of appetizer. You can try it out. All right, 14 days completely free. All right, okay, so we'll move on to the next question. All right, I think Sanjay was asking earlier on, right, does the 1GT indicator demonstrate or show the stop loss levels?
Does it show the stop loss level? Oh, very good question, right? Is it maybe you want to take it? Like, how do we do that to help us in stop loss and all that?
Okay, so if you guys are aware, stop loss is part of risk management, and risk management is one of the most important things in trading, right? Because you can win a lot, but if let's say you don't have any risk management plan in place, right, your wins, right, can suddenly become losses, right? And that's what we want to avoid now, right? And so many times, our mentees, our clients, they have also been asking us like, hey, how do I set stop loss? How do I place stop loss? And actually the 1GT Pro indicator, right, I think that really helps because if you guys remember the trailing support function that Joey has actually brought up just now and show you guys. So that trailing support function, right, basically how we actually derive that trailing support function or how Joey actually developed that, right, is based on the average true range, right? And also that trailing support, right, that function, it actually follows the prices as it moves up, right? And it also accounts for the stock volatility. Different stock got different volatility, right? So with that, if we actually place our stop limit order or stop loss order, right, slightly below the trailing support, and trailing support is a dynamic support, right? It moves as the price moves up, right? You place your stop loss order slightly below the trailing support, right? It gives you extra room, right, for the stock to breathe. And if it breaks that additional space or the room that you give it, right, then that is where, we want to think about getting out. That's where we think about reducing exposure, right?
Exactly.
And that is the whole key point of this trailing stop loss as well, to actually help you with setting your stop loss orders.
Exactly. So I think what Z mentioned is exactly what I want to say as well, right? So that's the power of the trailing support function of the 1GT Pro indicator, right? It just allows us to get an opinion if this stock is still good to ride, all right? If it breaks below the trailing support, we get a bearish signal, well, we can think about getting out as well, all right? And that's where a stop loss can be placed, like what Z has mentioned, and that's what we cover in detail, right? In detail in the bootcamp. Of course, in the book, we talk about it as well, all right? Whereby we place the stop loss just below, right? Just below the trailing support to just account for the volatility of stock, right? Time to get out, you get out. Time to get in again, you get in again, right? So no overthinking, no second guessing. Just following a system, a repeatable process. All right. Congrats as well. All right. Say already signed up for the book to support Joey and his team. Thank you so much, Zay, for getting it, guys. So the link is right in the chat, guys. Right. We only have a couple of copies left. Right. By today, all the live-only bonuses will be gone. So onegoodtrend.com/secrets. I think type done, guys. Type down in the chat if you are done. Getting the book or even the boot camp. Let me know. Type down in the chat. All right. Okay. Let's see. Right. What's the next question? I think we have one more question by Robert, right? Can your system filter the crypto tokens, right? Crypto tokens. So as I say, guys, as I say, this is always the question that we get all the time, right? The 1GT Pro indicator is based on the trading, it's hosted on the TradingView platform. So as long as there's a price data, there's a chart on TradingView, right? We can pull up any asset classes, not just stock. My forte, as I say, is in stock. I do Singapore, US, stock, a bit of Hong Kong, but any asset classes, right? You can pull it out. In fact, later we have an AMA session, right? For the next 2 hours, you can ask about your crypto. I'm not an expert in crypto, guys, right? But we can check out some of the crypto, right? XRP or Cardano, all right? And see, see what it says, right? Maybe there's a bullish or bearish signal. We'll find out later, AMA, right? We'll try to cover some of the stocks or crypto or anything that you guys are asking about. All right?
Okay, so Jola, you are asking, after 6 months of free bonus of the 1GT Pro indicator, so I believe you have signed up for the bootcamp already, see you there. All right, will I be able to apply your teachings without it, apply Joey's teaching without it? I think that's a very, very good question. So look at it this way. Can you drive without a GPS? Can. Why cannot? Will you drive better with a GPS? Most likely.
Yeah.
Right? Think about it that way. So I would say with continuous practice, continuous access, definitely it will help to reinforce the learnings. But of course, if you show up to the bootcamp and after that you don't do anything, you just take it as watching a 6-hour movie every day, then maybe not very suitable lah.
Yeah. Right? True. So it's a very good question. I want to add on what Bervin has said as well. So basically, in the bootcamp, of course, we provide you the tools, the support, the community, the trainings and stuff, right? And we help you to apply it, right? We help you to implement it, right? Because as I say, knowing is only half the battle, right? The real change or the real transformation comes when you go from knowing to doing. All right, and that's what the bootcamp does, right? So after the 6 months, so you get free 6 months access to the 1GT Pro indicator, the group coaching and all the stuff we talk about, right? So after 6 months, well, as I say, most of our graduates, continue because, by the time the 6 months is up, they have already more than covered it from the trades, right? But the point here is that even after 6 months, right, if you decide that maybe you wouldn't want to use the 1GT Pro indicator, all right, and you do, probably you're quite strong already, you don't need the group coaching and all that, well, that's fine as well, because whatever that's being taught in the bootcamp, right, you can apply it. Why? Because as I say, right, in this bootcamp, we don't just teach you concepts, we teach you the framework behind it, we teach you how to apply it, all right, and we explain the framework behind the indicator, right? But if during the bootcamp, I just pretty much ask you to open the indicator, ask you to click this and just you see a bullish signal, then I also don't explain to you why like that, then I don't think you'll learn anything lah, all right? So, but the point here is that after 6 months, whatever that's being taught, you can still apply it, the principles remains the same, the mindset, the core belief remains the same, right? But of course, with the tool, the indicator, then, that's what we use every day lah. I think it'll be better lah, right? Like what Bervin said, the GPS, you can drive car without GPS, but I think I prefer GPS, easier, don't you think so much?
Yeah, and won't get lost also.
Also won't get lost. Time to turn, just turn left, turn right, right? Time to buy, time to sell, right? Get a few confirmations, all that will be covered in the bootcamp lah, right?
All right, okay, next. I think somebody's a little bit curious here, XH. What is the content of your book, Joey? And what will be the expected end result after reading it? All right.
Let me just see. Wow. By Lim, right? Lim, what's the content of the book and about the end result after reading it? Wow, I think that's a pretty good question, right? Basically, right, if you have been following me over the past 3 hours or so, well, we have talked about the 7-step checklist, right? And if you look at the entire framework, today we really got time to cover what we call the 7-step checklist, right? And in the book, we actually break it all down, right? It's not just the 7-step checklist. There's all the other parts we look at for as well, right? After the 7-step checklist, the risk management, the executions, all that will be covered in the book. So in the book, right, I pretty much showhand. I literally showhand everything. It's all in the book, right? So basically, the end result will be like what some of my, book readers have really said, like 𝐶𝐸, right? A masterpiece, right? I forget already. Right? But essentially, what I say is that you're able to implement it, right? It's not theory. You'll be able to see results fast, all right? So of course, you want to go ahead to follow, read every single part of the checklist, apply it, all right? And that's where in the bootcamp, we help you to do that much easier. You have the exact same tools. I think, how many can agree that in order to master something, not saying that the book is, is not good and stuff, but in order to master something, to really master it, all right, how many of you agree that it takes more than just reading a book? All right, type A, guys, type A for agree, guys, if you agree that, to really master it, not play like that, it takes more than just reading one book. Let me know, guys. Type A for agree if you agree with me, all right, in order to master it. And that's where we talk about it in the boot camp. We actually not just let you pass you the book and ask you to carry on, but no, right? We kind of like, walk you through the live case studies step by step, and we make sure you actually implement it. Right, Ken? Okay, I think there's some questions, right? More. Yeah.
All right, so, okay, let's go. Next question. I think Christopher was asking very early on, can you share some of the cases where the 1GT signals give false trigger? I think what Christopher was asking is, what is the typical hit rate? Okay, like, I think that's
very good.
The key point.
Yeah, I mean, later, in fact, we can take a look at some of the stocks. Christopher, maybe we can take a look at some of the stocks you're asking about and we see what it says. I also don't know. I mean, whether it got bullish or bearish or false signals and stuff, we can take a look. But essentially, for the 1GT framework, we're looking at a win rate of about 70%, right? Even more than, maybe more than 80% as well, if we do get more confirmations, right? So we have a 7-step checklist, right? All of us, basically, we focus on these 7-step checklists, right? If we have 4 or more out of these checklists, well, that would push up our win rate to 70, 80, maybe even more than 80% as well, right? So it really depends on the confirmation. All that will be covered in the bootcamp, but that is kind of like the win rate that we're looking at as well.
Yeah,
right?
and also I wanted to add on a point, right, is that, if people out there tell you that they have a system that can have 100% win rate, usually that one, most of the time, you will be scammed.
Guys, please, don't no such thing as 100%, what 包赚, that kind of thing, please, no such thing, right? Anybody take 100% or what, please run away, guys, all right? There's, no such thing.
Even Warren Buffett cannot be 100% also.
So don't believe on this 100%, right? Even with a 70, I mean, we talk about this just now, right? Even with a 2 to 3 trades win out of 10, can you still make money? We talk about that, right? Also can, right? So it's not about winning, but we win how much? Win $10, $50, I think no point, but when you win 2,000, 3,000. When you lose 200, 100. That's where the trading edge is, right? And that's pretty much what we'll cover in the bootcamp. We have live case studies to really drill down into this point. All right, so onegoodtrend.com/secrets, guys. The link is right in the chat, pinned up, right? Can you just place the link in the chat again, right? onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Okay, I think we have one more question. Let me just see, right? Doris, right? I'm staying in Malaysia. How to pay for the book? Doris, just go to secure your book, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. So when you fill it up, you can choose Malaysia, right? If Malaysia, then it'll be overseas, right? Then it'll be $29.95. All right, but you get all the bonuses that we talk about, more than over $1,000 worth of bonuses. All right, so if you're in Singapore, it'll be $19.95. Overseas, Malaysia, which out of Singapore, then it'll be $29.95, just to pretty much help me cover a small part of the printing and shipping fee. Actually, we don't really earn much. I think you guys will know. Just to help us cover some costs, that's about it, right? Okay, cool.
Okay, next, I think, Styler, you're a dividend investor, thus you're not too worried about stock prices moving. In that case, should he be worried about his stop loss levels or stop loss indicators?
Right.
All right, so I think they are fighting for it, so I will take that.
Okay,
so here we go. So I think if you're a dividend investor, you're more likely looking at longer term time frame. Yes, you're right. But should you be worried about stop loss indicators? Styler, I think you have to be concerned, all right? Firstly, about your dividend yield, of course. But here's the thing, your dividend yield is locked in pretty much when you bought the shares. But as prices move down or move up, if move up, no worries, capital gain along with dividend income, fantastic. What happens if it keeps coming down? All right, so there's the illusion of your dividend yield increasing. No, so it doesn't increase, it's pretty much locked in. But the share prices breaking new lows, you start to see your horizontal supports start to get broken, right? Prices breaking below their dynamic supports as well. Should you be worried about your trading indicators or your stop loss indicators? Yes, because no matter how much dividend you are receiving, right, at some point it will not be able to cover your capital loss at the same time. So I think in that sense, the 1GT Pro indicator and the 1GT framework will definitely shed a little bit more light or give you a little bit more direction, all right, on where this your stock or where your dividend stock could potentially be heading towards. Right, so you can get out of the stocks when it definitely when it breaks below those very key levels.
Yeah.
You want to definitely get out.
I think one thing I want to add is this, right? So I think we do work with some of our mentees, some of our clients as well in Philips Securities. And we look at some of their portfolio, right? And some of our clients say, oh, I'm a dividend investor, right? I buy dividend stock, right? And then I keep for long term, 5 years, 10 years. And I look at the stocks, all right? And some of them, we got, and they say that it gives dividend, right? So we look at the stocks, and then there's like 5 bearish signals. It's going down for the past like 10 months, and the price have dropped by 30, 40, 50 over %, right? And you get your dividend of 4-5%, right? So my question is this, very simple, right? You might be a dividend investor, right? You can buy some good stocks and stuff. But if I see like 5, 10 bearish signals on the stock, everything is going down. I got like 7 checklists, right? 7-step checklist. We got like 4 or 5 confirmations that it's going down. I think it's okay, you can keep the dividend. I don't need dividend. I mean, no point the price keep on going down. You give me the dividend for what? All right. So that's one thing about the One Good Trend Pro indicator, right? It tells us exactly when to get in, right? When to get out, all right? And not just, for the short term, but even if you're going for the longer term, I talked about just now, right? Whereby you want to keep for 5 years, 10 years dividend. Well, can it guide you to time your entry a little bit better on that dividend stock you want to buy? I mean, you see that this dividend stock, you give you a pretty good dividend, and then you see some bullish signals coming out like yesterday or last week. Would you feel a bit more confident to buy that dividend stock? I think yes lah. But if you see like bearish signal, then I think probably wait first lah. Does it make sense so far? All right. So that's how having a tool, right, like that can help you to time your entry and exit, even if you're a dividend investor, a fundamental investor, or long-term investor. All right. Okay, I think we have some questions right in the chat. Well, guys, really a lot of questions, right? We'll do our best, We'll do our best.
Okay, Joey, I think I saw a question. I think they're asking what is the commission like if they join you as a client under Philip Securities. I saw that question went by just now.
Let me
Maybe you want to just take a look at that.
By 𝐒𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐿. Yeah.
So basically, guys, I think we have quite a lot of clients joining us today, right? Just like I saw, right? How many of you are clients of ours in Philip Securities, whereby me, Bervin, and Z, and a few of our broking team members are brokers in Philip Securities? Let us know. Let us know. Just type a C for client. If you have a trading account under me in Philip Securities, I just want to acknowledge all of you for joining me today. Thank you for your support in the trading under us, supporting us. I hope our team is doing a good job as well. Type a C for client if you're a client. Let me know. Thomas, all right, awesome. Yeah, definitely, right? Joseph, good to see you. Ji Leong, client and graduate, awesome. BC, Esther, Jennifer, Kim, client. Lots of clients over here, right? So just to be clear, right? Just to be clear, guys, in case I did explain just now, right? Whether or not you come for the boot camp, or you get the book, or you never get the book, or you never get boot camp, right? That doesn't matter, right? You can still become a client of mine in Philip Securities, right? For free, right? You don't pay anything more, right? It's the same as whatever you pay when you're trading. I'm not too sure where you're trading, but to trade you need to have a trading account, right? I mean, yeah. So it's pretty much the same as whatever you pay when trading, right? But my question to you is that, is there anybody like doing anything? Like is your broker supporting you well? Does he say you need ideas, video, WhatsApp, training, and stuff, right? If nothing, then you check it out. The link is right in the chat. Click on it, right? Find how you can become a client of mine in Philip Securities for free. For free. You do not need to pay anything more. You don't have to get a book. You don't have to get a boot camp. You can become a client of mine for free. No additional charge. Link is right in the chat, right? Thank you so much, team, for placing the link in the chat. All right. So yeah, I hope that answers the question, right? No difference.
All right. So okay. So let's see. Here we go. Maybe how about we look at one very simple question.
Let's go.
Right, is this 1GT method or 1GT framework on 1GT Pro indicator, is it suitable for beginners, or you think it's more for experienced traders?
Wow.
I think personally for me, I feel that it's actually for both lah. Cause like beginners, you will need to have like that framework to work with, and then together with the 1GT indicator, and then that is where it helps you to boost your confidence. Because since you're a beginner, right, you don't really know where to start. Because everybody got to start somewhere, right? And when you start somewhere, there's so many materials out there, there's so many indicators, and by the time you go and research everything and you go and put everything together, wow, then sometimes your chart look so messy, right? Because there's so many things you get. Analysis paralysis, right? And sometimes people don't really know what to do, right? So I think it's good for beginners as well. But in terms of experienced trader, it will give you another thing to think about, like this framework, right? Does it actually help you to fit into your existing strategy? If it does, great, right? Because you get additional confirmation and conviction, right? Especially from the 1GT bullish signal when you see it on the chart.
Yep, exactly. I think one of my graduates, we played a video just now, and one of my graduates actually was saying that if you're a beginner, then you're very lucky, right? I think one of my graduates in the video was saying that, right? So if you're a beginner, I think you're very lucky, right? Basically, those of you who are experienced, right? You pay lots of tuition fees in the market and stuff. So you're a beginner, first of all, congrats. If you're able to follow whatever I talk about, it makes sense to you, nothing complicated. So we keep things simple. We don't overcomplicate things, right? We seek a few confirmations, pump, 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 this tick, 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 get in, get out, we decide, that's it, right? So beginner, good. If you're advanced, good, right? If you're a professional, you have been around in the market for the past 10, 15 years, even better, right? This can help you to increase your ROI even more. You get more clarity in the market, all right? You get the confirmation that you need. You just get more conviction in the trade. Because I can tell you guys, a lot of traders, right, in the market, even though they have some experience, but sometimes when they come to their own market, their own money, right? You overthink, you think too much, you hope, you wait, you see, you know. And that's where it comes in, right? In terms of the 1GT framework and the indicator, right? It gives you the clarity and the conviction what to do. To buy, to sell, to wait, to do nothing. Right? I think that is a...
And also just to add on, right? I think, I don't know, Joey, if you still remember, I think we have seen firsthand, right? You know, how this 1GT system and this framework actually transform some a trader, right, that we have spoken to very recently from being stuck to frustrated, and he was saying that, wow, he lost money every single year on year and never ever make money before over the past 10 years, right? Until now, he's so much confidence, and he's basically like promoting for us, right? Basically, right? He's basically promoting for us, lah. So, Michael, if you are watching this,
Michael,
right? Michael, if you're watching this, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. I don't mind, Michael, you're here, all right, Michael? Yeah. But thank you so much for your kind words, guys. I mean, I've seen a lot of kind words. Like Janice, thank you so much, Janice. I think you're saying like Janice. I missed the message for Janice, right?
Supporting Joey to get the book today.
Yeah, Joey and his team are very nice. Bervin too. I say you're very nice. Service me previously. All right, thank you. Janice Chang, supporting Joey to get the book. Thank you so much, Janice, for the support. Really appreciate that, right? So the link is right in the chat, guys. All right. Thank you so much for supporting this book launch, right? You know, I mean, yeah, thanks for supporting me. But you know, this whole book, as I say, not just to support us, but also, you know, to really help you, and that's what I believe in. All right, I want to start a movement, right, on this one good trend framework, and to really to help you guys, right, to get the clarity, to get the conviction on any trade, right? But really, thank you so much for just supporting, being here. Amos, right? I'm your 1GT graduate. Thank you so much, Amos. Of course, Amos Low. Thank you, right? I bought your book to support you. Thank you so much, Amos. Congrats, Joey, for your very successful book launch. Yeah, I hope it's successful. I also don't know whether it's successful or not. Right? We're just like playing. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, like Joey had mentioned, so the 1GT Pro indicator or the 1GT framework is suitable for most traders, lah. Okay. So, but I think coming down the road will lead us to this next question. Okay, Joey, how much time do I need to spend each day to apply this 1GT?
How much time you need? Well, you need about 6 hours a day. I'm just kidding. What, 6 hours a day? Are you kidding? Come on, guys. All right. So basically, you can see that when we talk about the screener just now, all right, whereby in a matter of 2 seconds, I don't know, maybe 1 second, all right, you take a look at the results, the top 1% hit list of stocks, all right? We put it out, we put it in a watch list, we set alerts on it, we get alerted on it when there's a bullish signal or there's a bearish signal, right? And we build a plan on it. And that's pretty much what they do, right? We don't open and close every single chart. We don't like open 1,000 stocks. No, right? So you keep it simple. Of course, all these will be covered in the bootcamp. That's where we pretty much drill down the step-by-step framework live, all right? And the point of it is that 10 minutes a day, I mean 5 minutes maybe, all right? And that's what we do, right? We keep things simple. You follow a process, you do this, pump, set, that's it, right? Wait for tomorrow, next day, look at it again, right? So it's a very systematic process, right? I think we don't like overcomplicate things. You don't spend like 2 hours, 5 hours looking at stocks and chart.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, Styler made a comment. Selling is much more difficult than buying 100%. 100, 1000%, I think. Agree.
Yeah.
Buying, you got money, you can buy. But when you sell, you got to, sometimes realize some losses. That is the hardest. Sometimes the hardest thing, the mental block is there. So what's one thing, all right? One thing we must know when to sell. So what's the one thing or one factor? I mean, for Z, what's the one factor that helps you decide?
I think, right, even before this question, right, for me, the most important thing, right, is to have a trading plan. Because once you have a trading plan, you have your entry price, you have your stop loss price, you have your target price. Your stop loss and your target essentially are your sell, right? Because if it hits your stop loss, you got to sell, right? Because you got to reduce exposure, right? That's your trading plan. And if it hits your target, you also sell. So it covers, I believe, Styler's question, what is one thing that we must know, we must have, right, before knowing when to sell is confirm, for me, is trading plan first.
Yep. I think very good. I think that's for me as well. I think we have a plan, or even though we have a plan, And next thing is that to get out, to buy, to sell, doesn't matter, right? So say we follow a process. Like just now, I think we talked about one stock, right? Whereby I think we got a bearish signal just coming on Friday. I don't know what stock is that, but when that comes out, right? When we get some other confirmations that is going to be weaker, right? Then the question is why do you want to just hold all the way down, right? Why not get out first? I think all of you can agree that getting in is easy, right? Maybe just let us know, right? I mean, how many of you agree that getting out is equally important? All right, type O guys, type O in the chat if you feel that getting out is equally important, if not maybe more important than getting in. All right, because you can buy, kick, but you don't know when to get out. I tell you, your profits from make a lot become make a bit, then become loss, become like huge loss. Right, so that's key, right? So you need to know when to get out, and that's key, right? It's not just about getting in, and you have no idea when to get out, right? And that's exactly what the One Good Trend framework actually does. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so personally, I would say, if you are looking for one factor from me, I would take it one step from Joey and Z. I think just do one thing very simple. Set your alerts. And then don't think so much. Because I never heard a law or a saying before, once you exit, you cannot come back in.
Exactly.
Okay, if it's weak, exit, reposition, and then come back. All right?
I think most people, want to add on, right, what Vin says is true. Because some people, when they sell, right, then it's like maybe you admit lose, you sell already, you admit loss. But you sell, 5 minutes later, you can buy back on. I mean, anytime you want to buy back, you can buy back on. Why you scared, right? But some people you sell, means you beat your heart, you lose money. No, right? There's no emotions involved. Time you get out, right? You want to buy back 1 day later, 5 minutes later, 10 seconds later, also can one. Right? So selling wouldn't kill you, all right? Only by holding on to a stocks that is weak, you don't want to sell, you hope, you pray, you think you'll go up tomorrow, 明天会更好, right? And then you wait, and then, all the way down, right? So we don't do all these things. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see. Eric, what if what if a stock hits your target price, alright, Joey? Alright, just now we talk about selling mostly in the case of a loss. Okay, so I think what Eric means here is what if it hits a target price and it's having a good 1GT bullish signal. On top of that, should we continue to ride that uptrend?
Wow, very good question, huh? Right? Maybe Z yourself first, later.
Yeah, sure. So basically, just now you guys recall me mentioning about the trailing support function, right? So apart from using the trailing support function as, for your stop loss, right, to plan your stop loss, a few percent below the trailing support, the trailing support, one key thing about it is that it follows the prices as it moves up, right? Do you guys remember that? So when it follows the prices as it moves up, that is where you want to continue to ride the trend, right? Especially when the trend is still very strong, like your moving average is still pointing up, you get another 1GT bullish signal as a confirmation, then why would you want to so fast sell, right? You want to continue to ride the trend, and you can make use of the trailing support, right, to trail it and continue to ride the trend up.
Yeah, I think that what Z has mentioned is correct as well. And in fact, that brings us to the next question by Glenn as well. Glenn Chang, right? Awesome. Glenn, sometime when there are 4 or 5 1GT signals, right, the price has really appreciated. So you see a couple of bullish signals, right, already went up, right? In such a case, is it still okay to consider going long? Right? And for me, the answer is yes, right? And that's pretty much, Glenn, we talk about the core belief, right? Just now, in the very first part, the breakthrough number 1, right? And most people, when the stock is moving up, they got 2, 3, 4, 5 bullish signals. You go up, then you think, very expensive, already, wasted, missed it already, that kind of thing, right? But that's the reality, right? Most of the time, we could have, got 4, 5, if we don't have 6, 7, 8, right? There could be more bullish signals. So I think it's perfectly fine to continue scaling into the winners, to ride more, on these strong stocks that have already proven themselves in an uptrend, right? Whereby not just 1, but 5, 6, it could be a few more bullish signals until, I'm not saying forever, then don't see that, right? But until we see what we call a bearish signal, then the short-term trend turn down, some other weakness, okay, then you get out lah. But if not, then okay lah. Then you continue riding, all right? It's like a safety net beneath you, like based on what Z has mentioned on the trailing support, a safety net beneath you, following you. As long as you're above it, you're fine. Continue, maximize your gains in an uptrend.
Right? Okay, so I think personally, if the stock keeps going up, if you want to look at it from a logical point of view, there is a reason why it's going up. You're not buying unless you're buying something that is very, very speculative. You're buying something that is very speculative, penny stocks, illiquid stocks. The more dangerous ones is just pumping higher and higher and higher.
Yep.
those is a separate topic already,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Those
right.
you need to be very, very careful. But alternatively, if you just look at normal stock, normal stock with like what Joey said, good fundamentals. Okay, let's talk about blue chip stocks. There is a reason why the prices are moving higher. Typically because there is growth in the company. Prices reflect that. The charts price in or the future moves. Right? So definitely have a safety net, and that safety net will, I think, help you say scale into your wins. Right? You got to scale into your wins. When we win, we want to win
more.
Big. Win more. Correct, that's right. You don't want to, sometimes we have a client saying, up 2 cents already, up half a percentage point, and they want to sell already.
They want to sell already. Like they make a bid, right? They sell already. I was like, huh? But why cannot go up some more, man?
Cannot go up some more. When it come down 10%, they don't want to sell.
They don't want to sell. Come down 10%, they don't want to sell. Come down 20%, buy some more, right? Confirm, cheaper, right? Go and buy some more. Come down 10%, go and buy some more. Cannot. Good luck to you. So we don't want. I think we talk about the core belief, so all of you should know, right? Hey, just want to acknowledge Chloe. Thank you so much, Chloe Wong. All right, thanks for your kind words, guys. Thanks for really supporting this entire book launch. I mean, still being live with us, staying up to join our Q&A. And later, guys, I mean, the next, maybe about 2 p.m., we'll go into the next segment, and that will be the AMAS segment. But Chloe, right, really thank you so much, right? I mean, for your kind words. Joey and team are genuine and authentic people. Thank you so much for that, right? So you can be sure that the 1GT system works well, and it will add value to your investing journey, right? Really appreciate the kind words, Chloe. All right, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to the next question.
All right, sorry, one more thing I saw, right? TC Chan, there's a recording for the bootcamp. Yes, all right, just to be clear, guys. The bootcamp, upcoming batch, 8 and 9 November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It will be recorded, 2 days bootcamp, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., all right? And that's where there will be a replay. So the replay will be sent to you 2 days after the bootcamp, right? So as I say, if you really cannot make it, well, still go ahead to secure your spot. Why? Because there will be a replay. So just drop us an email. We can send you what we call the replay 2 days after the bootcamp. And you can join us live in the next batch on the 7th and 8th of February 2026. All right, so there will be a replay. Is it accessible for live? Yes, I think, Tan is recording for bootcamp, lifetime access. Yeah, you can watch lifetime, up to you. You want to watch 1 year later, 2 years later, also can. The replay is for you to watch as many times as you want. You can do a refresher a couple of months down the road as well. All right? Okay, yep.
So I think Betty has a question. I think this is more for Z to answer. Z is a technical expert. For 20, 100, 200 days moving average, she understands. But what about RSI? Do you watch the RSI?
Which is accurate to watch. So based on 1GT framework, right, I think purely you just look at the trend itself, it is more than sufficient, because RSI, it tells you what? It tells you overbought, oversold, right? But sometimes a stock, right, can be overbought for damn long, right? And it can also be overbought for very, oversold for very, very long, right? So if you have that and then you see your trend is actually going up, but you have an overbought signal, then sometimes you'll be like, wow, it's overbought already, then should I buy or should I not buy? But your 1GT indicator, right, is showing you all the signs that, hey, it's still good, right? Then if you look at the RSI, you're just probably gonna miss out. Yeah. So for me, purely just looking at the moving averages, 20, 100, 200, right, plus the 1GT 7-point checklist together with the signals, right, I think it's more than sufficient for you to, tell whether is this trade, like, should I actually look at this trade, or should I look at this stock and enter it, right? I think that is the main thing.
Yep. I think I just want to add on what Z has mentioned. I mean, RSI, right, it's a good indicator. I mean, you can just put it out on any chart, go and try it out. It measures what we call overbought and oversold territory, right? But you can see for the 1GT Pro indicator, it has nothing to do with RSI, all right? We don't put it in and stuff. We don't complicate things, all right? And I can tell you guys that, that's what I've done 10, 15 years ago, right? It's one thing about trading, guys, it's not just about combining random indicators and then you got 10, 20 indicators and then it leads to what we call analysis paralysis, all right? For us, it's about following a simple 7-step checklist, all right? And we get the trailing, the bullish signals, the trailing support, all the things that we talk about, the moving averages, the short-term, the long-term trend, whatever, right? And some of the things that we don't have time to cover today, right? And that's where we get the confirmations to get back in, right? But RSI, I think like what Z has mentioned, right? Essentially, if it's like oversold or overbought, all right? So some stocks are buying this move up, you see 5 bullish signals coming out already, right? The price has move up, right? Everything looks good. But you tell me overbought already, time to come down already, right? Because it's overbought, right? It's supposed to come down. No, it still continue going up, right? So a stock can be overbought many months, and the price can keep on moving up, right? As long as we ride the trend, as long as all confirmations that we seek are all still staying up, then who cares whether overbought or not, right? Continue riding lah. Does it make sense so far? Right, Ken? So I hope that answers the question on RSI. Right, you can read more about RSI, right? It's more of like a kind of a momentum indicator as well. Okay, next.
All right. So Prof is asking, so the 1GT is just a trigger to look out for. Would it be advisable to look for other trends, the horizontal resistance and the trailing support? So I think
of course.
That is definitely the entire framework, right? It's not just look at one signal, just go in, buy, hope for the best. There is an entire framework that we are working around, entire checklist. In fact, step by step, all the way down. I can tell you, if you read the book, once you read the book, you understand. It goes down all the way. Joey has written down all the way up to the number of shares you should buy. Number of shares you should buy. So I don't think it's just the first step. So I mean, the first step, you can use the 1GT Pro indicator, or even the 1GT Lite indicator. Get a quick opinion, right? Get a quick opinion. Then use the rest of the checklist to formulate, like what Z have mentioned, your trading plan. Right? So that is, I think, very crucial.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what, I mean, it's a very good question, because some people might say, easy, you just get one bullish signal, then just anyhow go and buy. Not really. I mean, the bullish signal is just one confirmation, right? One, I mean, we got 7, right? So just one only, right? So by the time you got 1, then got 2, got 3, got 4 out of 7, then I think better lah. Does it make sense about, right? So it doesn't mean you get one bullish signal and you're close, I go and buy. No, right? We get a bullish signal, we seek some other confirmations based on the other steps of the checklist, all written in the book, right? All written in the book right over there, right? Everything's all broken down. Even the Bootcamp will dive live into it, right? Yeah, that is where we get more conviction for the trade. So it's not just one bullish signal you buy, one bearish signal you go and sell, right? No. We seek a few more other confirmations. Cool?
All right, so I think, Joey, we have time for maybe only about...
Yeah, wow, guys, so many questions, I think we don't have time
about 2 more questions. I'm so sorry, guys,
if
sorry. We are not able to answer your questions. You're not able to answer questions. So sorry, there's really, I'm looking at the chat right now, 100, 200 questions. I really cannot. Yeah, so I have a hard time scrolling also. In fact,
we're trying to find all the questions also, guys.
I think if we were to cover all the questions, probably it will take like maybe 2 days.
2 days to cover all the questions, guys. I mean, seriously, right? But I mean, we probably don't want to stay here for like 2 days, right? But later, as I say, there'll be an AMA session. I think that's where all of you would get more value, all right? Whereby we demo live, all right? The stocks or anything that you're asking about, we look at it live. From the 1GT Pro indicator, from the One Good Trend framework. I think that's more value. But yeah, I mean, appreciate all the questions as well. Apologies, guys, if you cannot cover all the questions. I think, Francis, you're asking about when can you get the book? You've secured a spot for the bootcamp. Awesome, right? Good, right? Secure. Mark the dates in your calendar. Francis, the book will mail out maybe next week or something, right? You can check your mailbox next 2 weeks, next 1 week plus, right? It should be in your mailbox, right, Francis? All right?
Okay, so I think let's answer this question then here. We go. Melina is asking, does your hit list of your top 1% stocks, I believe she's referring to your screener, your 1GT screener, include the high risk to reward ratio trade? I believe you mean high reward to risk, high risk, scary, high reward to risk ratio that you referred to earlier. And then how are these high reward to risk ratios? How are these trades identified?
Oh, very good question, right? So basically, guys, for the screener that we talk about, I showed you guys live maybe some of the results we got, right? The 1% hit list of stocks. Well, we have a very specific set of secret criteria to pull out the stocks, not just fundamentally strong, but also technically strong from the 1GT framework, all right? And once we get this stock, as I say, it doesn't mean, okay, these are the top 1% hit list. The fact that they are here, there's more than 14 other criteria in the US market. I think even Ellen, right? Ellen Ho, you're asking about how to get the screener. Well, that is part of the bootcamp, right? Secure your spot for the bootcamp. You get the same exact criteria live at the bootcamp. We give it to you, and you can set it, right? And not just set and then don't know what to do. Set it, filter out the results, the top stocks, and know when to buy and sell them. That's what we'll cover, right? But back to your question for Cynthia, right? I think basically, once we pull out these stocks, we use the 1GT Pro indicator to guide us to get in and get out. So we talk about having a few confirmations, right? We got a bullish signal, we got a few other steps of the checklist being ticked. We build a plan. We build a plan that makes sense. Is it a plan that is worth it? Right? Is it a plan whereby you have a higher reward, whereby what's the upside targets, what's the next resistance level? What about the downside? Where's the trailing support? Where should you put your stop loss? How many shares should you buy? Right? Okay, it's a bit too many things, right? But that's exactly what we'll cover in the bootcamp, right? Whereby we build a plan, whereby we want to make sure that the plan makes sense first before we take a trade, right? But if you have a plan that, you know, you make like a little bit of money, then you lose a lot of money, then of course don't want that, right? That makes sense, right? So we want to pick stocks whereby there's a high reward to risk ratio, all right? It could be high risk, it could be low risk, any type of stock, right? But normally we try to focus on stocks that are not so speculative, not those penny stocks and stuff, right? We focus on strong stocks, fundamentally strong as well. They must be good, but technically they must at least look good on the 1GT Pro indicator.
All right. Okay, let's answer a very, very simple question. I think Ben, is there a replay for today's seminar book launch because I missed the front portion? Yes, Ben, you can actually, after the entire stream finish, you can just come back to the same link. It will then just be the replay.
But just take note, guys. 4 p.m. right? There will be a lucky draw, right? Later lucky draw. So 2 of you, in fact, we got I think more than 3, 4. I don't know how many hundred, right? So we have kind of like a few hundred of you already got in on the book, even on Bootcamp. There will be a lucky draw. We'll do a live spin the wheel. 2 lucky winners. Whether you get the book or the Bootcamp, you might literally walk away for free. All right, and all the live-only bonuses will be only for today, all right? And the book as well, everything will be for today, only up to 4 p.m., right? So make sure you secure a spot, guys. For those of you who have already done it, congrats. We have a lot of people who have said done, and paid. So, right, just take note, okay?
Yeah. And all the best to all of those who have bought today. Like all the best to you guys for the lucky draw.
Yeah,
because there will be 2 lucky winners.
Two lucky winners. They are not I control one. We'll spin the wheel. We see who is the lucky winner, okay?
Okay, Joey. Z, let's got one last question, okay? One last question regarding to trading before we go on to the AMAS section.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so very simply, how do we set, or do we always set a take profit or stop loss for every trade? Timothy is asking. So, I mean, for me, I would say you don't have to set a take profit or target price level, right? We can always ride the trend. If the trend is still up, continue to ride the trend, scale your wins. But you definitely have to have this stop loss. And the thing about a stop loss is the funny thing where some of our clients or some of the clients told me that they set a stop loss, great. Then as prices move down, their stop loss move down also. So it's might as well don't set lah, okay? If you put your stop loss and then you keep shifting it down. So your stop loss, must you always set yes, and I need to add on, and your stop loss cannot shift down, only can shift up. If the prices move higher, your stop loss moves higher along with it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the trailing support does, because you know, as the trailing support follows a stock as it moves up, remember we talked about the volatility that accounts for, right? We use the stop loss and we shift it up along with the trailing support, right? So we kind of like protect our profits as it moves up, all right? And, you know, so that no matter what, we still make money lah, all right? And that's one thing about the trailing support in the indicator. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I guess, I'm so sorry guys, I think we have run out of time for Q&A already.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Michael. I just want to acknowledge Michael. I think my right? Joey and Z from our last session with the 1GT framework, 500,000 deployed since April 2025. I'm up $100,000. Thanks for the continued support and guidance. Thank you so much, Michael, right? M for your kind words, right? I think maybe Michael.
Yeah, Michael is here.
Yeah, Michael, you're here. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael.
Well done, Michael. Well done,
Michael.
All right, okay, so I think we will now move on to our AMAS session, but we need to do a little bit of magic. We need to put a table here. So to give us maybe about 10 minutes or so, let's get set up with our laptops, mouse, and things like that. But meanwhile, prepare those questions that you want. But these questions not about trading anymore. It's the stock picks or the stocks that you want us.
I mean, we could try to do. I know basically the next segment, guys, all the way to 4 p.m. That's where we'll have the AMA Ask Me Any Stock session, right? And that's where we try to cover not just stocks, but any asset classes that you guys want, all right? But of course, along the way, when there are any questions that popped up, we can also try our best. I mean, we have 2 hours for it. We want to give all of you value, all right? So we do our best to cover, but I don't
we'll try our best. We'll try our best to answer as many questions, to cover as many stocks as possible. But I think Joey needs to hydrate himself also. The mouth a little bit dry already. So
no breaks, guys. No breaks, right? So you say all the way, right? No breaks. So we are going to do it later, all right? So I think we'll go for a 10 minutes break. So just a quick one, guys. The link. Just want to call for final shout out, guys, because We are almost reaching 4 p.m. We'll be closing, right? This link may be taken down, all right? We'll see whether we have enough books then later, but onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Can you just place the link in the chat again because it's hidden all the way up, right? Place the link in the chat. Secure a spot for the book or even the bootcamp today. That's where you get all the live launch only bonuses, more than $23,000 worth of bonuses just for securing a spot for the bootcamp. You get everything in the book we talk about today, all right? Even the book free, completely free as well. All right, so I think that's it, right?
Yep.
Anything
so
else?
we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
10 minutes, come back. We'll go for AMAS. Ask me any, ask us any stock session. See you guys. 10
See you
minutes.
guys.
Don't leave. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause. Thank you so much. How do you feel that this event, so far 2.5-day event, alright, has been amazing? I mean, in terms of the real life training skills and knowledge that you have gained so far. Raise your hand. How many of you that raise? Seriously. Thank you very much. Okay. How many of you agree, right, that this explosive, right, 1ET strategy, okay, that I shared fully with you guys, show hand, okay, it's not only powerful, yet simple, right, and we can potentially make massive gains with it. How many of you raise your hands? Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, how many of you feel that this event, alright, could be the one defining event in your life that can make all the difference, alright, if you follow exactly what I told you? Raise your hands. Let's say if I were to refund you back all your money, alright, refund all you back, but you promise me that you will not execute and apply any of the things that you have learned over the past 12 days. In other words, I just give you back your money, you just give back everything, all cannot use, okay? Is there any one of you here who want your refund? Any of you? Guys, what if I were to refund you 2 times your money back? Do you want? 3 times? Thank you very much, guys. How many of you have been to a seminar or event whereby they offer you back your money back live? Okay? If you know for sure, absolutely 100% touch your heart, okay, know about yourself, for sure that this event, whatever you have learned this event, is worth every single cent that you have paid for, alright, worth or even much more than that, alright? And do this only if you believe it's 100% true, alright? Just touch your heart, okay? I would like to invite all of you to stand.
The 1ET is definitely one of the most powerful tools that we've ever seen. So people keep saying that they have this tip, that tip, but you know, this one is backed with stuff, with formulas, with numbers. All right, so it's not a lie.
Never seen it before, definitely. So what we've learned so far, for me, is a very clear-cut indicative of how a share will perform. With other things that he taught will actually +1 to what you want to buy thereafter.
Scanner helps me to identify what stock to look at, and I try to, with what I've learned, I'm able to make a judgment whether I should enter or stay on the sideline.
I might test it on some other stocks that I'm holding on, and to be honest, I'm really surprised. I mean, this was of course the first time that I've ever seen anywhere, but I mean, of course, I just back then said, oh, what you shared, it really shows up, which was quite. And when I saw it, I was like, wow, that's shocking for a new stock. I think some of the current stocks I'm holding, I see the trend, which was amazing to see. So thank you so much.
I should have 12 as well. I have 12 as well. Okay? Just give me about 90, right? 90%. Okay, so with this, I show you guys how to start. I mean, come out 12 doesn't mean anyhow. Should we just buy 12 tomorrow? What, it was so much money then? That's quite good lah, but going to anyhow just buy 12 Okay? So what we're going to do is, we're going to filter, scan 12, maybe shortlist 5, select 2, KIV 1, buy 1. So far so good guys?
For me, I don't even have any background in those finance or whatever stuff. And then whatever he teaches, still very easy for me to learn. So I think it's very nice, especially for people who are quite serious about going to the market. You can actually learn all this and then you can apply straight away after the course you can apply already. So it's very useful.
Very systematic, and all the things that you need to know in stock trading, you can learn it through this course. It's definitely a very powerful tool for trading in stock market.
I believe I can make explosive gain if I were to strictly follow the rules using the ET strategy. Other trainers do not have this kind of blueprint for the student.
I like it because he's very detailed, but before going into the details, he gives you a big picture of the whole concept and the framework first. Then he dives into the details, which is easy to understand, and people can actually follow his step-by-step framework to take action accordingly. So that's where I like it. It differentiates from others.
He has shown some past examples of the charts. Most of the big gains from the charts are actually showing this setup. So definitely, if we could actually study and identify this, we could definitely make some big gains.
We would certainly make gains easier than without this strategy.
I can't wait, I like.
Do you think it's worth the price you have paid?
Yes, of course. Definitely. Yeah, definitely worth it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of now, right? So remember, when we draw these horizontal lines, we look at the past, over the past 1 year, 6 months, and we draw these lines.
Definitely. I have been to quite a few other courses. Okay, but so far I feel that Joey's class is the one that makes a lot of sense. They've given us a lot of tools to do it, and most of all, I think there's a follow-through program as well, so that we'll be guided in the days ahead.
Yes, especially those with little or no trading experience, because I'm already an experienced trader, and I look at every step of this blueprint. It's similar to what I'm doing right now. It's going to work. Especially for new traders, please attend this workshop. Very worth it.
He pulls out some of these real-life stocks and charts, and we are able to apply some of the things that he covered, or nearly most of the things that he covered. We are able to see it happening in those charts, and I think that is very useful for us.
Oh, it's very good. It's something I don't see it that way before. For people who pay often and are not making money, because they think they're investing, probably this is very suitable for them.
Go up, you guys go up can go up very slow, but come down can come up very fast, right? Why? Fear, exactly.
I find that he is very, very competent in what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, so he's willing to tell to us what he can impart all his knowledge. In fact, if I know Joey earlier on, I should attend Joey class. I shouldn't attend other class, but namai lang.
I'm confident and I'm positive. I've attended other courses, but for me, I have a good feeling after I've spent close to 2 days. Certainly, in fact, I would point out to them that if they don't come and learn in a structured way, they will continue to make wrong decisions like I did in the past.
Guys, regret one thing is everywhere. Everywhere you regret, okay? Why? Even if you, alright, you buy here and you sell right at the top.
It's so simple, but yet the results can be pretty much impressive.
I think most workshops out there, they don't really go step by step on how you should do your trade. I think Joey's course, this unique point is very strongly emphasized, and I think it's the key factor that will bring success in trading.
I think Joey has been very generous in trading with sharing with us his trading strategies and all the techniques that he has learned. So I think I've benefited tremendously from this course.
So let's go ahead to say the 12 precision trading commandments. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
Yes, I attended other trainings, but Joey's course is very easy to understand, very easy to follow. It's almost like
Alright guys, welcome back. Let us know if this is working. Right, just type a Y for yes guys in chat. If this is working before we get started with today's Ask Me Any Stock session. Let me know, alright? Type Y in the chat. Let me know. Thanks for still joining us today. So we have covered the first 3 hours on the strategy. We talked about some Q&A questions as well. If you guys can see and hear us right now, you can see the setup is a little bit different. We are going to the AMA. Ask Any Stock session. Welcome back. Type a Y for yes guys. If it's working, right? You can see me loud and clear. Hear me out as well. Yes in chat. Okay, very good. Harish, good to see you here as well. David, Munford, awesome. Okay, good. So right now, guys, we'll be going to get ahead to move on to the Ask Me Any Stock session, and not just me, all right, but me, Bervin, and Z. We have all our charts put up and ready, whereby we'll cover the stocks that you guys, in fact, not just stocks, anything, right? Anything that you guys want, we're trying to cover it, and that's where we'll analyze it from the One Good Trend Pro indicator, right? Based on what it says, based on the bullish and bearish signals. I don't know whether you get a bullish or bearish signal, but let's see what it says, right? And I hope we can give you an opinion, we can add more value to all of you, all right? And I say, guys, the link is right in the chat, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. We are going live all the way to 4 p.m., right? 4 p.m., that's it, right? All the live launch only bonuses, the book I think will be sold out by then as well, right? We will end, right, as we end at 4 p.m. So go in to secure a spot. If you've got the book, congrats. If you've got the bootcamp, even more congrats. That's where I can't wait to share with you guys on the 8th and 9th November, 3 weeks from today, 10 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m., whereby you get access to everything that we are using, get access to the live training as well, all right, and get access to the everything that's talked about in this book right over here, One Good Trend Secrets. Okay, Ken? Okay, so let's go to look at maybe the first stock. Bervin Z, right? I'll leave it to you, right? What should we cover? Like, I don't know.
All right, so let's see right here. I think today, so I'm seeing a lot of Singapore, a lot of US stocks. All right, so there's no restriction. Let's keep it to Singapore and US only. Don't go into Taiwan market. Okay, so that's Singapore, US. Any stocks that you all want us to actually give our quick opinion on, just place it in the chat. We'll be
place it in chat. Yep.
We'll be watching as well. All right, okay, so maybe...
I think we could do crypto as well, right? I mean, like, guys, if there's any crypto, I don't know. Sure. I'm not expert in crypto, but if you want some crypto, I don't know, Bitcoin, whatever, right? And then we can see what it says, right? Okay, let's just... So, guys, you can see how there's like, I think, wow, what the chat is like, this is boom, right? A lot of stocks really, so we'll do our best to cover as many as possible. Apologies if we cannot cover all of it, but hopefully you guys got some value, all right? Okay, come. Bervin, you all
right, so maybe I'll kick off the first one.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
Great.
All right, so
I hope you guys can see Bervin's screen.
Alright, okay, so I think the first stock right there should be on the screen soon. It is actually 𝐒𝐞𝐜𝐫. Alright, so the team, can you just help us to put in the
a bit bigger,
view,
guys,
the
team?
chart view, please.
Chart view, please. Thank you.
Alright, okay, fantastic.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, so who asked for 𝐒𝐞𝐜𝐫? Sorry, I didn't catch your name right there, but here we go. So I think for 𝐒𝐞𝐜𝐫, I have already very quickly turned on that 1GT Pro indicator. And how many? Let's just see, count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1GT bullish signals already appearing. So just now when I remember somebody was saying, after the first 1GT bullish signal, was it too late to buy? I think this stock pretty much answers it, right? See, after the first 1GT bullish signal, how long more did the next 1GT bullish signal actually come out? After 85%, after 85% move, then the next 1GT bullish signal actually came out. Then, when did the third 1GT bullish signal come out? All right, another 25% from the second 1GT bullish signal. Alright, so I won't go on and on and on, but let's just see from the first 1GT bullish signal up to right now, right here, closing on Friday. Alright, closing on Friday is a 460, not quite 462, 460% gain. Alright, 460% gain. I mean, who wouldn't like 460% gain? I mean, that is a lot. That's a lot. That's over a span of how many months? From May, so about 5 months. From 5 months, we are seeing 𝐒𝐞𝐜𝐿 moving more than 400%. Alright, so let's just zoom in the nearer term. In the nearer term, I think prices making very, very big moves. Since September onwards, we actually saw that prices had tested like a resistance at that point of time, about 145, 145. Alright, that's a horizontal resistance. Alright, and then a little bit of selling, profit taking. In fact, she came in and then pushed prices back down to 110. At 110 psychological support level. So I think subsequently we actually saw that at 20 days moving average continuous momentum. Started to point out, you know, after moving about maybe 300% there, take a small break. Never mind, take a breather first. Prices actually come down again. Buyers realize that this is a level for bargain hunting, right? Bargain hunting actually came in. And then prices subsequently headed up once again, touching that 145 level. That 145 level, testing it for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. On the 5th day, we managed to break and hold above just very slightly, and subsequently, boom, there was a little bit of a movement again, and then prices moving higher towards the next resistance. About that $200 psychological level. So if we were to just take a step back now, right? Then prices have already pulled back from that $200 level. Could this same situation happen? Alright, the same consolidation, prices pull back for a little bit, consolidate for a little bit, and then start to push up higher. Is that a possibility? Yes. Why would I say that? Because that 20 days moving average continues to show strength at this point of time, and that 100 days and 200 days moving average is also currently pointing up, or still pointing up. Alright, so I think if you have already bought, you have already probably held onto 𝐒𝐞𝐿 for a little bit or for a while already, you can very easily, right? So right here on the screen, I have that 1GT Pro indicator. Turn on that trailing support. Right, scale into your wins. How do we do that? Look at that trailing support. We tend to see that it heads higher as prices head higher. It doesn't go lower. It moves along with the prices. Right? It takes into account a little bit of a volatility that is currently, or natural volatility that is present with the counter as well, and then we can see that currently it's right around that 120 level. So if you have been holding on to 𝐒𝐞𝐿 for a little bit and you're thinking of protecting your profits already, maybe about 2 to 3% below that trailing support should give you ample breathing space. And if prices indeed U-turn after this run up, you can indeed, or you will definitely still get out with profits. However, if you're thinking of buying, alright, I'll say 2 levels to watch out for. The first level to watch out for will be around that 145 new support. Right, 145 new support. If prices continue to hold above this level, great, we can ride that upside towards that $200 psychological level first. However, the second level that you maybe want to watch out for as well would be around that, above that $200 level. So that's a breakout strategy. So if it's a breakout strategy, you want to be a little bit more cautious. Maybe your stop losses could be a little bit tighter as well. And where would that next upside be towards? All right, the next upside can be towards about, maybe let's call it not too much first. Let's call it $250 to $260. All right, that would be the next upside if the trend can continue, or that upward or the short-term momentum can continue, and we can break and hold above that $200 psychological level. All right, so that is for 𝐒𝐞𝐿. Let's maybe see, Z, are you ready to cover the next stop?
Yeah, I'm actually at 𝐒𝐞𝐿. Maybe I add something about 𝐒𝐞𝐿 as well. Okay, because like what Bervin mentioned, right, in terms of all the levels, the support and the resistance, I think I perfectly agree with them. But one thing I want to highlight to you guys, right, is that a support and a resistance level, right? It is like what Bervin mentioned, 145, 110. It is not a specific point, right? Because the thing is that it's always a zone. It's always a zone whereby buyers come in to support the prices and then rebound, prices rebound. Then selling pressure, resistance level, right? Like let's say for example, about 200. There is also a zone, right? It's not specifically at 200, right? It's always a zone because sellers could come back in at about maybe 198, 199, 199.5, right? So it is never a fixed point, but a zone. Okay, so that's just something want to highlight for you guys, because it doesn't mean that price go down to 145. Okay, 145 exactly that I buy. No, that's not how it works now. Okay, right? So yeah, and then the other thing, right, that I also wanted to highlight to you guys is that, like what Bervin mentioned earlier on, right? Make sure to actually also protect your downside. And protect your downside, what do I mean by that is based on the trailing support that you are actually seeing right now. You can actually use that maybe about a 2 to 5% range, slightly below the trailing support, right? And then that is where you can actually place your stop limit order, right? Because that is where you want to protect your downside, manage your downside in case if price were to reverse and to break below a support, then not so good because that is where you want to get out, right? You want to reduce exposure. Okay, so that is something that you can, this stock definitely I think still look pretty bullish, right, Bervin? Because there's still 5 1GT bullish signal that's still playing out. All 3 moving averages are heading up. Price is also above the trailing support, and we are finding new higher support along the way from 110 to 145, right? So I think definitely this stock, if you guys are interested in, you guys can also add it into your watch list if you like. Yeah, but other than that, I think maybe we can take a look at another stock.
All right, okay,
yeah,
so
let's take a look at another stock, right? So I think, guys, we have a lot of stocks. We have a lot of stocks right now in the chat messages, right? So thank you so much, guys, for participating, typing the names of stock in the chat. But would it be okay, guys? Would it be okay, like we do every Friday in our AMES session, right? When you type the name of the stocks, right? Do you give us a little bit of context, right? Give us a bit of the context, like are you looking to buy? Or you bought last week? What price? The kind of thing, right? So that at least when we go ahead to analyze this stock live, we have a bit of context. I think it will be much more value to you as well. Cool? All right, so give us a bit of context, and that's where I think we'll give a bit more priority for those of you who give us more context rather than just one name there. You also don't know whether you want to buy or want to sell, or you bought last week or what, we also don't know. Make sense? All right, so give us a bit of context. And let me just go to pull out, I would say, the next stock. All right, I think the next one will be asked by Andrew. All right, and I think you asked about XRP, which I would say crypto, right? Crypto, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, and now we have a XRP. So this is XRP right now on my chart, all right? XRP US dollar, right? So it's on Coinbase as well, on the crypto exchange. So you can see, right? XRP $2.34. So you can see, right, just to be clear, as I say, guys, we have talked about some stocks just now, but on the 1GT Pro indicator, we are able to pull up any asset classes, right? So this is XRP, it could be Bitcoin, it could be whatever, right? Can turn on the bullish and bearish signals, that we go, pump, off, nothing, clear, right? But if you want to get an opinion based on the one good trend framework, you could pull out what we call the bullish and bearish signal as just one added confirmation, and there we go, pump. I'll not go too far, but you can see that since November last year, wow, look, I don't know, right? Pretty good, right? XRP. I'm not into crypto, guys, all right? It's not really my forte because you've got 2 bullish signals, right? Another one, all the way up. How many percent would that be? All the way up here, and if you get a bearish signal, I think it's okay to get out, take some profit lah. What? 406, wow, who is asking about XRP, right? 416% in like 2 months, right? Pretty good. And then you see a couple of bearish signals. You want to get out, right? Take some profit, get out, wait for re-entry, right? A bit of sideways trend. So even though we got a bullish signal, but the trend was pretty much sideways, no go, right? We need more confirmations. A bullish signal is just one of them. We got a bullish signal, we got a short-term trend turning up. Yeah, there we go, pump. 2 bullish signal, not 1, 2 more. There we go, all the way up. How many percent would that be for XRP? Well, 37% only, right? Compared to the previous one, about 1 month. All right, but let me know, guys, what do you guys think about XRP right now? Do you think that we should rush in to buy XRP right now based on what you're seeing on the chart? What do you guys think? Should we wait, or should we just buy XRP? I don't know, take crypto. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Wait or buy? W for wait, B for buy. Let me know, what do you guys think?
So we got Joseph saying wait. I mean, also for myself, it looks like, yeah, definitely a no move or wait as well.
What do you guys think? I mean, for Bervin and Z, I don't know.
Yeah, so I think XRP definitely if we look at it technically wise, the 20 days moving average is pointing down, right? We have that 1 GT bearish signal. Alright?
Okay.
1 GT bearish signal still playing out. You know, he came in, I think, based on Joey's chart, about 10th of October or so, just 2 weeks beforehand. Definitely is no buy, right? You want to have them in your favor.
Yep, definitely. I think what Bavin has mentioned as well, you can see right over here on my charts on my screen, right? We have not one, but we got two 1 GT bearish signal. All right. In fact, this one just came out right over here. On the, I think last week, we got a second 1 GT bearish signal. So the red and the blue line is a bit sideways. So the longer term trend is sideways. However, look at the green line that Bavin mentioned. I mean, quite clearly, guys. I mean, do you bluff yourself? Up means up, down means down. For me, it's very simple, right? So the green line obviously is pointing down. Plus, you got one GT bearish signal. Sorry, not one, two already, all right? Then why you want to rush, all right? So I'm not saying that you go down forever and stuff, but the point here is that as of now, in terms of the short term, we are indeed seeing some signs of weakness, all right? So you want to be patient, all right? You want to wait for it to stabilize. You want to wait for a bottom to be found. You want to wait for XRP to show its hand. Then you think about getting in, all right? And that's what we actually be, written, right, in this book, as I mentioned just now, One Good Trend Secrets, guys. So the link is right in the chat, right? Pinned on top, going to secure the book, right? I think we only have a few copies left. Link in the chat, check it out. Again, scan the QR code that is displayed at the bottom of the screen as well. All right, so we got a 20 days moving average line shifting down. Wait for the bullish signals to come back out, right? Look at this, right? Previously, we got two bullish signals over here. I don't know, right? Maybe it will come out over here, or here, or here, or maybe even lower. I have no idea. But once it comes out, you can be alerted. Wait for the confirmations to get back in. That's exactly what we're going to do, right? Not just get in when we see a bearish signal. All right, so that will be for XRP, right? Maybe we can cover another stock. Let's see.
All right.
Okay, I think maybe we have another stock right over here, and a lot of people are asking in the chat, right? I think that would be, CNMC, right? I hope you guys can see my screen. And I think this is one of the stocks that a lot of people is actually asking in the chat because, just yesterday, right? Yesterday, Friday, when market closed, we are seeing a very, very red, long bearish candlestick that actually appeared right over here, right? And right now, I mean, for me, I've already turned on the signals. I also have already turned on the trailing support, right? As you can see, right? So first thing first, right? I always keep it very simple, step by step, right? Step by step. We don't overcomplicate things. Let me turn off everything and let's just see purely based on the moving averages first, right? Because moving averages basically, if you guys remember, is tell us about the trend, right? 20 days green, 100 days red, and 200 days is blue. And if we are seeing the moving averages all pointing up, right, that is already telling you a sign that, the uptrend actually is still intact, right? Longer term intact, short term is also intact. That is what we want because we want to be aligned, right? Both long term and short term. Okay, and secondly, then after that, when I already turn on my signals over here, right, what can you see? You can see 1 and 2 consecutive 1 GT bullish signal right over here, right? Is there a bearish signal yet? No, right? There's still no bearish signal at this point in time, right? Oh, and I see somebody in the comment was saying Jason, right? Jason is saying seems like CNMC is okay, but yeah, I think okay. Let's move on. I think it's okay as well, but I think a lot of people was a bit fearful and a bit scared, especially when they see this candlestick as of last Friday, right? But maybe let me explain why I agree with Jason and think that so far it still seems pretty okay, right? Because when I actually turn on this trailing support and resistance function, right? As you can see right over here, right? Is it still holding above the trailing support? Yes, it's still holding above the trailing support, right? And remember we said that the trailing support accounts for what? The stock volatility, right? So it accounts for the stock volatility and it has not broken below the trailing support yet. So I think overall it is still okay as long as holding above the trailing support. But of course, yes, this horizontal support, right? Like what I've drawn here about $1.20, right? It is actually broken, right? But I'm not too sure whether, when market actually open on like Tuesday, right? Monday is PH, right? Market open on Tuesday, whether will it rebound? I'm not sure, right? But it is indeed testing the 120 now, right? And this $1.10 here exactly, which is where the trailing support is at, it is still indeed holding. So far, I think based on this, CNMC definitely still looks great, right? Still looks great, especially for those, I believe a lot of you guys probably have gotten the note, right, from Joey, especially if you guys are really a client. You know, he has also been sharing about this particular stock, right? If you guys have gotten in way earlier, you know, April, March, even June, even if let's say you got in a bit late at let's say July or September, you are probably already sitting on profits, right? Even if let's say you got in late, right? Let's say, wow, you say, "Ayah, shit, I never get in at 40 cents. I got in at only 60 cents, 20 cents more expensive." You are still sitting on profits of close to 100%, right? And the key thing now is to actually protect your profits, right? Is to make sure that you are able to actually protect your profits and not when, wow, the price later go down, and then you go back to square one. That's not what we want, right? So in terms of protecting profits, right, based on this trailing support, right, we can do the same thing, right? We can do the same thing by actually setting the stop limit order, right, slightly below the trailing support, right, to actually protect your profits to this level, right? Especially if let's say price break below the trailing support, then not so good lah, right? It's not so good, and that is when you want to reduce exposure. And it doesn't mean that you cannot buy back the stock again, right? Remember what Joey and Berwin earlier said just now? Yep, you can still buy back the stock, right? After you sell already, you collect your profits already, you realize your profit, put the money in your pocket. Then when the opportunities arrive again, when we get another confirmation, 1GT bullish signal, everything points up, that is okay, right? We can actually get in again. All right, so I think that is CNMC for me. I think it still look pretty okay, right, at this point in time. What do you guys think?
I think right now I would say that as long as the prices hold above that trailing support, I completely agree with Z. But let's see, market is closed right now. I mean, so let's wait until Tuesday, Monday is public holiday. So if prices are still able to hold above that trailing support, definitely maybe it's a chance for those of you who have sold, took profit, you know, about a few days ago at that high. You may get yourself an opportunity to get back in soon already. So when you look at a single stock, there are many different angles. Some people might be looking to buy, some will be looking to sell, some will be looking to take profit, some will be look to protect their losses, right?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, for CNMC, I think I do agree with what Z has mentioned as well as what Berwin has mentioned, right? So I think, yeah, we did see a bit of selling, right? The market has been a bit uncertain, right, due to Trump kind of like threatening of imposing additional tariffs in China as well. So a bit of weakness in the market, even the US, Singapore as well. And of course for CNMC guys, obviously you can see that we have gone up by, how many percent is it? Like from the
first 1GT bullish signal, let me see.
I mean, even to now.
237%.
237%. So I think it's normal. I mean, I think it's good to see a bit of consolidation, a bit of profit taking. You know, it might pull back down a little bit. It might stay above the trailing support level. As I say, right, these trailing support since like May, he has been following it as it moves even higher, right? He has been giving CNMC, all right, the space to breathe for the 200%, right? So as long as we stay above it, I think it's fine, right? But right now, I think resistance level would be around, what's the resistance?
Immediate resistance is at about $1.40.
Exactly. So about 140, right? That's where profit taking is coming back. We're seeing some bearish candles coming out there, right? So we might see a bit of profit taking there. If you want to take some profit near there, it's fine. But I think it remains to be seen, right? Over the next few days, next 1 to 2 weeks, if we can hold above the trailing support, if we can, good, right? There could still be potentially more legs to the rally. However, right? If right, we were to go below the trailing support, whereby we give it the space for the past 5 months, we've been above it, and then finally one Friday never go. You never stay above it, right? Then you might want to be careful. There will be some heavy selling pressure coming back. We would have 1GT bearish signal. Of course, we get other confirmation as well in terms of the short-term trend turning down as well. Then it just really could lead to more weakness. But as of now, I think it's still, kind of like a bit of a, we need a bit more confirmations. We are thankfully still above. We have to see over the next few weeks. All right, Ken. So I think maybe I can go on to maybe I can cover the next stock. All right. Okay, good. I think we have the next stock that's asked by, let's see guys, so thank you so much guys for giving us a bit of context, right? So now when we look at all the stocks, right, you give us a bit of context, like when you bought it and stuff, so thank you so much. That's where we could at least advise you a little bit more in terms of the stocks, all right? Okay, now let me go ahead to see, I think we have the next stock, and that would be 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬, I think shipbuilding, Melina Nathan, right? Right over here, I think Melina, right? I bought 𝐿𝐧𝐠 at $2.47. Wholesale or buy? Right, Melina. Okay, this is 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬 Shipbuilding right over here. In fact, 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬 Shipbuilding was one of the stocks that we covered since May. Right, one of the very, I'd say, very strong reversal kind of plays in somewhere around February. Right, we got 2 1 GT bearish signal. So guys, look at this. I mean, you see not one but two bearish signal. Will you want to buy? Will you want to get out? I mean, of course, right? Look at this, right? And that's where it started to trade all the way down, all the way from $3 go to $2. Imagine you're just going all the way down. Right? And that's why I say that it's very important not just to know when to get in, but it's so very important to know when to get out, right? Because once you see the bearish signal, not just the bearish signal, but obviously look at the green line. It's pointing down also, right? I mean, and there we go. So get out, wait for a re-entry, wait for the stock to show itself again, maybe wait for a new bullish signal, and there we go, right? So Melina, you mentioned that you got in at $2.47. So not too bad. I think you got in maybe somewhere around here. Not too bad. Do you see this signal or something? I don't know, right? Maybe you're a graduate of mine, you have access to this, right? But I think, yeah, not too bad. You got in here, we got another bullish signal before that, all the way up, and I think, from the very first bullish signal from here all the way to now, we are 57, right? 57% in about 6 months, right? 57% gain in about 6 months, right? Not too bad, right? And what do you guys think right now on 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬 shipbuilding? Or maybe Melina, right? Melina, help me out here. What do you guys think about 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬? I mean, you got at 247, now it's 3.18. Finally, we got a 1 GT bearish signal. Help me out here, guys. Do you think that Melina should I don't know, reduce, take some profit, get out, reduce some exposure? Type in the chat, all right? Because you got in at $2.47. All right, hold, sell, or buy 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬, based on what you see. What do you guys think? Type in the chat, guys. Let me know. Should Melina hold? Maybe go and buy some more? Or maybe you should reduce some exposure based on what we're seeing right now. All right, let's see, right? We have Josing, sell. Tina, right? Melina, this is what some of our audience over here are saying, right? Sell, sell, high, sell, hold, sell, sell, hold, sell, sell, sell. All right? So, well, for me, guys, I mean, Melina, right? The thing is this, right? Obviously, you can see that, I mean, this is a 1 GT bearish signal just came out. When did it come out? It came out on the 14th of October, right? Over here, which is like on the Tuesday. All right? So, I mean, that's like after 5 months, after 5 months of when we got the bullish signal, all right? In fact, we can turn on the trailing support level to see what it says, right? So when we got the bullish signal, the trailing support popped up. Follow, 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 follow. And finally, on Tuesday, we went below the trailing support, the $3.20 trailing support level, right? And as I say, right, this trailing support, it gives 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬 shipbuilding the space to move. For the past 5 months, we're above it, it's good, no problem, it followed it as it moved up. But last Tuesday, we went below it, all right? So I mean, there's just some heavy selling coming back, all right? It just looks a little bit weaker right now. It triggered a new 1 GT bearish signal, okay? So I think it's good to take some profit if you want, Melina, all right? Because for me, 247, you get in, maybe right over here, all the way to now, 30%, all right? Log in some profits, reaccess again, all right? You can get in anytime back again, right? So why do you want to hold it when you get a bearish signal, right? So get out, take some profit, lock it in, put the money in your pocket, all right? Wait for a re-entry again, all right? And that would be when we get a new bullish signal, all right? Could be something like this, could be something like this, and that could lead the reversal or the next phase of the upside, right? Because now we got a bearish signal. If you look at the green line, well, the 20 days moving average green line. So the long-term trend, look at the red and blue, no problem. Our long-term trend is fine, okay. But if you look at the green 20 days moving average line, it is kind of like flat, maybe a little bit pointing down. It's only like a few days now, guys, right? So can't really tell, but you can see that it's a little bit pointing down, right? So let's assume, we go below 315, 310. I can tell you that's where we will see even more weakness, right? We would have broken what we call a support. The green 20 days moving average line would point down even more, and we could see even more weakness, right? So get out first, take some profit, wait for time to get back in again when we get the confirmations to do so, right? Especially when a new 1 GT bullish signal actually appear. All right, okay, so that would be for 𝐟𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐬 shipbuilding, right? Maybe
I think maybe Joey, since you're still on the slide, right? I saw this question by Ivan.
Yes, what is it?
Ivan is actually asking, can we use the 1 GT strategy to do shorting as well if we got a bearish signal?
Whoa.
I think your chart here perfectly shows that.
Okay, well, maybe I can take that. I didn't see the question, right? So that's a good question, right? So guys, the 1 GT bullish signal, right? I mean, it doesn't just come out with bullish signals, like it comes out with bearish signals. I know some of you might be quite advanced, like you're talking about shorting, right? And you can do that using what we call CFD, contract for difference as well. You can short legally. That means you make money when the stock is coming down, right? And then the question would be like, you know, when do you short? All right? I mean, you can do it, but when do you do it? All right? Well, you can do it if you see weakness, if you see selling pressure coming in the stock. And for 𝐸𝐸𝐬𝐬, you can see right over here. Yeah, I mean, if you have shorted here, right, you got two bearish signals, look at this, all the way down, right? Even now, I'm not saying that you should short right now, but you can see that it's only a few days, let's say, we got the first 1GT bearish signal. But if you get more other confirmations, like, you know, candlestick, the short-term trend, maybe a break of another horizontal support, maybe another new bearish signal, could you take a short position to ride the downside? Well, the answer is yes, you could, right? You could, because now you get more confirmations, you get more conviction that it is now heading down. All right, so that would be for 𝐸𝐸𝐬𝐬 ship predict. So a little bit on the strategy as well. As I say, all these will be covered in detail in the One Good Trend Bootcamp, whereby we actually look at live case studies. We break it all down for you step by step out of the entire 7-step checklist. All right, so link is right in the chat, right? I think team just place the link in the chat again, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, all right? Or you can scan the QR code, guys. It's right below the screen as well. Okay, cool. Okay, next one.
Right, okay, so let's see, I think Skylar hopefully is still with us right here. You're asking, so Food Empire dropped about 15% from the peak. My cost is about 2.42. Should you cut loss? All right, so I think maybe we get some audience input. Okay, audience input. What do you guys think Skylar should do at this point? All right, what do you think Skylar should do? Just write in the chat, maybe sell or buy, so S or B. All right, sell or maybe even buy more. All right, let's see, sell. All right, Tina says sell. Sing Ting says sell. Kemi says sell. Ivan says sell. Hi says sell. Humanity says sell. Esther says sell. Okay. So they say one answer, not I say one. But now let's see what I will say. Okay, let's see. So I think right now we are currently seeing, Skylar, we have this 1GT bearish signal. Just appeared. It just appeared on the 10th of October. Right, on the 10th of October, it showed up right just before that selling actually really take over, where the 20 days moving average as of now, or since that day, has started to point out a little bit more steeply already, so that prices have fallen quite a little bit, and that in fact that just yesterday that $2.20 key support level is also broken. Why I would say it's key is because prices previously, this was a resistance, turned to a support, and that is where that 100 days moving average is currently residing as well. So I think prices have closed below that 2.20 support, which is also the 100 days moving average. So that's all not really a good sign. Not really a good sign so far. And then maybe still as of now, your losses are not very much extended just yet. Right? It's because it just broke a key support level. It has not broken several horizontal support levels as well. So at the next thing we can do is we can turn on that that trailing resistance level. So just now Joey and Z have turned on to show you the trailing support. Right now we have a trailing resistance. Right, trailing resistance follows the stock prices also. As the stock prices head lower, it heads lower. If it moves sideways, the trailing resistance may head closer to that price or move sideways as well. So I think as of right now, I think for Food Empire, we want to see if prices are able to hold above the next psychological support level, that $2. Alright, that $2 is where I'll place the next support so far. So I think if that level is also broken, I think then it represents another 10% downside for you, sellers. So you want to be a little bit more cautious. Alright, a little bit more cautious. If you already had your trading plan and your trading plan had already said that this is your stop loss level, maybe under the $2.20 horizontal support, alright, then it's already time to cut loss. If your trading plan had been if it broke the trailing support, I have had it break the trailing support, then maybe you're a little bit late already. Let's not extend the losses any further. Why? It's because you can re-enter. You can re-enter. If prices approach that $2 level, you see that 20 days moving average start to flatten out and then start to point up a little bit. All right, maybe prices are a little bit better now, a little bit more confirmation that the shorter term momentum or the shorter term buying interest is back. Hey, you can actually just take a position back in this counter again. But you do not want to have a scenario where it hits down to 220, then you don't ever sell, then it goes down to $2, under $2, then after that you think, hey shit that time 220 I should have followed my plan. Alright, so I think Skylar, you want to be just aware of these levels and then aware of your trading plan for now. I think seeing a little bit of weakness for Food Empire in the nearer term especially.
Indeed, right? So I feel that for Food Empire, well, quite clearly guys, I think like what Bervin has mentioned, right? We got a bearish signal. All right, and that's just one confirmation. But other than that, obviously, you could quite clearly see that the short-term trend, the green line, is also turning down. Right, so the longer-term trend is fine, no problem. But I think we talked about it just now during my presentation, right? Even though the longer-term trend is up, but if we get two other confirmations that the short-term trend is down plus a bearish signal because we went below the trailing support that gave it the space, that's been following it for the past 5-6 months, right? It just means some heavy selling, right? So why not get out first, right? Take some profit. I mean, how many percent would that be? 30, 40%. Get out, take some profit, wait for a re-entry, wait for time to, come back in again. I think that would be more, that would be better, rather than just, getting in and getting stuck and it going lower and lower.
All right.
Make sense? All right.
So I think Kenneth is asking, sorry, how to get the e-book? Sorry, unfortunately, Kenneth, for the 1GT secrets, there is no e-book, but if you still like to get the physical book, so get it mailed to your house, your address, the address of your choice. I think right now it's still available.
It's still available,
right? Yeah. So the link, I think, is just right below, right? It's just right there. You can even scan the QR code.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the chat, right there, pinned in the comment as well. Team, just place the link in the chat. onegoodtrend.com/secrets. That's where you can get your book, right? Let's say get your book today. You get more than $7,000 worth of bonuses. If you're in Singapore, it's only $19.95. If overseas, $29.95, just to cover a small part of the printing and shipping costs, right? So get the free book, and this is not an e-book, guys. This is a real book, right? It's a real book, right? Whereby there's more than 200 pages of secrets all over here. We broke it down all for you, the 7-step checklist, but so much more, the entire 1GT framework, right? So link is right in the chat. Click on it. Get the book, right? We only have a couple of copies left, right? So I'm not too sure whether we want to release our final
I think, Joey, all
batch.
these that we put as display also need to let go.
Yeah, correct, guys. So I mean, we can't reserve some for ourselves and stuff, but we might need to open that again. But we see how, right? We see how we only have a few more copies. Go to secure your spot, guys. onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Get the book or get the Bootcamp. Get the transformation together with us, and that's where you get the book entirely free as well if you join us in the Bootcamp. All right, Ken? Okay, I think, wait, one more question, right? I think we have, one more question regarding Akitashi, right? How to get those 1GT signals to appear on the chart, right? I'm not too sure, Akitashi, whether you just joined us right now, but we have been talking about the One Good Trend Pro indicator, basically the whole framework we talked about over the past 4 hours or so, right? And that's where this is the One Good Trend Pro indicator. Yeah, if you want to get this tool, you can check out the Bootcamp. That's where you get free 6 months access to the One Good Trend Pro indicator, whereby in a matter of seconds, turn it on, get an opinion based on the bullish and bearish signals and what to do, right? Whether to buy, to sell, to hold, or to wait, all right? And that's what I think a lot of you are helping us to type in the chat as well, whether to buy or to hold or to wait, all right? Okay, so check it out, Akitashi, right? How to get the signals? Well, that would be the Bootcamp, right? The Bootcamp. Okay, next one, Z?
Okay, sure. Let me just share my screen quickly right over here, right? And I think this stock is Upstart, right? UPST, because I saw Alan asking, own UPST at around $80. Is it okay to DCA now? Thanks, Joey, Bervin, and Z. So maybe later, Joey and Bervin, I get your inputs on this as well, right?
Sure.
Okay, so for Upstart, right, Alan, you said that you bought at around $80, so I've already put it here in blue color, as you can see. And right now, price as of yesterday, it closed at $46.50. So maybe how many of you guys are live right now with us. Oh, 467. Okay, so maybe 467 of you guys who are still here with us, right? Maybe you guys can help me and Alan out. What do you guys think of this stock at this point in time? Do you think it's uptrend, downtrend, good or bad? Maybe let me know your opinions in the chat. All right, what do you guys think of this upstart at this point in time? Is it up? Is it down? You know, not so good. You think it's good? Can let me know in the chat. D. VS Star say D, down, down. Joshing also say down. Ivan say sell.
Okay.
Why?
Who say 笑料?
Why say 笑料? Okay, a lot of you guys say down. Sean Yu say sell and run. Sell and run. Okay, let's take a look, right? Okay, a lot of you guys are saying down. So let's take a look at this particular stock right now and analyze it together. All right. So right now, what do we see? In terms of the trend, when I just talk about trend, we go step by step. We talk about the moving average first. What do you guys see? The 20 days is actually pointing down, right? The green line is actually pointing down, and plus it crossed below both the 100 and 200 days moving average. So not that great, right? And over here, you can see that the blue line, right, is also like kind of starting to slope down already, right, which is also not that great, right? On top of that, I already turned on the 1GT signals. What do we see? We don't see bullish signal right now, right? We see 1 bearish signal, 2 bearish signal, right? We see 2 consecutive bearish signal. So this already gives you a sign on the trend, plus the signals already give you a sign that, hey, you know, this stock maybe not so good, right? Maybe not so, because what Alan is asking is whether should he actually DCA, and what do I mean by that is he's thinking whether to buy, right? And that is a lot of times, you know, a lot of our clients and mentees will also always ask us, especially when they bought somewhere near the high, and then after that the price go down, then they ask us, hey, Berlin, should I continue to actually buy some more when it actually go down? So for us, the answer is very simple, right? If you see that the trend and the stock is really going down, why would you want to buy some more? And plus, you see that the moving averages is pointing down. We get 2 consecutive 1GT bullish signal. Usually, we try not to buy . We want to wait for more confirmation first before thinking about getting in again, right? Because if not, you are essentially just throwing good money over bad money, right? So that is not what we want to do, and we don't want to have sitting on huge unrealized losses, right? Basically, what we want to check for and what we want to see is things like that, right? Whereby the 20 days moving average is pointing up, and then over here, you can see that the red and the blue line is also showing positive sign that the trend is going up. Plus, we get 1GT bullish signal, right? This is actually what we want to see when we think about buying, right? Rather than this, you can see that it is like totally the opposite. It is totally the opposite, right? This is what we want. This is what we try to avoid. All right. So in terms of this, at this point in time, for Alan, right? Alan, you're asking about upstart, right? Whether you should think about DCA, think about buying more when it's going down. We would say for you to actually monitor first, and to hold your horses, right? Don't so kanchong and think that, hey, the stock now is $46. When I buy, right, it's like $80. Now it is cheaper, right? Then I go and buy more. Usually that's not the case, because like what Joey mentioned earlier on, right? If you buy lower and then you buy more when it's going down, you can also say bye-bye to your stock, right? So that is not what we want to do, right? So right now for this stock, for Alan, I think at this point in time, perhaps what you want to monitor for is a few things, right? Number one, you want to look out for the 20 days moving average, right? To at least stop pointing down first, right? Because now it's still pointing down, right? Does it show signs of it, like slowing down? Not yet. We want to see at least kind of like pointing down, turn sideways. And we want to see like, buyers coming in to actually support the prices, right? Whereby we can actually find some support level, right? And subsequently, the other thing that you want to monitor for definitely would be for a 1GT bullish signal to come out like so, right? You see, right over here, right? There was previously a 1GT bearish signal, and then we get a 1GT bullish signal, right? And then after that, we get more confirmation when the uptrend for the longer term actually cross each other, right? And this here, we get another 1GT bullish signal. So this is where potentially we can also take action, right? And that is what we want to monitor and look out for, rather than at this point in time where we don't have any signals to tell us that, hey, there's conviction for us to buy. If you buy now, can. But if it goes lower, is it okay? Don't want, right? So I think that is what I feel for this stock, and maybe that's something that perhaps, Alan, you can actually consider as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Bervin and Joey, what are your thoughts on this?
I think for upstart holding, I think Alan, you need to consider if you are thinking to buy, can you sleep at night? Can you sleep at night? Because it looks like you are. Is it a desperate move? You have to ask yourself, is it a desperate move wanting to cover the losses? Because if you think about it, if a stock prices go down by 50%, you need to make 100% just to break even. That's not even counting your opportunity cost in between. So just like what Z had mentioned, wait for a little bit. Be a little bit more patient. All right. So look back at your plan. Look back at your plan. If your plan already shows that, hey, is it time to get out? All right, time to get out. Redeploy the funds to preserve a little bit of capital. Go into another counter instead. Then there you have it. You will know that if it breaks the next few supports, definitely not as good as was compared to earlier this year, for sure. All right. Should we?
Yeah, I think good one. I think what Bervin and Z have mentioned as well, especially on this stock, all right, whereby upstart. I mean, quite clearly, guys, you can see that. I talked about the core belief just now for the entire one good trend strategy, right? And that's the very first part. In fact, that's breakthrough number one, right? Whereby we don't buy cheap, right? If you fall into the cheap trap, right, you want to average down because cheaper, right? Good, right? Cheaper, buy low, good, right? You go and buy, right? But if you do that, then I mean, you got bearish signal, you go and buy, go down, you buy, go down, you go and buy some more, right? Go down some more, you buy some more, right? Discount. That's where you will get stuck, right? So we don't do that, right? And that's the very first core belief. I would say the very first core mindset that you really need to master, all right? We don't buy cheap stuff. We buy into strength. We buy into a stock that's already proven itself, that's moving up in terms of a very clear reversal signal, or one that is already strong in an uptrend. Does it make sense? All right, and that is where you fully maximize your profits. And that's pretty much what the entire one good trend strategy is about, right? Apart from the bullish and bearish signals, apart from the whole core belief, right? We buy into winners, we buy into strong stocks, not stocks which are going down every other day and you average down, buy. No, we don't do that. All right, Ken? Okay, yeah. So let me.
I think there's one question by J, statement by JH here. Sell unless can hold if it goes down some more. What are your thoughts on this?
Sell, right? Unless what?
Unless you can hold, then it goes down some more. Okay lah. That's what.
Unless you can hold, then go down some more. Oh, okay. I think what I mean. So this is what some of the this is what when we work with some of our mentees as well as some of our graduates, right? And that's what we hear as well, right? Because some people say that, like, if you can hold lor. Right, what go down will come up, right? Can hold, you can hold, then just keep, just hold, right? Because what goes down will come back up, right? As you got holding power, right? Can hold, But doesn't matter whether to holding power or you got a lot of money. But the point here is that if there's some clear indication that this stock is holding, is heading lower, why not you get out first? You take the small loss rather than you hold all the way down and you rack up a huge loss. Does it make sense? So this has nothing to do with I got holding power, I hold, all right? If you can hold, you hold, don't need to sell. Yeah, if you do that, then that's where you might, your losses will be, will be escalating, right? In terms of it compounding as well, because it goes lower and lower, and worse, you go and buy some more, worse, you go down even more.
And I think the key thing here is the keyword opportunity cost.
Exactly.
I think that's the more important thing because you could be holding, this stock, right? How much money have you already poured into it, right? And it's going down some more, you keep buying some more, and then actually this money is just kind of like stuck there. And by right, you can actually put it into an uptrending stock, which is good, and you get multiple confirmations. You go through the 1GT 7-point checklist. There is 1GT bullish signal. Wouldn't it be better that you put your money into that kind of stock rather than something that is in a downtrend and you continue to hold because you say that, okay, I got holding power? I would think the other choice would be better.
Definitely, I think Kat agree as well, right? Kat, deploy the capital on battle stock, right? Okay, Sean, congratulations, Joey, on your book launch. Awesome, thank you so much, right? Emotion is the biggest enemy in trading, and I like how your systematic approach takes this out of the equation. Thank you so much, right? Thanks for the kind words, Sean. All right, thank you so much. Thanks for just still being here, supporting us in the book launch. And I want to carry out, share with you guys the next question. I think Aki, AK, do we need to subscribe to 1GT in order to do the filtering, right? Okay, let me just take a step back, all right? Let me take a step back. We can share my screen. And, basically, right, I think, AK, you're asking about the 1GT screener in terms of the filtering, right? Filtering. How do we actually see what the top 1% hit list of stocks, right? Well, that is part of the boot camp. Right? So to answer your question, well, you need to join the bootcamp. Why? Because in the bootcamp, we actually dive into not just the results, the screening criteria, but we dive into what to do after you get the results, right? Based on the screener, all right? How do we know when to get in? How do we know when to get out? What are the things we look out for? Risk management, how many shares to buy? All that we covered. And let me just show you my slides, right over here for the bootcamp. Okay, very clearly. You can see this very clearly, right? So this is everything that you get in the bootcamp, guys. In case, some of you might have just dropped off, come back again. Well, this is everything that you get in the bootcamp today, right? You get everything that Book Buyers Gap right at the very top, worth over $1,000. You get a free book as well. You get to come on the 2 days bootcamp, 8 and 9 November. All right, 8 and 9 November, 3 weeks from today, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll go live. There'll be a 1-hour break from 12 to 1 p.m. Pretty much, you join me for 2 days. We'll deep dive into everything that's covered in the book. You get access to the screener, right? Right over here, guys, you can see, right? So I think AK, the secret screener criteria, I think that's what you're asking. Yes, that is part of the bootcamp. So if you want that, go into secure a spot for the bootcamp, 8-9 November, 10 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Right? And just want to clarify, I think some of you might not be able to make it 3 weeks from now on the 8 and 9 November. So if you really cannot make it, well, not to worry, secure a spot first. Why? Well, because I don't do this often, right? And if you secure a spot next year, the bonuses will be gone. The price will not be $997, right? I don't know. It might be $1997 or something, right? So to secure a spot, send us an email. We can jump into the replay after the 8 and 9 November batch. You can join us live on the 7 and 8 of February 2026. That will be the next batch next year already. All right. So team, just drop the dates in the chat. 8, 9 November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. 3 weeks from today. If not, join us February 7, 8 Feb. 2026.
And on top of that, I think Joey has been very generous. Like he said, you will be entitled to a lucky draw. Lucky draw. That means whatever, if you buy a book, if you get the book today, the book may be free for you. If you get the book and the book came today, it may be free for you as well. So I think later Z will lend her lucky thumbs to actually help with this lucky draw. So just, if you haven't locked your spot for the boot camp, just be sure to do it. Before, shall we say 3:50 p.m.?
Yeah, guys, you need about 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Now the time is what, 3 p.m. already. So 50 minutes, guys. 50 minutes, we'll do what we call a live.
We'll probably do a cut off already at 50.
Yeah, probably about 3:50 p.m. Then we do a kind of like lucky draw. We spin the wheel live. All right, at 4 p.m. We try to end by 4 p.m. And that's where, guys, all the live launch only bonuses, everything we talk about today will be gone as well. We'll see if we're going to extend it later, all right? But basically, guys, today we plan to end at 4 p.m. All right, live launch bonuses, everything talk about will be gone at 4 p.m. Right? So go into Secure Spot, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. The link is right in the chat, right? Pin up there as well. Click on it. Secure Spot for the bootcamp or even for the book as well. All right. Okay. Now let's go ahead to cover the next one. Maybe I can do the next talk. I think that's asked by Chongko. I hope you're still over here, Chongko. All right. Let me see. So Chongko, your question is this, right? I bought China Sunsin at 0.725, and it was down to 70 cents yesterday. All right, I would like to buy more. Right, like to buy more. Let's take a look. This is China Sunsin right over here. The code is QES. Let me know. Maybe you guys can help me out and help Chongko out as well. Do you think Chongko should buy more? Buy more. Type in the chat, guys. Do you think Chongko should buy more? All right, or don't buy more. All right. Let me know. Let me know, guys. On board, Akitashi, congrats. Awesome. All right, should we buy more, sell, get out? What do you guys think? All right, for China Sunsin, right? This is asked by Chongko. Let's see, right? Sell. Cheryl, no, don't buy more, right? Wait for the opportunity, right? Sell, get out. No, don't buy more. Short term down, right? Chongko, you can see for yourself, right? So I think all of you, as I said, guys, can you see yourself using this tool? Right now, it's like not I'm telling you, you are telling me already, guys. Right? Thank you so much for your advice, right? And for advising Chongko, right? So that's what I think as well, right? Because actually by right, Chongko, why you buy, right? 725. So you bought like yesterday or something. By right, should not, right? Because okay, maybe you don't have this thing, right? You don't have these two, but by right, if you got yesterday, you bought 725, so maybe around here or yesterday, right? But now if you get this, you wouldn't buy, correct? Right? If you got a bearish signal come out like last week already, then the green line also turned down. So you buy for what, right? But okay, maybe you don't have this, right? But I think now with this, I think you know that by right should not buy one, right? Because you got a bearish signal plus a green line turning down. So long-term trend is fine, okay, no problem, but the bearish signal is out already, and this bearish signal came out finally. I mean, the first bullish signal came out in April, right? There we go. I think this was actually one of the stocks that we covered a couple of months back, right? To our clients, we WhatsApp to our clients as well, right? I think it's gone up by, we got 2-3 bullish signals, and there we go, right? Until the bearish signal came out last week, 56%, 6 months, 56%, all right? Pretty good, 56%, very strong rally, but right now, obviously, we got a bearish signal. So when we see a bearish signal, then the main thing is don't buy lah. Why you want to buy when you're like, it's like going down, right? Wait for it to go down, you cannot go down. Wait for it to stabilize, wait for the short-term trend, the green line to also don't go down, right? And maybe wait for a new bullish signal. Then you think about getting in again, right? So I'm not saying that you will go down all the way, but as of right now, the short-term trend, we could potentially see some weakness, right? It could be to 625, it could be 65, it could be 50 cents, it could be 55 cents, it could be 60 cents, I don't know. Right? But once it stabilizes, we see some bottoming coming out, with some stability in the prices, right? It could be maybe all the way to over here, right? Or maybe all the way to even that 65 cents, right? Maybe to 60 cents. Nobody knows, right? But we stabilize there. We see a new bullish signal. We see the short-term trend reversing back up as well. That is where you get the reversal confirmation, because at that point in time now, the long-term trend is already up and everything is aligned. But other than that, we don't want to go against now, because there really could still be some weakness in the short term, right? And that's what the rest of you are saying as well, right? Cynthia, thank you so much. Sell. John, no, don't buy some more, right? Andy, sell and wait, all right? Thank you so much as well. All right, Ken? So that is what some of you are saying as well, looking at the One Good Trend Pro indicator. All right, okay, good. Excellent.
All right, so let me just move on to the next stock right here. I think it was asked by King E. King E, are you still here? If you're still here, say hi in the chat so I know you're still here. All right, okay, I just saw your message. What happens when the blue line is above the red line, even though the both lines are pointing upwards? All right, so but first let's look at your chart. All right, look at the chart. You requested for CapitaLand Integrated Commercial Trust. I think a lot of people have been asking about REITs. I mean, the Singapore market, the interest rates has been lowered, right? It's been lowered. So the resurgence of REITs, coming back to the question just now, dividend stocks, right? This is one of them. Consistent dividend year on year, right? Prices have been moving higher since May this year. 2-1 GT bullish signals, right? 2-1 GT bullish signals. First one came out in July. Second one came out at the start of August. Right, prices have, in fact, headed higher. And right now, we are just under a pretty key resistance. All right, a pretty key resistance where prices had previously, I think about last week or so, have tested that, come close to test that $2.40 level. I mean, so if you are thinking of, let's see, you want to hold or accumulate. Okay, great. So hold or accumulate. You understand that longer term trend is up, the shorter term trend is also up. So you're thinking of, in fact, even buying. So would I recommend to buy at this level? I would say at this point right now, let's wait a little bit more first. All right, let's wait a little bit more first. Why? I would say there is like a temporary, right? Like a temporary support right here at that $2.30 level, right around there. I'll place a temporary support just right there where prices have rebounded. On Monday, rebounded from this level, came close. We see a little bit of a buying interest or bargain hunting actually come back in. So this is like what we call a buy zone. So not an exact number, just somewhere within that $2.30 to maybe about 233. Think yes, maybe that could be a potential entry for you if prices were to head down. But will it go there to let you buy? I don't know. But the next level, which I actually already have alerts being set up for, would be that is at $2.40, 2.40 level. Let me just zoom in a little bit. 240 level is broken. All right, it's broken, and prices are able to hold at that $2, above that $2.40 level. Why I would not say, why not Bhavin just buy now like that, 238? This is a very, very common question. So why I wouldn't recommend for you to buy now immediately, it is because it is very close to the resistance. So sometimes when you are just buying straight away, very close to the resistance, the next day you will realize, hey, prices retrace, then you say, hey, Bhavin, I buy already, then the stock price. Every time I buy, the stock price come down. Every time I buy, the stock price come down. Yes, this is why, because you could be buying very, very close to the resistance. Take a step back. Let's see if you are close to a buy zone or not. If you're not close to the buy zone, hey, then maybe just exercise a little bit of patience. Let prices continue to move. All right, continue to this trend. Get your additional confirmations before getting in. All right, so let me just very, very quickly turn on that trailing support to help you there, 𝐸𝐸. If you are saying you are going to accumulate, that means you are already holding on to some positions. So where would your longer term or your stop losses be placed? Most likely be placed under the trailing support. Under the trailing support. So currently the trailing support right around that $2.25 level. So I think as a longer term holding, you still need to protect your downside. Protect your downside at the same time. All right, 𝐤𝐸, Z and Joey, do you have anything to add for 𝐶𝐼CT?
Well, I would say that, well, I think this 𝐶𝐼CT, like what Bhavin has mentioned, right, I think quite clearly, guys, that compared to the other one that we talk about, China Sunsin, right, even some like Upstart that Z covered as well, obviously this, with the very first breakthrough, number one we talk about, right, whereby, don't talk about anything about the bullish signal or whatever, doesn't matter, right? Just by looking at the very first core belief, quite clearly you can see that if you remove even all the bullish signals and everything, this is a stock that is strong, right? We have formed higher lows, higher highs, all right? The long-term trend is up. So these are stocks that we definitely want to think about covering for sure. They want to think about entering. I know it might be uncomfortable at first, as I mentioned, because it's more expensive. But this is exactly the shift, right, in the mindset that we want to think about getting in on stocks like this, all right? Of course, now with the tool to take the emotions out of the way, you get bullish signals, the trailing support is following up, the short-term trend is up, the long-term trend is up. I mean, what you want, right? I mean, it's really, you get quite a couple of good confirmations of more upside. So that's where, when we get in on trades like this, you don't really think so much, basically, right? There's no second guessing, there's no overthinking, there's no clutter, right? Just clarity. It hits a checklist, you get how many steps, you put tick, 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 go ahead, all right? Build a plan, it makes sense, go ahead. It's that simple. All right, yeah, see?
Okay, sure. So let me share my screen right now over here. All right, okay, so I think based on the chat, right, I actually saw this comment by Tan, right? Tan, I hope you are still here. You are asking, looking to enter position on IFS Capital. Right, IFS, what is a good price to enter? So IFS is right over here, 𝐸𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐿 Financial Services. We never really looked into this company, but I believe based on the name is doing financial related lah. All right, so you are looking to enter lah. Okay, let's take a look at this. All right, so first glance based on just the chart itself, it looks pretty bullish, right? It looks pretty bullish. Why? Because your red and the blue line is going up. Your green line, 20 days moving average. Just to clarify, I think some of you guys were also asking in the chat, how many days are the lines, right? 20 days moving average is the green line, 100 days moving average is the red line, and 200 days moving average is the blue line, right? And essentially what we want to look out for is the short-term trend, which is 20 days moving average, and the longer-term trend, 100 days and 200 days, all to be aligning and heading up. That's ideally what we want to see and look out for when we are thinking about buying into a stock. Of course, we don't want the opposite to happen. When the opposite happens, that's when you should not be buying. On the other hand, you should probably think about maybe you can consider to short, right? Because everything is in the downtrend. Okay, so let's go back to this chart. All right, so based on this, as you can see right over here, right, the uptrend actually is pretty intact since last year, right? Actually, even since last year, I think somewhere in August, right, that was where more interest actually came back to this stock. Prior to that, you can see a couple of months back from April all the way to August, it was kind of like just going sideways. The moving averages are also just like moving sideways, right? This was when it really first started, right? And price really started to rally all the way up. So Tan, thanks for sharing this stock with us, all right? Perhaps we can also consider to add this into our watch list as well. Okay, so right over here, when the stock actually garner more interest and we start to see that the moving average all starts to point up, we also get multiple 1GT bullish signal coming out. Right, and price went all the way up until here, where we actually gotten to 1GT bearish signal, right? So from here to here, right, you can see from the very first signal to this right over here, right, that was, you already kind of like capture a 27% profits really. Like from the signal, 1GT bullish signal come out to 1GT bearish signal come out, right? And then subsequently we get another 1GT bullish signal here and the second one, and right now these two consecutive 1GT bullish signals are actually still playing out, right? There is no bearish signal yet, there's still no exits. And based on currently, over the past couple of months, we are still seeing that the longer term trend definitely still remains intact, right? The red and the blue line is still intact. But short term wise, maybe let's zoom in and take a look. It was actually pointing up, going sideways, up, sideways, fluctuating, and very recently it's kind of like just kind of like head sideways, right? Let me just zoom in so that you guys can see, right? Right over here, you guys can see it's kind of head sideways, right? But it's showing signs of it starting to point back up again, and that is great, right? That is great, especially so that we know that based on the candlestick, what we are seeing is that since September, right, price has just been consolidating sideways. And when we actually see such consolidation happening in an uptrend, right, it's actually a very good thing. Why? Because it means that the uptrend can be more sustainable, especially after it consolidates sideways, right? And then it break out. That would be a very powerful move, especially so when the longer term trend is actually still intact, when the short term is kind of like just consolidating sideways. All right. So, Tan question, right, about IFS. Where can you potentially look at to think about entering, right? So right over here, as you can see, right here, I've already drawn like a support level somewhere around this 39, right? Somewhere around this 39 level. Previously was actually a resistance. Price actually neared it somewhere in June, July, unable to break above. Selling pressure came in, pushed price back down. This was where it actually broke above, right? And then it actually tested. But buyers very quickly stepped in to push the price back up. And right here, not too long ago, probably about 1 month ago or so, right? Somewhere in September, this was where sellers came in and we actually retested the support at about $39, right? So I would say 39 definitely will be one of the very key support level to actually take note at this point in time, right? And of course, very clearly the resistance, where would it be? It will be very close to this $42, right? This was the high back in somewhere in middle of September, right, where we saw selling pressure came in and pushed the price back down. So right now, price is in between, right? Yesterday, it closed at $40, right? Support is at 39. Resistance is at about 42, right? Resistance about 42. So when we think about buying, remember just now when we say that based on the 1GT framework, we think about buying when it's in an uptrend. Is this stock still in an uptrend? Yes, it's definitely still in an uptrend, right? And when we want to think about buying is near the support zone, right? Near the support zone, which is right here, right? Near the support zone, it could be 39, 39, 50, 39, 60, right? It's as long as it's within that support zone, right? It's fine, right? It's fine. And I haven't even turned on the trailing support yet to have a look. Okay, so maybe now let's turn on this trailing support to take a look at this, right? So when I turn on the trailing support, prices have been trailing the trailing support, right, has been following the prices as it continues to move up, right? And over here, right, actually you can see, if I actually remove this and remove this, can you see right over here, this is where the trailing support is at as well, which is also very close to the horizontal support that, you know, I've just drawn earlier, right? Right over here near the $39. So it makes sense like here would be a support zone, right? That perhaps, Tan, maybe you can consider to set some price alert near this zone. It could be multiple price alert, right? 39.20, 39.40, 39.50. As long as it reaches this support zone and prices is actually able to hold above this support zone, that's where you can consider to actually accumulate on the dips, right? But of course, do remember to set your stop loss order, right? To protect your downside slightly below the trailing support. Maybe it could be a 2%, 3%. Yeah, depends, right? Because everybody, like I've mentioned, have different risk appetite. And of course, you got to take into account your position sizing as well, right? But the key thing here is, regardless of what is it, when you enter, remember to have a stop loss plan in place, right? And that is where you can use the trailing support as a guide. Okay, so right now, this stock definitely still looks bullish. I think at this point in time, there is no bearish signals yet, and everything points to it being still not too bad, right? Not too bad. And also on top of that, right, I think I want to answer a question by AK, right, earlier on. So AK was asking, does the 1GT framework, right, consider volume or only price action? So that's a very good question, AK. So based on this, right, I'm not too sure if you guys are aware, based on this 1GT Pro indicator, right, we can see over here, actually there is a volume change function, right? So let me just click, and you can see right over here, right, this volume change actually come out. I turn it off, and it's gone. Right? So usually we don't turn it on because the thing is that it gets very clunky and very big. I just want to like minimize it and make it easy for my eyes to see, all right? So especially when we turn it on, right, we can see that there are numbers there, right? And all these numbers, right, basically tells you about the volume of this particular stock, right? And ideally what we want to see is for this volume change, right, to be above 1.5, right? Then it gives you even more confirmation based on the 7-point checklist that we have. And of course, volume definitely will be one of the pointers that we look out for within the 7-point checklist. And your question also asks, whether do we look at price action? Definitely, we also look at price action, and that is also one of the points in the 7-point checklist as well. And what price action do we look out for? Of course, we want to look out for bullish candlestick pattern, right? Especially so when we are thinking about buying, right? We want to buy near a support zone, and of course within the support zone, when we think about buying, you want to look back and see, is there any bullish candlestick that happened in the past within that support zone you are looking to buy? If there is, it gives you another layer of confirmation, right? So these are the things that we look out for within the 7-point checklist as well, and all these are the things, right, that we essentially want to tick off the checklist to make sure as many ticks as possible before we even thinking about buying. Right, so yeah, I think that is what we definitely look out for, lah.
Exactly. I mean, for me, I think like what Z has mentioned as well. Today, guys, I mean, you have followed my presentation at the beginning. We talk about the 7-step checklist, right? And of course, due to time constraint, right, it will be impossible for me to cover all the 7 steps, right, without possibly overwhelming you. So I only covered like the first 4 steps. In fact, there are other steps in the checklist that just gives us the added bonus confirmation, right? And Z has talked about it, right? Volume is one of them for sure, right? But of course today we don't have time to talk about it. All that is actually covered in the One Good Trend Secrets book. We actually break it all down, live case studies. You get more than $7,000 worth of bonuses as well, right? So that's where we actually review all the entire 7 steps, volume plus candlestick plus some other stuff, all in the book. Of course, if you want to join us for the bootcamp, you want the real bootcamp transformation, you want to let us help you implement it, apply it, all right, and see it in action, you get the tools that we're using and all that, well, then the bootcamp is for you, right? That's where we look forward to share more with you, all right, to help you accelerate, to get your results even faster. The link is right in the chat, right? onegoodtrend.com/secrets, right, guys? Just to share with you, we are almost how many more minutes to like 4 p.m.? I think we are almost like about
25 minutes.
20 over more minutes, right, guys? So we are closing, right? We're closing, guys. 4 p.m. we are closing. I don't think we'll extend it, right? We will see, right? So essentially, going to secure our book, right? I think we have more than a few hundred copies that are sold already. I don't have time to count, but essentially, guys, only a few copies left. So if all the books are sold out, we'll take down the link, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, and you wouldn't be able to get the book or the bootcamp, right? Because no more already, no more books already. All right, Ken? So that's what I'm going to say. Right? Okay.
Joey, I actually saw a question.
Yeah,
I saw a question right there that actually says, Sean actually just bought the book, but now you want to register for the bootcamp.
Go ahead. All right. Okay, no problem. Okay, I think we have one from Cynthia as well, right? I've upgraded from the book only to the bootcamp. Possible to get refund for the book only. Cynthia, no worries. Just drop me an email. So I think whether you get the book or the bootcamp, you'll receive a confirmation email from me, right? Correct? Just drop me an email, right? Drop me an email, Cynthia. I'll just get my support team to get you a refund on the book, because you got the book first. Then you think, the bootcamp. You get a lot more things, right? Then you get a bootcamp. Then actually you got one book already. So I get it. No problem, right? Just let me know. I'll get my team to refund you on the book, right? Since the bootcamp already includes the book, right? So you don't want 2 books. Got it? No problem. Drop me an email. I'll get my team to do that for you, right? Easy. Don't worry. Okay. I think one more question from John as well. John Ang. Maybe I can share my screen, right? Let me share my screen. John Ang, can provide more details on the explosive trade, the 1ET strategy in the bootcamp. Exactly. John, I'm not too sure whether you heard me just now as well, but in the bootcamp, the full package, we talk about one part being the 1 explosive trade. In short, 1ET strategy, right? And that's what we will be sharing with you guys, a glimpse of just how powerful it is, whereby we don't just talk about low risk, high probability. We focus on stocks with high potential, right? And when you see that, of course, we'll talk about the One Good Trend first. That's the One Good Trend bootcamp, right? But after that, on the second day, Saturday, Sunday, so yeah, Sunday, right? 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. somewhere in the afternoon, we'll talk about the 1 explosive trade strategy as well, right? And that's where I think a lot of my bootcamp graduates find it really useful. I'm really excited to share that with you as well, right? That's part of the bootcamp for sure. You can see that it's under over here, right? 1 explosive trade. $2,997 value, right? So as I say, right, total value of today's bootcamp, $23,387. Right now, only $997, 50% off, right? You get pretty much the book, everything for free. You get all the life-only bonuses, and the total value of all these things will be $23,387, right? Secure a spot right now, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, right? And just one more question, right? AK, after attending the bootcamp, can I still apply the screener criteria on my own without subscribing for the monthly 1GT indicator? Oh, that's a very good question, right? So basically, right, the screener criteria, we'll give it to you on the second day of the bootcamp. That's where you can set it together with us, set up all the criteria to sieve out the top 1% of hit lists. And that criteria is yours forever. You can keep it. I can't take it back, right? So I give it to you, show hand, you get the exact same criteria that me and my team uses. All right? Yes, so you can continue to use it. Right? As part of bootcamp, you get free 6 months access to the 1GT Pro indicator, the monthly group coaching, the monthly age, and even the monthly PDF report. Right? So yeah, 6 months are free. You can use that after 6 months. Right? If you feel that it's worth continuing, go ahead. After 6 months, it's Singapore $97 a month after 6 months. All right? So most of my graduates, as I mentioned just now, based on what they've done over the past 6 months, right, it's more than covered whatever they're paying, right, based on their trades. Cool? All right. Okay, anything? Okay.
All right, so actually just want to answer one more question. So after that, Andres is asking, will there be a chance where your future bootcamp will be a physical class? I think Joey has considered this very, very, very closely as well. But I think usually on Zoom it's a little bit more convenient for people, right? A little bit more convenient for people where you just have to, get up, sit in front of your computer, get started. Right? And taking the MRT, getting up even earlier in the morning, and then have to travel and everything. So everything will be done online. But maybe if we have enough demand for a physical class, then we can push Joey to do it.
Yep. I mean, we used to do physical classes. We used to book a hotel, we book a ballroom, we pay for lunch, we pay for tea breaks and stuff. And we used to have these classes before COVID, right? Before COVID, and that was kind of like the norm then, right? But of course, with the hotel and everything, the ballroom, everything, right? And we used to charge like about close to $4,000, all right? Just to learn live with us. Of course, as I say right now, because everything's all virtual, right? 2 days bootcamp on the 8th and 9th November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is over Zoom, right? I don't have to book a hotel, send my team there, pay for lunch, tea breaks, and all that kind of thing, right? So that's the reason why I think it's much more convenient as well, and that's the reason why we have decided to put this insane amount, like $997 today, all right, and go into secure a spot for the bootcamp, right, and get the book as well before we close at 4 p.m. Cool. Right. Okay. Yeah. I think one more thing, right? Okay, I think your username is YY1206. For your bootcamp, you have recordings. How long will the recordings be available? Good question. Forever. Right? I mean, basically, you can have the replays, right? After the bootcamp on the 8th and 9th November, so probably 2 days after 9 November, right? You get the bootcamp replays. You can watch it like 10 times, or up to you how many times you want. You can watch it a few months later as a refresher. So you get the replays, up to you, right? But for the 1GT Pro indicator, the monthly age service, the PDF report, the monthly group coaching, that will be for free for 6 months. After 6 months, Singapore $97 a month. Cancel anytime. All right, Ken? Okay, anything to add before I move on to the next talk? Okay. All right, okay, good. So yeah, so just a clear one, right? I think Sanjay, right? Well, so some of you might not be able to make it for the 8th and 9th November, right? Because it's only 3 weeks, exactly 3 weeks from today, right? So very simple. As I said, right, go into secure a spot, drop me an email, drop my support team an email, you receive a confirmation email from me, right? Let us know. We'll send you the replay after the 8th and 9th November, 2 days after 9 November, right, probably on a Tuesday or something, all right? Watch the replay, get access to all the tools, the 6 months access to everything we talk about. We'll allow you to join us live on the 7th and 8th of February 2026. All right, Ken? So that is where you can ask questions. By then, hopefully, you have gone through one round, you're a bit clearer already. All right, and that's what we can do for you, because I know that some of you have plans, you have booked the traveling, right, and stuff. All right, Ken? So that's what we do. Okay, Ken? So the bootcamp is online, not physical. Yeah, correct. It's online, over Zoom. Link is right in the chat, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. All right, it is right in the chat. It's over Zoom, 2 days, 8th and 9th November. Team, just place the dates in the chat again, 8th and 9th of November, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The next batch, if you really cannot join us, will be 7th and 8th of February 2026. 6. All right, and that's quite far. That's after Christmas, all right? So hopefully you can join us on the 8th and 9th November, 3 weeks from today. All right, Ken? Okay, good. I think I want to cover, maybe I can move on to the next stock, right?
Yep. I think it will be either one more or two more stocks.
Okay, just one more.
Yep.
Maybe one more, then you do one more? Right, okay.
Right.
I think we have a bit of time, like 3:30, right? Yeah. Guys, time is running out. Time is running out, right? We have a total of like about maybe 20 over more minutes. And that's where we will, as I say, we'll end the 1GT Secrets book launch today. We'll do a live lucky draw. Two lucky winners. I don't know who are later. We'll do a live stream. We'll call your name. And you would want to respond as well to us. If not, we'll move on to the next.
You got to be present.
Yeah, you got to be present,
us.
right? You got to be present. So when we call your name out, you got to be present. All right, and that's where we acknowledge you're the lucky winner, and then you pretty much walk away with pretty much whether you get a book or the bootcamp, you get away with absolutely, literally for free. All right, everything for free. Okay, let's move on to the next talk. And I think this is asked by Andy. Andy, I hope you're still here, over here, Andy, right? Andy, right, I bought Centurion at $1.53. Andy, let me know in the chat. I hope you're still here, Andy. You bought at $1.53. Do I hold or sell? So you bought at $1.53. Is it like you bought last week only? Or is it when it was in June, then you buy? Because you can see 153. Maybe you buy around here, or maybe you bought last week. This is around $1.53. So let me know, Andy, right? Did you buy this stock called Centurion recently, like last week, 153, or is it like in June, 153? Andy, good, you're here, awesome, right? So Andy, let me know, right? So you bought $1.53. Is it like recently only, like last week, or is it like in June when it was going up? So that I can better see how I can advise you. Let me know. In June, awesome. Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Right, so if you got it in June, actually not too bad, right? If you got it in June, I mean, quite clearly when you got it in June, right? We got a 1 GT bullish signal in May, all right? So if you got it in June, long-term trend is up, the short-term trend is up, you got up, and it has pushed up, right? So it has gone up to about $1.65, $1.70, in fact, up to $1.80. And we got a bearish signal, right? We got a 1 GT bearish signal. So if you got it in June, I think it's fine. I mean, it's normal because at the point in time in June, right? Actually, it was okay, right? But I would say that right now, because perhaps you don't have this. I mean, you probably don't have this tool yet, right? So I'm not too sure if you've got in a bootcamp. Have you got in a bootcamp, Andy? Right? If you have, good. That's where you have access to the 1 GT Pro indicator. And I think if you have seen these not one but two bearish signals, I think you will know that you probably don't want to hold. So I think your question, do I hold or sell? Well, here's the thing, right? When we get, so you got in, good, you're making profits, right? As I say, most people do not know when to get out. But if you get in, it goes up, right? 170, 180, we got not one, we got two bearish signals, and then you look at the green line yourself, you see, it also starts to point down. Right? Is it still pointing down today? I mean, yesterday? I think still pointing down. Right? So why you want to hold? I mean, why not you get out first, make the profits, and then, I mean, by right, if you have got out maybe like in August and September, where we saw the resistance about 180, 190, that'll be even better, all right? But you can see right now, obviously, short-term trend is down, we got a bearish signal, and I think we could potentially see even more weakness if the 140 support were to give way, right? It could go to 130, 120, I don't know, right? But why not we wait until a new 1 GT bullish signal comes out, and then this green line obviously is still going down, right? Why don't we wait until it like start to like that? Like that you tell me then, okay, then I'll say, okay, maybe you can take a look, maybe the bullish signal come out, okay, fine. But now I see the green line is down, right? So by right, we should not hold, we should get out, reduce our exposure. We don't want to just let it go down and down and down. Does it make sense, Andy? All right, I hope that helps regarding for Centurion. I think this is what we want to do. I think this is what we've been talking about over the past like 3-4 hours as well. The entire One Good Trend framework. All right, anything else to that, guys?
All right, so I think Andy, I think very, very clear. I think at this point you want to just take a breather. I think yes, the longer term trend is still okay. All right,
okay, yeah, I think it's fine, but
it looks fine. It looks fine. It looks, in fact, it is. We cannot blow ourselves. It's still.
It's okay.
That it's not as steep as it was a month ago already.
Yep.
So we have to recognize the fact that it may not be the same, and we have to be flexible. So if you have bought at 153. All right, so maybe your stop loss, you want to just watch out for that. If you get close to your stop loss, perhaps just set some alerts. All right, Andy? Okay.
Yeah, in fact, this was one of the stocks that we actually shared with our clients in
Yes.
Philips Securities, right, since like last year. So Centurion actually was one of those really, really strong stocks. Not just this year, I think last year as well. I got my team, 𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬 and the rest to actually broadcast out to our team. I mean, look at this, right? I think when we covered it previously in last year, it was good. Look at this, right? We got the bullish signal. There we go, right? Pump, all the way up, 42%, all right? We covered it there, I think last year, August, another bullish signal, all the way up, 45%. So it was okay, right? But just that, over the past, right, another bullish signal here in May, right? There we go. But, so over the past few weeks, it's just that, some bearish signals came out, and we are definitely seeing some signs of a reversal, right? So what is good, we ride it. What has turned from good to not so good, right, to signs of reversal, back down, we get out, we don't hold it all the way down. Does it make sense, everyone? All right. And I want to say as well, right, so those of you, right, who are not yet a client of mine in Philips Securities, right, as I say, right, I'm not too sure where you guys are trading, but I know this is the One Good Trend Secrets book launch, right, but I want to share as well, a lot of clients are over here, but if you're not yet a client of mine in Philips Securities under our team, check out how you can become one. All right, the link is right in the chat. Thank you so much, team. All right, and that's where you can find out how to get some of the top ideas by WhatsApp, live, daily, right, for free, at no additional cost. You don't need to get the book or the bootcamp to be a client, just to be clear, all right? Whether or not you join the bootcamp or the book, doesn't matter. You can still become a client for free, all right? You get some of those top ideas, private trainings, all for free on a daily basis by WhatsApp, right? So the link is right in the chat. Thank you so much, team, for just putting it over there, all right? So, click on the link in the chat. If you're not yet a client, check out how you can get some of those ideas, under us much faster. Cool? Okay, Bervin, anything, Z?
All right, so I think just now, actually, Andres was asking this as well. So yes, Andres, I think you were asking if the bootcamp covered a little technicalities on like maybe even how to open an account, things like that, under Joey in Philips Securities. You don't have to be a bootcamp attendee to actually be a client. And if you're thinking that opening a trading account is very difficult, I believe a lot of the audience here, or a lot of Joey's clients here, I can tell you actually is very, very easy, and there is a very good support team behind Joey that is helping him with all this as well. So not to worry, I mean, let's not to worry, just submit your name first, click on the link and then just submit your name. We will take it from there.
Yep.
Right?
Link in the chat, right? Check it out, how you can come on board as a client in Philips Securities under me for free, right? For free at no additional cost, all right? That's what you could do, all right? And also, just take note, what happens is that, I think, thank you so much, Andy. All right, I signed up for the bootcamp. Very good. All right, here. Give me. Okay, very good. All right, thank you so much for pointing the camera back at me. All right, thank you so much. Let's go. I think pretty much what time is it? 3:38 p.m.
I think there's a question by 𝐒𝐞𝐫𝐞𝐿 also asking about 1GT Lite. So what's like, maybe Joey, you might want to repeat it again. What's the difference between the 1GT Lite and the 1GT Pro that is actually on your screen, right? Can 1GT Lite users still use it accurately to buy stock? Then what's the benefits of 1GT Pro?
Very good, very good. Now, let me go ahead to talk about the One Good Trend Light indicator. So as I say, for those of you who actually secure your spot for the bootcamp today, right? As a surprise unannounced bonus, it's not even on the page, guys, right? So you actually get access to the One Good Trend Light indicator for free until the bootcamp begins on the 8th and 9th November. So about 3 weeks, you can use it for free, play around with it. Of course, in the bootcamp, that's where you get access to the Pro indicator. All right. Okay. Now let's move back to the question, right? What's the difference between the Pro and the Light? Well, let's talk about the Pro. So over the past 5 hours, guys, we are using the Pro indicator. Then One Good Trend Pro, bracket Pro, right? So you can see the Pro, of course, you turn it on, well, you get a couple of boxes right over here, right? I mean, we only focus on a few, but actually, as I say, there's what we call 7-step checklist, 7 boxes. We only cover like 3 or 4 of them, mainly, all right? And that would be the Pro indicator. We get more confirmations, we get more steps, more ticks to look out for. We seek those confirmations, and that's what we do, right? And that's what we explain in the bootcamp as well. What about the Light indicator? Well, the Light indicator wouldn't have so many boxes, right? The Light indicator, pretty much you have the first box right over here, the buy and sell signals, and is it my screen?
No, it's my screen. It's the light indicator that is actually showing on the screen right now.
Oh, very good, right? So yeah, you can see the light indicator. Thank you so much, right? So the light indicator, you can see right over there. only for the settings, all right, it's much more simpler. I mean, it's called Lightma, right? So it's simpler. You can see that there's a first box right over there, the bullish and bearish signals. Turn it off, Levin, all right, turn it off. There we go, all right, and that's where you can see that the signals disappear. Turn it on again, the signals appear, right? It's the same signals, right? Same, whether you get the Pro and the Lite, basically the signals show up, it's the same, all right? But you can see the number of boxes there is much lesser, right? You can turn on the moving averages. Just maybe turn off the moving averages, pump, 3 boxes gone. That's it. You can see the bullish signals, right, just right behind over there, right? So the light indicator, as I say, is a simpler version. You can turn on the moving averages, the bullish signals, but of course you don't get what we call the more advanced stuff in the Pro indicator, whereby that's what will be discussed and shared in the 1GT Bootcamp. All right, so back to my screen right over here, and yeah, you can see this is the Pro indicator. As I say, you have pretty much, we don't have time to cover everything, all right, as I say, but we will do that during the Bootcamp, and that's where we talk about risk management, we talk about some other confirmations, the candlestick, the volume, blah, 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 and not just talk about it, but talk about it, and then we tell you exactly the sequential steps that you want to look out for, all right? So it's not just 7 steps, and then you jump here, jump there, jump there, right? We do it step by step. That's what we cover in the Bootcamp with the One Good Trend Pro indicator. All right, okay, anything else?
I think that is
when will the book, I think maybe one question, let me just get the question right. When will the book be delivered? All right, so you have secured a book today, guys. Just give us some time, or give us some time to mail my team to mail the book next week. I mean, Monday is a holiday, right? So probably on Tuesday we mail out, maybe next week by about 7 working days or something like that. All right, you'll probably get the book if you're in Singapore. If you're overseas, maybe a bit longer. All right, so check your email, you get a confirmation email. My team will mail out the book probably next week. All right, so not to worry. Can I have the link for Philip? Can I have the link for Philip as well? 𝐸𝐸 as well. Team, just place the link in the chat as well as to how any of you who are not yet a client of mine in Philip Securities can consider to have a trading account under me, so you can get some of our top ideas for free daily by WhatsApp. The link is right in the chat, right over here, right? 𝐸𝐸, all right? That's the link to fill up. My team will get in touch with you once we got your details. All right, Ken, thank you so much, team. All right, awesome. Okay, let's see now. Bought the book, thank you, Jing Long. All right, support Joey, awesome, thank you so much. Eugene Lim, Klein. Is 1ET in the book? No, right, because the book is 1GT, right? So it's a 1GT secrets blueprint, right? One Good Trend secret. So 1ET is not the book, guys. If you want to find out about the 1ET, that is part of the Bootcamp. That's part of the Bootcamp, whereby I spend some time to talk about it, right? Some of the patterns we look out for to focus on stock, which is not just strong in an uptrend, but technically, in terms of the explosive potential, all right, we are talking about, not 5, 10, 15, 20%, right? We're 60, 80, maybe more than 100%, right? Not months, sometimes weeks, all right? That's what will be covered in the Bootcamp, all right, Ken? Book mailing by SingPost, yes, you'll be on post, right? Letterbox, that kind of thing, right? Post, okay?
All right.
Okay, Ken?
Okay, so we're actually ending the lucky draw in about 6 minutes. Yeah. So I just want to get a feel of it. How many of you guys have already actually bought the book or bought the Bootcamp or be joining us during the Bootcamp? Just type done in the chat. All right, just type a done in the chat. So I want to see how much work Z need to do for the lucky draw.
Yeah, type done, guys, type done in chat. If you've got either the book or the Bootcamp, in order to take part in what we call the lucky draw, all right, take part in lucky draw.
And I think right now, right, I will also start to set the timer already, right over here, right, okay? I will start to set the timer, 5 minutes countdown from now, all right, so that we still have 5 minutes before we close, before your name get put into the lucky draw wheel, all right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Ken, so now since Z got a timer there, right, let me see within 5 minutes, can I cover one stock?
Okay, can do one more stock, All right, guys. 5 minutes, guys, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, and then we'll go into the lucky draw, right? So whether you got the book or even the Bootcamp, as I say, we'll do a lucky draw. We'll spin a wheel right there. 2 of you, 2 lucky winners, will either get the book or the Bootcamp for free, depending on what you get, all right? Winners will be announced live stream. You need to go ahead to reply, all right? We'll move on to the next lucky winner, all right? So you need to reply, we call your name, done. Then our team will send a refund to you whether you get the book or the Bootcamp. Right? Done. Awesome. All right, done book, done. Okay, right, so Z, I'll leave that with you, right? Later we'll do the whole spinning thing, lucky draw thing. All right?
Sure.
Okay, good. Bervin, come.
All right, come, let's go. Okay, so you see, I think let's cover one last stock. I think we have to be a Magnificent 7 stock. All Alright, so here we go. We got Amazon on the screen right there, asked by Ganare. Alright, so Ganare, hopefully you're still here. Alright, hopefully you are still supporting us right here. We can see very, very quickly, if I were to do this using the 1GT Pro indicator, how quickly can I do it? Alright, firstly, we can see a 1GT bearish signal actually coming up right there, very close to the resistance, the 240 resistance there. 1GT bearish signal actually came in. Then, going down the list, we are seeing the 20 days moving average. The 20 days moving average, green line pointing down and crossing below that 100 days moving average. However, is the 100 days and 200 days moving average still pointing up? Not really. It's a little bit of mixed signals that 100 days moving average pointing up, that 200 days moving average. A little bit more flat already. A little bit more flat, maybe even pointing down. And prices are still trading, or as of now, trading below all three moving averages. Not a good sign already. Then next, we got prices trading very, very close to that support level, at least that 210 support level. We have buyers previously coming in right there in August, where it had actually rebounded from. But as of right now, not much of a bullish candlestick showing up as well. So I think, Ganare, if you had bought it previously at about 194, you have mentioned, you are still sitting on a little bit of profits. Of course, would I rather you sell at close to the 240 resistance? Yes, of course, I would rather you sell closer to the level. But right now, you're still sitting on some profits. So you might want to be a little bit more cautious. Right? Be a little bit more cautious where if that 210 support is broken, you want to be notified. You want to be able to come in to set some stop losses as well, so you still get out with profits. You don't try, you don't want to go broke making profits, right? You don't want to go broke making money. It doesn't make sense. You already held on it for so long, you don't want to end up in a loss position, right? So if prices indeed breaks below that 210, you want to be a little bit more careful. No worries right there. If it breaks below that 210 level, where is the next support level? I would say the next support level would be right where you had actually bought, close to that 190 support level. Alright, the 190 support level, that is where you could potentially reposition yourself back into this trade as well. Alright, so I think, how long did that take, Z?
You left about 1 minute.
I think I placed the link in the chat again, alright? I think we only have a few minutes left, right? Just place the link in the chat again. I think some of you are asking about, like Bennett, where is the link to order the book? Where is the link to order the 1GT book? Bennett, right? The link is right in the chat again, right? onegoodtrend.com/secrets. We only have a few minutes more, and then we'll go on to the lucky draw. All right, we're going to the lucky draw. 2 lucky winners will be picked. All right, type done, guys, once it's done, but the link is right in the chat. In fact, right, we have pinned the chat message right at the top, right? We have pinned the comment right at the top, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, right? Bennett, click on it, secure a book, or even the bootcamp if you want to accelerate even faster. You want to get everything we talk about in the book. You want the live training on the 8th and 9th November. You want the 1GT Pro indicator. You want me to share with you the one explosive trade strategy as well. Well, the bootcamp is for you, all right? And that's where I look forward to share more on the 8th and 9th November. For those of you who have secured a spot for the bootcamp, awesome, all right, awesome. We can't wait to share more with you on that day. And let's see, right? Wei Tan, how much is the book cost? Oh, very good question, Wei Tan, right? So, as I said, right, if you get the book today, it's only a small part, help me cover a small part of the printing and shipping cost, which is like $19.95 if you're in Singapore. If you're overseas, it'll be $29.95, right? Just to help me cover a small part of the printing cost. But on top of that, you get over $7,000 worth of live-only bonuses for free, all for getting the book. All right, Ken, so I think pretty much we are okay to do
much we are okay to go for lucky draw. But I just want to remind everybody, right, all those who have purchased either the book or the bootcamp today, your name definitely will be in the wheel, right? The wheel. And to actually claim the prize for a full refund, right, by Joey, 2 lucky winners, when we actually call out your name later, you must be present because if you guys actually attended, D&D before last time, if your name cannot call out, right, by your CEO to actually receive prize, you must be there, cannot not there, right? So, okay, so I hope, I wish everybody all the best. And let me just switch my screen right over here.
All right, wow. Right. Okay, guys, I don't know, man. I don't know how many people to get a book at bootcamp, but essentially, Wow. Okay, guys. So are you guys ready for the lucky draw? All right. Type L for lucky, guys. If you want some luck, all right. If you want to get ready for the lucky draw, type a L for lucky, right? Before we spin the wheel, all right. We have got all the names out. I don't know who is the winner. Some really is by luck on So type L for lucky, guys. If you want to be lucky, and hopefully you're the one who get either the book or the bootcamp entirely for free. Let us know. L for lucky. Okay. Let's see. Lucky, ready? Already? All right.
Yeah, maybe the more L you type, right, the more lucky
maybe you're more lucky. I don't know, man. Okay. Lucky. Okay, awesome. So I think wow. L, lucky. 100, right? First of all, guys, before we do this lucky draw, right, I just want to say that thank you so much. It's almost like 4 p.m. We have gone live for almost 6 hours. I want to thank all of you for joining us today in the One Good Trend Secrets book live launch right over here. Right? I hope that we've given you value. All right, we hope you've taken away something today, whether or not you got the book or the bootcamp. I hope all of you got value today, right? And that's the key, right? That's the whole point of us being over here, all right, in this studio with multiple cameras, multiple monitors everywhere, right? And hoping it will work, hoping that nothing screws up. So I thank all of you for just being here, joining us today. We really appreciate you joining us, all right? And I look forward, for those of you who have secured a spot for the bootcamp, even better. I can't wait to share more with you about everything that's in this book right over here, the One Good Trend Secrets, the entire 7-step checklist, and to do it together with you and help you actually apply it and implement it. All right, so I think right now it's about 3:50 p.m. I think we can go ahead to pick the very...
Maybe I will let Joey click the mouse for the very first one, right, to pick the lucky winner, all right?
Click the mouse,
Yeah, so the mouse is here. Maybe Joey can come
over here.
here.
So I'll pick the first winner. Okay, I really don't know. Okay, you just try.
So you just need to click and the wheel will start spinning.
Click
right?
here.
Just click here.
Click here.
Yeah, just
okay,
click here.
just click. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ready? Okay, guys. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Wow, cannot even see.
So I also don't know, man.
Who is it?
It will work, man. It will show the name, man, so small.
And we have our lucky winner.
Who is the lucky winner
today?
Ho Yok-ping. All right. Yok-ping, are you here? All right, Yok-ping, are you here? Let us know, Yok-ping, if you're here.
Yok-ping, if you are here, please reply us
Please reply us, let us know.
Yeah, so that you will get your either book or
the bootcamp. We will
refunded.
contact you later, right? Let us know, Yok-ping, if you're here. Barney, thanks Joey Z, but we're not forgetting the support team as well as Jia and Brian, exactly, right? So we have our team working in the background as well, at home, supporting us in today's live launch, all right? But let us know if you're here, Yok-ping, all right? If not, we might need to move on to the next lucky winner.
Maybe let's give it 30 seconds because
30 seconds,
sometimes there will be a lag. Okay, let me count down,
right, let's count down,
all right?
30 seconds.
Okay, 30
right.
seconds starts ready.
Not
Yok-ping,
here.
I hope you are here to actually claim your prize.
How many of you say not here? Like, you all sure say not here, you want to?
Hey, nobody tell Yok-ping that she won and wasn't here. Okay.
Just like, okay.
Not here.
Not here. Yok-ping, are you here? All right, you're the first lucky winner. I don't know what you got, the book or the bootcamp, but essentially you get it for free, right?
Okay.
If you are here, let us know.
Last 10 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yok-ping, here?
2, 1. The alarm ring already. Okay,
Oh,
so
no more.
I'm so sorry, Yok-ping.
Sorry, Yok-ping. Okay, maybe now you click better, right?
Maybe let
okay, so you need to be here, I need to be here, guys, right? If you're not here, then, no choice, all right? You know, we do lucky draw last time, dinner and dance, we got to stay, you leave halfway, sorry, all right? So, hope you understand, okay, Yok-ping?
Okay, so unfortunately, I have to remove Yok-ping name from here and let's go again, all right?
Okay, come on, let's see who is the next lucky winner. The first lucky winner. Right, hopefully you guys are here. Benny Liu?
Benny Liu? Are you here?
Benny Liu, are you here?
Benny? Oh.
Maybe toilet
break.
Right, I saw someone in the chat was asking for the link to actually buy the book. All right. Team, can you help?
Team, just paste the link in the chat again, onegoodtrend.com/secrets, guys. All right. We are almost 4 p.m., so we're going to take down the link in about a few minutes' time. onegoodtrend.com/secrets. Secure your book or the bootcamp live here. You get all the live-only bonuses. All right. Benny, are you here? All right. Okay. Seems like maybe
Benny's not here as
Benny's
well.
not here as well. All right. I don't know.
Okay, then maybe this time around, right, I'll let Bervin click. Maybe Bervin click, the person, the lucky winner will be here, alright? Okay. So you got to remove Benny, unfortunately.
Okay, not here, not here. Next. Wow.
So we press now.
Benny has left the room. Wow, everybody very happy already.
Okay, let's go.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's see who's the next winner or the first winner still.
Luckily not here too. Okay, let's see. Hopefully we get a winner. Come on. Just 2 lucky winners, right? Janet Lam, hopefully you're here. Janet, come on. Janet, I hope you're here. Janet Lam. Janet, I hope you're here.
This can go on forever.
This can go on forever. I hope not, man.
We hope somebody, 2 of you, will actually walk away with something free today, lah. Alright.
Janet Lam, are you here? Okay, let's maybe save time. Just spin one more.
Okay.
Spin one more. Let's go. Okay. Janet Lam, come reply us in about 30 seconds. Janet Lam, let us know. Janet Lam is here. Awesome. Janet, you're here. Awesome. 3:56 p.m. Janet, I don't know what you got, but you got it for free, right? Janet, congrats. Janet, congratulations. Right, congratulations, Janet. What do you get, Janet? I don't know. I haven't got time to check yet. Janet, you got a book or the bootcamp? Janet? Let us know, Janet. Yes, I'm here. Awesome, Janet. You got a book or the bootcamp?
Everybody say Janet is here.
now she's here already. So what do you get, Janet? Let us know, right? Do you get a book or the bootcamp? So you pretty much get it for free, right? Okay, very good. Now finally we got the first lucky winner, right? So I think we have one more, right? Congrats, Janet, right? Congratulations, all right? Thank you so much for joining us, staying all the way to the end. Congratulations, all right? Congrats. Okay, now let's do one more.
Yeah, there's one more. So there's still one more lucky winner, all right? So stay tuned all the way, see whether your name will be picked or not.
All right, let's go. Okay. Janet, you got a book. Awesome, you get a book for free, right? My team will send you a refund next few days as well. You get a book for free, plus everything to talk about, right? $7,000 worth of bonuses, all for free. Janet, congrats to you, Janet.
Okay, all the best to everyone out there.
Okay, last one, let's go.
3, 2.
All right, is it spinning? Okay, there we go. What?
We have John.
John Chai. John, are you here? Let us know. All right, we hope that you'll be the next lucky winner. All right. John Chai, let us know. Type a yes, I'm here.
I hope John is here.
Come on, John, come on. You know, we might have to skip. I'm here.
John is here.
Awesome. John, what do you get, John? Let us know. You got a book or even a boot camp. Let us know. You got a book or boot camp. He's here. Thank you so much. Congratulations, John. All right, he replied. Thank you so much. Well, we'll still say not here. Actually, he's here already. All right. So congrats. All right, congrats, guys. I think that is pretty much it. All right. Yeah. So we have John Chai and Janet Lam, right? Okay. John Chai, Janet Lam, just write it down. We got it, all right, good. Our team will follow with you. You pretty much get a refund of whatever you got, the book or the boot camp. That is pretty much, guys, the end of today. 1 GT secrets, right? 1 good trend secrets. I think we are pretty much done, all right? And let's see if I miss anything, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think good. I think that's it, right? Let me just go ahead to can turn on my screen. All right, so right over there, let me just put up my screen right over here. As I say, guys, okay, so basically, guys, at 4 p.m. we would have to stop this, right? I mean, it's like about 1 or 2 more minutes, right? So thank you so much, guys, for joining us. I think we have come almost to the end, all right? Team, just place the link in the chat one final time. Okay, because, guys, as I say, by 4 p.m., by right, we would have to end this, right? To end this, and that's the end of today. 1 Good Trend Secrets live book launch. I talk about the bootcamp, the bonus as well. The link is right in the chat. I think some of you have actually put the chat. Could you extend it for us and stuff? So, okay, by right, it's 4 p.m., right? I tell you what, this is what we do, right? This is what we do. I know we have done the lucky draw, the 2 lucky winners, Janet and John, great. But what we do is that for those of you who are still on the fence, you're still thinking about it, you still have not got the book, you also still have not maybe even got the bootcamp yet. What we'll do, guys, I'll just let the link remain maybe up to today.
Up to the end of today? Fair?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you sit on the fence, after that you go back, you think about it, and maybe tonight you decide, maybe I think I should really get the bootcamp.
I don't know.
You still have chance lah. You still have chance to get lah.
Okay, so maybe tonight? What time?
2359.
2359?
Before the day end.
Okay, yeah, 2359 guys, all right. 2359 tonight, 11:59 p.m. guys. The link, if you check at 12:01 a.m., I'm sorry, you will not be working already, all right? So go ahead guys to grab 2359 tonight, onegoodtrend.com/secrets. This is the page, right? This is the page you pretty much will come into right over here, right? You have two options. You get a book, you get a bootcamp. That's what a lot of people, I think hundreds of you have already secured a spot for the book or even the bootcamp as well. Same thing, same link, 2359 p.m. tonight. We'll close at 12 a.m. The link will no longer be working, all right? And I think we pretty much come to the end of today's One Good Trend Secrets.
Guys, can we just take just type in the chat, thank you for the crew. I think there's a lot of people actually behind the camera actually helping us
Thank you
with
so much.
this as well. Can we just also thank them, for taking their Saturday out to
Right,
actually
thank
help
you.
us with this.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, Jing Long, Chris, let us just acknowledge everyone who's here.
Thanks,
Chris,
Jing Long. Thanks,
Esther,
Chris.
Styler, Yvonne Wong, awesome. Right, thank you. Thank you, Kelvin, as well. Right, I think the chat is just exploding with lots of stuff. Thank you so much, Josing, Kelvin. Wow, awesome, awesome. Esther, Amos, Kat, Joseph, Jan, Francis as well. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that's it, guys. I think we've come to the end. All right, so 2359 tonight. The link onegoodtrend.com/secrets is ready. Go to secure a spot for the bootcamp or get the book before we close. We'll close by tonight, 2359 p.m. All right, so thank you so much. I think we've come to the end of today's One Good Trend Secrets book launch, and we shall see everyone again.
Thank
Have
you.
a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend,
Take care.
everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. Bye.